Welcome to the Anime What If for What If MHA reacted to Izuku getting isekai'ed harem. Support the author My Hero Princess Harem React Mad Hat 886. Let's begin. It all started with Eri finding a DVD in a package left at the front door of the dorms. Opening, she found the DVD cover having the words My Hero Princess Harem on it. She went to the TV room and put the DVD into the player and hit play. Izuku Midoriya sat alone as he ate his lunch. He's no longer the boy he was before he found that portal gun that sent him on an incredible adventure, traveling from one dimension to another trying to find his way home. He met many people on the way and picked up things and skills as he did so. Till he finally just ran out of that green juice that powered the portal gun. His friend Zelda finally managed to get him home by using the Triforce of power that can grant the one who uses it any wish. She sent him back and found himself back just after he had used the portal gun the very first time. Back home like it never happened, the 2 or so years he was gone, thanks to the wish Zelda made to send him back. Now he's going to show his world that someone quirkless can be a hero. He has the skills and experience that he got the hard way. He also still has the equipment and weapons he had picked up along the way. He can be the Batman of his universe and show everyone that someone like him can be a hero. He has done it before in the other worlds. What the? May Hatsume asked, seeing Izuku on the TV. Eri, what are you watching? A DVD I found outside, Eri said. May hit the pause button. Wait right here, May said as she ran off. Later the other students and staff have all gathered in the TV room. Tamaki Amajiki, Nijiro Hato, Mirio Togata, Hitoshi Shinso, Class 1B, Class 1A, Shota Aizawa, Sekijiro Kan, Toshinori Yagi, Hisashi Yamada, Ainen Kuros, Ken Ishiyama, Namuri Kayama, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Higuri Maijima, Principal Nizu, Chio Shizenji, Lunch Rush, Ryo Inui. All wondering how and why the DVD that Eri found is about Izuku. I don't remember this, Izuku said. Is someone filming us? Nijiro Hato asked. I heard Izuku's voice narrating about someone named Zelda and making a wish that got him home, May said. I don't know a Zelda, Izuku said. Let's watch and see what's going on, Principal Nizu said, hitting the play button. A tall girl with long red hair, a unicorn horn on her forehead, horse ears, tail, large orange wings on her back and light fur coat covering her body suddenly teleported into the lunchroom. The girl looks like a model in both her body and her beauty. She wore a loose pair of blue pants with a checkered light blue pattern, a tuck-in purple shirt with green stripes, a red tie with white polka dots, a pair of black suspenders, and a pair of brown leather shoes. Her outfit showed off her very shapely body that looks more for an older woman. The sight of the girl caused the boys to stare, with Minoru drooling at the sight of her. The girls frowned both because of the reactions of the boys and how intimidated they are at the girl's beauty and figure. How old is she? Ainen asked out loud. The girl looked around and her eyes lit up upon seeing Izuku. He was lifted into the air as the girl used telekinesis on him and pulled him over to her, embracing him in a hug. Being much taller than Izuku, his face is buried between her huge chest, causing all the boys and girls in the school to stare at the scene. Eno fair, Minoru said, seeing Izuku on the screen suffering marshmallow hell. I don't remember that, Izuku said as some of the guys in the room shot him envious looks. While the girls glared at the girl on the screen for doing that to Izuku. You know her? Toshinori asked. No, I never seen her before, Izuku said as everyone looks at him. I finally found you, the girl said, hugging Izuku tightly to her chest. Sunset? Izuku gasped out, freeing his face from between her huge chest. You actually think I wouldn't come looking for you, Sunset said as she looks down at him. Mom and my aunt got me here. And now we can be together forever. Everyone is staring at Izuku. I don't know anyone by the name of Sunset, Izuku said, wondering why the girls all look miffed. Hey, a new voice called out. Walking into the lunchroom, Izuku saw Sunset's ladies-in-waiting and bodyguards, the Shadow Bolts. Indigo Zap leading the team made up of Sugarcoat, Sour Sweet, Lemon Zest and Sunny Flare. All of them tall and shapely thanks to their training, that are shown off by their gray uniforms that they wear. Along with the rest of the herd, Sunset added as her loyal ladies-in-waiting join her. Herd? Toru asked. Like a herd of animals? Pony asked. I don't know those girls either, Izuku said as everyone looks at him. All of you came? Izuku asked, looking at the friends he thought he would never see again. You got us to form a herd around you and we're not going to let you go that easy, Indigo Zap said. And you helped save our world and you just said goodbye before using that portal gun to go off to search for a way home, leaving us all behind. You're not getting off that easy, Sunset said. You got Ice Guy? A girl shouted out. You got Ice Guy? Tetsu asked, staring at Izuku. No, I didn't, Izuku said. And got a bunch of girls to fall for you? A boy asked, green with envy. I guess I did, Izuku said, looking at his friends in confusion. And you got a harem, Hanta grunted. All the girls glared at Izuku. I don't remember any of this, Izuku said. I think we would had all heard something about this, Hizashi pointed out. I'm Princess Sunset Shimmer of the Equestrian Kingdom and Izuku here is the stud for my herd, Sunset said, causing Izuku to blush and the rest of the students of the school to stare at him. Why couldn't it have been me? Minoru sobbed before he was hit by Tsuyu's tongue and Kyoka, you're Jack. What's a stud? Eri asked, causing everyone to look away from her questing face. Izuku, a blonde girl, shouted as she flies into him and hugs him. The girl has a blonde ponytail with a blue hairbow scrunchie and blue eyes. She wears a rainbow-colored mini dress, mostly blue with white trim, with matching gumboots, as well as white bike shorts. On her arms are 2 rainbow-colored gauntlets. Rainbow Bright, you found a way here? Izuku asked, surprised seeing another friend he thought that he would never see again. I don't know her either, Izuku said. Wow, she really themed her clothes to her name, Jiro said. Too bright, Fumikage said. Of course silly, you're my most special friend, Rainbow Bright said as she kisses him and pulls away. And the color kids are here as well. Behind her are the color kids, Red Butler, Lala Orange, Canary Yellow, Patty O Green, Buddy Blue, Indigo Doll, Shy Violet, Tickled Pink, and Stormy. All smiling seeing their friend, who helped them in their time of need before leaving to search for a way home. Took much time, but you're worth the effort to find you. Being the Sentinel of Light, Guardian of Light and Color, isn't something you can just walk away from, Stormy said. And more importantly, Stormy here was the one who wanted to find you the most, Lala Orange said, causing Stormy to blush. So are the other girls who don't have a boyfriend, Patty O Green adds, causing the other girls to blush. Sorry Izuku, but your fate was sealed when you got them to fall for you, Buddy Blue said. And they're going to be a handful, Red Butler adds. What's going on here? Sunset snaps, getting their attention. I'm with her, Yuka said, as did many others watching. And how did Izuku become a harem guy? Nairanjiki said, causing the girls to blush. Oh, you must be one of Izuku's friends here on Earth. I'm Rainbow Bright, Princess of Rainbow Land, and Izuku helped in saving our world by becoming the Sentinel of Light. And I'm going to marry him, Rainbow Bright said, blushing as she smiles. What? Sunset asked, shocked like everyone else. I don't remember any of this, Izuku said, at the center of attention. Yeah, I don't remember this, Katsuki said. Izuku. A new blonde shouted as she with butterfly wings on her back flew over and grabbed him and swung him around and hugs him, talking a mile a minute. She has fair skin, light blue eyes and long blonde hair that goes down to her knees. Her cheeks have rose-pink heart emblems on them. She's wearing a turquoise sleeveless dress with frilly light blue shoulders, purple belt, puffy white trim, and a picture of a narwhal on the bottom left side, blue and purple striped leggings, grayish plum boots with pink tips with faces on them and dark blue soles, a magenta headband, and a silver spiked bracelet on her left wrist. Hey, name's Kelly, a girl whose entire body is covered by her mint green hair. I'm Higgs, a girl with short red hair said, who is dressed as a knight said. Both girls ran over to Izuku and did their best to free Izuku from the blonde's hold of him. And the head of a unicorn came flying into view. Is that a flying unicorn head? Denki asked as everyone stared at the strange thing on screen. And I'm Flying Princess, Lilatia, Ponyhead, the flying unicorn head said. There's your answer, Yui said. Which is causing lots of people to freak out as she's just a head. Now let me inform you of what's going on. You see Izuku over there help us to save Muni, and left. And Star, as in Princess Star Butterfly of the Kingdom of Muni, was also sad seeing him go. So after lots of stuff, we finally found a way to come to him, to Earth, Ponyhead explains. Oh, Sunset and Rainbow Bright said. Also Star, Kelly, and Higgs are in love with him and they're willing to share him, Ponyhead said. What? The girls who were after Izuku all shouted. Have you no shame? Ibra asked Izuku. I didn't do any of that, Izuku said under the glares from the girls. Izuku was freed from Star's hold thanks to a lasso pulling him free. And into the arms of a beautiful, tan-skinned young woman with a slender-eyed athletic, hourglass figure, and classic length, wavily styled navy blue hair with lighter colored streaks. She also sport thick black brows and sky blue eyes, and her makeup consists of lightly placed blush on her cheeks, and fuchsia pink lipstick on her lips. Who is a superhero by the outfit she wears? Her superhero costume consists of a set of earrings similar to the ones she wears on her civilian attire, albeit larger in size, and an Alabama red corset that is decorated with gold in the upper part, along with golden shoulder pads placed on the straps and a large golden belt around her waist. She also wore a blue skirt with white stars all over it, and Alabama red knee-high boots with white stripes going down from the top, along with knee pads placed on them which sport the same design as her shoulder pads. She's also with 5 other girls all dressed as superheroes. A girl dressed as a bat, a girl dressed in green, one dressed as a stage magician, one dressed in blue and red, and one wearing B-theme armor. Wonder Woman, Batgirl, Green Lantern, Zatanna, Supergirl, Bumblebee? Izuku asked, looking around the familiar faces of the superheroines he met in that superhero world. And popping out from behind Wonder Woman is a female clown. Harley Quinn? Are those American heroes? Shirhai asked. Maybe, I haven't heard an accent like that since I was back home, Pony said. I don't know any American heroes, Izuku said. That's right, we're here. For you, Harley Quinn said and turns to Star and the other girls. Well, you were sure right about your world having tons of people with powers. Sorry girls, but the Wonder and the gals here all been wanting to get into Izuku pants since he left. They're from another world too? Toguru said. And are also after Izuku, Kinoko grumbled. Harley the superheroines all yelled at the clown and Wonder Woman putting Izuku down as she and the others all glared at Harley. What, that's why you gals are all here, Harley said. And why are you here, Harley? Izuku asked. Sloppy seconds, Harley Quinn said bluntly, causing everyone to turn red and several people, both guys and girls, getting noses bleeds. I take it back, she's a harlot, Ibra shouted out. While everyone else is stunned, even the adults, while Eri wonders what sloppy seconds is. The sound of marching feet got all of their attention as Egyptian space-themed women soldiers came marching into the lunchroom and them parting to reveal a slender girl of medium height, with very dark grayish-violet, and warm, hair that has horizontal golden streaks or highlights and olive tan skin. Her eyes are olive green as her overall color scheme is purple and gold. The defining trait that she is royalty is her golden crown in the shape of a tiara with an ibis in the center. She's wearing an Egyptian-style dress gown, which is a complex dress made with teal, cyan, golden yellow, white and semi-transparent sky blue materials. It is also shown coupled with bracelets, sandals, and a necklace made out of gold, red gemstones, and some green-colored material. Cleopatra? Izuku asked. Yes, Izuku, you my hero who saved the Nile Galaxy Empire. I came here to keep my promise, I would find you, and now that I have. I'm making you my husband, Cleopatra said, her face beaming with joy. What? The girls all shouted out again as more competition appeared. You had a space adventure? And saved a galaxy and didn't tell anyone? I could have come with you and be your Chewbacca, Jiro said to Izuku. No, I didn't, Izuku said, but wishes that he did had a space adventure. A portal opens up and out steps out a girl with classic length wavy blonde hair with bangs swept to the right and a medium-length hair strand resting on her left shoulder, fair skin, light blue eyes, freckles around her nose, and pale pink lips. Who has on a white strapless mini dress with a gold neckline with a pink heart outlined with a golden line and trim heart-shaped cut in the center, pink and white underlayers with gold trim, a floor-length sheer mesh below the hips from behind, white long handless gloves with gold lining and rose-pink thigh-high boots with dark pink thighs. Followed by 4 more girls behind her. Iris, Talia, Oriana, Carissa, Lina? Izuku asked, seeing them again. We came to find our songwriter. We were never the same without you, and we can't find anyone else that we love so dearly that we all agree to share you, Iris said, having practiced what she would say to Izuku who saved them all. This is getting ridiculous, one of the girl students said. I agree, Cozy, I said. What are you writing? Setsuna asked, seeing Izuku writing in his notebook. Writing down the names, Izuku said. Another portal opens up and a slightly fair-skinned girl with waist-length red-orange hair with a single small hair strand sticking up and large cyan eyes, with large fairy wings on her back, came through. She's wearing a light teal crop top that only covers her large bobas and shows off her slender figure and matching mini skirt and matching boots. Followed by 6 more girls with fairy wings, skimpy outfits with only one wearing a full skin tight bodysuit and techno wings. Bloom, Stella, Flora, Musa, Tekna, Aisha, Roxy, you found a portal to my dimension? Izuku asked. We did, we combined all of our resources to find the right Earth, Bloom said. Made easy thanks to you still having our magic on you, Tekna said. We did name you our knight and sharing our magic with you, making you our consort, Flora said. While the newer girls look on in shock, Sunset just holds her face in her hand. I feel you, Momo said as more she watch, more unbelievable it's getting. How many more are there? Kojiro asked. Izuku, a girl, cried out running into the room with 8 other women. Usagi? Izuku said, easily recognizing her by her hairstyle. Usagi has blue eyes and long blonde hair that she wears in Odango. She has porcelain skin and a slim figure. She and her group all wore matching outfits with different colors. The uniform she has on consists of a white chest-armored leotard with a blue sailor collar that has 3 white stripes on it, white gloves with 3 red arm fittings that reach just below her elbows, yellow 3-looped shoulder pads, a wavy blue skirt with a puffy white belt sat above it, along with a reddish-pink bow on the chest and at the back. She also sports a pair of reddish-pink short-heeled knee-high boots with a white border at the triangular top that has gold crescent moons, earrings consisting of gray studs with gold stars and crescent moons beneath, white-bordered red circular hairpieces, 1 on each odango, 2 white-winged hair clips in her hair, and a white choker with a gold crescent moon on it and a pendant that is similar to her transformation brooch attached to it. Her brooch is worn in the middle of her chest bow, and a gold tiara with a reddish-pink oval-shaped gem at its center. Ami, Rei, Makoto, Minako, Haruka, Michiru, Hataru, Izuku said, seeing all of the magic guardians of their home planets. Took me a while, but I finally figured out how to make a portal machine, using the data I scanned from your portal gun, Ami said. Wait, Sailor Moon? You went to the world of Sailor Moon and got the princesses to fall for you? Reiko said, remembering the old manga and anime. What's Sailor Moon? Hiryu asked. An old manga and anime series, even before my time. From what I remember, it's the series that kick-started the magical girl genre to become big, Chio said. Well, that's old school right there, Ryo said. Now you can marry the others and be strapped to the bed, Hataru said bluntly, who is the youngest. Causing everyone to stare at her. Hataru, Haruka said to her red-faced. But that's what you said you want to do when we find Izuku, Hataru said. Causing Haruka to turn red as she covers her face with her hands as everyone stares at her. Nemuri burst out laughing, causing others to join in. While causing others in the crowd to make sure to be careful at what they say around Eri so that won't happen to them. Loud barking caught everyone's attention as a German shepherd dog that is part robot with a glass dome showing off the brain, jumps into Izuku and licks his face. Taking everyone's attention off of Haruka. Roxy, Izuku shouted as he hugs and pets the cyborg dog. Puppy, Hataru said as she joins in on the petting. She's yours? You got a robot dog? Rikido asked as his eyes sparkled at the sight of a robot dog. No, that's a cyborg dog, see the brain case, Mei said as she's taking notes of the robot dog. She was my companion when I was in a post-apocalyptic world after a nuclear war happened. But I left her and the others with Ruby? Izuku asked, spotting a new figure walking into the lunchroom. Ruby is a slender girl who sports aquamarine skin, having dark blue shoulder-length tentacle hair protruding from the top of her head, the coloration transitioning into a cyan near the tips. She possesses vibrant turquoise eyes with white sclera and dark blue eyelashes, with her most distinctive physical attribute being her ears, which resemble pectoral fins. She's wearing a green turtleneck sweater, purple high-waisted jean short shorts, purple, dark gray, and white striped leggings, gray knitted socks, and dark purple boots with purplish blue laces. Izuku, Ruby said as she walks up to her friend and hopefully something more. She is followed by a spherical robot with a loudspeaker and electrical zapper on the front and several long antennas protruding from its top and back. And a small toy-sized robot with a TV screen for a face and moving by a single wheel. Muggy, Izuku asked, seeing his old robot companions. Ruby, how did you and the others get here? The robot made several beeping sounds which Izuku understood perfectly. As did Ami, Tekna, Bumblebee, and Shy Violet. As well as one student who has a quirk that lets him understand anything he hears. Anyone understands that? Mina asked. I think it's Morse code of some kind, Higuri said, trying to understand the beeping. Like the Dryads in Star Wars, Snipe said. Well, that's amazing. This Dr. Mobius was able to create a gateway with the limited technology of that world? Tekna said. She had a hard time using her world's advanced technology to find Izuku, and this doctor managed to do it with much lower level technology. He'd made another series of beeps. Captain Ironsides and the others wanted to fly the Constitution over the city to find you, but that would have been a problem. So I came with Justid, Roxy, Muggy, and Toe, Ruby said. Toe's here? Izuku remembering making Toe. Toe, a male robot who has a Mr. Handy body, sentry legs and robobrain arms. Is armored in hydraulic frame from top to bottom in a blue paint job. Left arm is a Protectron hand automatic laser, right is a Assaultron shock claw. Toe is designed for towing anything from vehicles to other large objects, with the shock claw for jump starting an engine. You have a robot crew and built your own robot? Mei asked, her eyes sparkling as she got in front of Izuku, her eyes sparking and had a mad look on her face. Down girl, Atsuka said as she grabs Mei and drags her back. I don't remember any of this, Izuku said. We rode on him while following Roxy, he's outside, Muggy said. I showed you around my world, now you can show me around yours and I can meet your mother, Ruby said as she pulls Izuku onto his feet. At least that girl isn't just declaring that she's going to marry Izuku, Tsuyu said. Izuku, there you are, a girl with long black hair done in a bun shouted as she walks into the room with two other girls and a large beast of some kind. She's wearing armor that is elaborately designed, colored primarily in black, with scarlet detailing and fine golden tracing. Worn over the chest, extends across the shoulders with sturdy pieces and down to the top of the stomach. A insignia is visible on the front directly beneath the neck area on the chest. Azula, Ty Lee, June, how did you get here? Izuku asked, seeing the three walking over to him. Travel through the spirit realm and used a magic tree with roots that reaches to other worlds to get here, Azula explains. And you still owe me, June said, patting Nyla, her pet Shirshu. She kept that scarf you gave her and is how we found you, Ty Lee teased, causing June to blush. Anyways, I came to claim you, Azula said. Claim me? Izuku asked. Yes, as my consort, Azula said. You gave her that dress and that necklace and she said loves it at the party, Ty Lee said. Which is part of an engagement ceremony where doing so in public means that she has accepted you, June said. And you left by then, Azula, feeling both rage at him and herself for not wearing it at his going away party. So she must have thought that she caused you to leave heartbroken, Ochako said as she and the other girls suddenly thought of them doing that where they cause Izuku to leave heartbroken. That's so heartbreaking, Mizo said. She had thought that the gifts was from her mom, Ty Lee said. Took time to track down the tailor who made the dress and who placed the order, Azula said. You could have put a note saying it was from you. I wanted to surprise you, and when I saw you not wearing it before I left, I just thought you didn't like it. I didn't know about it being part of an engagement thing, Izuku said. You didn't know, Azula said, feeling the rug pulled out from under her. All this time she thought that she had broken his heart when she didn't wear it and gave him no reason to stay. Well, that is a plot line to a romance story, if I ever heard one, Mashireo said. My mom likes those stories, Koji said. The wall of the lunchroom broke apart as a tall and large-muscled man with bluish hair, light skin, dark eyes burst through. He used a massive war hammer that has crystals on the head of the hammer. And right behind him an army of soldiers and strange-looking war machines in the air. Snipe? Izuku shouted out. Oh, got the right school, the man named Snipe said. A flying machine lands and a girl gets off. She wears a hood which uncurls into a mane, a cloak over black armor, and held a staff with a crystal on it. She has shoulder-length purple hair and eyes. Everything about her spoke of her being a villain, and she knows it. Izuku, you thought you could escape from me, the girl said. Lark, Izuku said, remembering how she had disguised she put on to get more information from him. It's Master Cyclones, the girl said. Is she a friend? Ruby asked Izuku. She did keep me prisoner as she wanted me to reveal what I knew of the portal gun. even disguising herself as another prisoner named Lark to get close to me to learn about it. And she does see me as a friend, Izuku said. So why is she so hostile to you? Ruby asked. I accidentally teleported in her private bathroom, while she was using it, Izuku said, causing everyone to stare at him, as that's not a good thing. Everyone stares at Izuku, who blush. I never entered the bathroom of anyone while they were using it, Izuku said. But she didn't mind it, she was more interested in the portal gun. Which you stole, after I was so kind as to make you my personal servant, Master Cyclone said, growling as he just told everyone how they first met. If you had done that to me I would have cut yours off, a redhead on a flying machine said. Yeah, Ravis would do that, Snipe said, causing the guys to shiver at that thought. But I should thank you for stealing it back and getting away. It forced me to work harder to figure out how to make my own portal fluid and open so many possibilities to me, using the ideas that you gave me. Instead of wasting time to conquer a world, why not strip an empty world instead, where all life is gone but the ruins remain? Advanced technologies and resources all just there for the taking and no one alive to stop us. Cyclonia is now much more powerful. I rebuilt everything using the technologies and resources we plundered. And now we're much more powerful than ever before. The other countries have agreed to bend the knee as their economies were destroyed by mine. All thanks to you, Izuku, Master Cyclone said. Everyone looked at Izuku. You should never give advice to a villain, Shoto said as he and everyone else stared at Izuku. The kingdom expands because of the lack of resources it has. If they are able to go to worlds that is empty, they could just take what they need without having to attack anyone. Why attack when there's no need to? And while her people do fear her, they don't hate her, as all she does is to keep her people safe and taken care of, Izuku said. I'm the princess of the Cyclonia Empire, not a warlord who burns and pillage without thinking of what happens later. Keeping the people safe and having a nice standard of life keeps them happy with how things are run, Master Cyclone said. You really gave her the determination and focus to find you, Dark Ace said. Yeah, heard her screaming that she would find you no matter what and make you her pet, Snipe said. No, she said husband, Ravis said. What's the difference? Snipe asked, and Master Cyclones, who didn't even look at him as she blasted him with a bolt from her staff, sending him flying backwards, and sob ing in pain on the floor when he came to a stop. He had that coming, Yosetsu said. Oh, I get it, you're an evil princess and it's Sundara. I know from experience, Usagi said, hitting her hand into her open palm. How would you know that? Ray asked, which caused all the scouts to stare at her. Hey! Izuku, a new voice called out, getting everyone's attention. Adora, Izuku called out, recognizing the voice. Okay, that's 12 worlds with girls who are in love with him, by my count, Sin said. How many more worlds? Nito asked. I don't know, I don't remember any of this, Izuku said. Running into the lunchroom, the girl, Adora, is a tall, pale tan-skinned teenage girl with a slender and athletic physique. She has blue-gray eyes, dark brown narrow eyebrows, and thick lashes. Her most distinctive feature is her long dark blonde hair, usually kept in a high ponytail with a dark gray hair tie, and a poof in the front. Adora wears a red, quarter-length sleeved jacket with a popped pale beige collar. Under her jacket, she wears a white turtleneck with pointed cuffs, small red stripes on the sleeves and light gray accents. She also dons a set of plain gray leggings and calf-length red boots with white accents, complementing the color scheme of her jacket and turtleneck. Adora completes the look with a dark greenish-brown belt with a golden wing buckle. Behind her is a group following her lead, and a unicorn with colored wings. Glimmer, Bow, Perfuma, Mermista, Frosta, Catra, Scorpia, Entrapta, Izuku called out before he was tackled and was treated to a group hug. We all thought you died, Adora sobs as she holds Izuku. The others of her party are also sobbing upon being reunited with the friend who they all thought was lost. They thought you died? Tetsu asked. No wonder they're so emotional, Cozy Eye adds. If it wasn't for Madame Raz calling me and Adora by other names and talking like you were still around, we would never had known, Catra sobs as she clings on tight to Izuku. What's going on? Master Cyclones shouted out, confused as everyone else. Oh, let me explain, the Alicorn horse said. You can talk? Master Cyclones asked, surprised. Name is Swift Wind and I'm a magical horse. Izuku, their defeated horde, primed the leader of the intergalactic horde empire on his flagship, which blew up. We all thought that Izuku died on board the ship, but it turns out that portal gun that he said was out of that green juice had enough left to send him home. Madame Raz is able to see and interact with the past, present and future all at the same time, so she gets confused a lot. But she started calling some of the girls different names and talking about their father Izuku, made everyone realize that he was still alive and he would have kids with the girls, Swiftwing explains. What a loud cry echoed out. This Madame Raz can see the past, present, and future all at the same time? That's amazing, Sekijiro said. No wonder she's confused, Ken said. I heard of someone who could see future events but couldn't control it and went crazy as they could see what food would become later and starved to death, Ectoplasm said. I can see that happening, Shota said. And what of people seeing children that haven't been born yet? Momo asked. That happens, Toshinori said. Remember that happening with Night Eye? I don't remember any of this, Izuku said, sweating under the glares of the girls. A pillar of light appeared and several Amazons came out of it, dark-skinned and having red hair, wearing tight tops and large white pants, all carrying some kind of weapon. Then a slender and light-skinned dark blonde elf girl stepped out. Wearing a royal-looking blue and white robes that is both simple but elegant at the same time. She looked around and spotted Izuku in a group hug. Zelda? Izuku asked, seeing her. Found a way to open a gateway to your world, Zelda said, walking up to him as he freed himself from who she assumed to be his friends. And I couldn't just let her go alone, the leader of the Amazon women said. Good to see you, Nora. But why? Izuku asked, which Zelda just hugs him. Because I love you. I made the wish to return you home because I love you enough to let you go back home. But afterwards, Mother and the other sages worked together and Mother made a wish of her own, to open a gateway to you, Zelda said, as she had wished for this to happen ever since she let him go. Alright, is there anyone else going to show up and proclaim their love for Izuku? Sunset shouted out as she had enough of girls just showing up proclaiming their love of Izuku. Yeah, I agree. That is touching, but there is such a thing as overdoing it, Lunch Rush said. Hey Izuku, why is that girl hugging you? Katsuki shouted out, entering the room, causing everyone to look at him with weird looks or shock faces. Oh, now it gotten interesting, Ponyhead said, smiling. Everyone turns to Katsuki, whose face turns red. No, he said. What's going on here? Katsuki asked, looking at the gap in the wall and so many strangers. Where have you been for the last 10 minutes? A girl classmate asked. Bathroom, Katsuki said, making the girls relieved that Izuku isn't gay. Which would explain lots of things. Izuku been ice guy to many different worlds before coming back, and now a bunch of the friends he made all came with a couple being in love with him, the girl said. What ugly, fat, zit-faced girl would want a quirkless loser like him? Katsuki asked. The girl got a fearful look and sidestepped away from him, as did everyone else close by. Katsuki sweated as just about all the new girls have dark auras around them or glaring at him. All the girls gave Katsuki a flat stare. I never done that, Katsuki said. And yet we all can see that happening, Mina said. Just about all the girls here, Ponyhead said. You're in so much of a beat down, but we're heroes, Batgirl growled. But I'm not that good, Harley said before pointing to Master Cyclones. And she's an evil princess who can fire beams of energy from that staff of hers. Blast him. With pleasure, Master Cyclones said as she blasted Katsuki and sent him flying through the lunchroom entrance and down the hall. You had that coming, Jiro said. Hey, Katsuki said. Life lesson 1, boys, never insult a room of women like that, Namiri said, with the women in the room nodding. But, I don't remember that, Katsuki said. That's our old school and that never happened there, Izuku said. Lark, Izuku shouted out. That didn't kill him, Master Cyclones said. Izuku, are these the friends that you told me about? Zelda asked, looking around. Yes, they are, Izuku said. And they're all in love with you? Zelda asked, her eyes narrowing like the other girls around him. We're getting to the part where the harem guy gets pummeled by the enraged girls, Rikido said. Alright, Katsuki said. Maybe you were so beaten that you block that memory away, Minoru suggested. The lasso of truth compels you to tell us why you got us all to fall for you. Wonder Woman asked as she wraps the magic rope around Izuku's arm. I didn't know you girls fell for me. I just thought we are just good friends, Izuku said. All the girls stared at him. What? The kids asked and turned to Izuku. Even when we shared the hot spring together or how I treated you to a dance, naked? Cleopatra asked, causing the girls to glare at her. I thought it was a cultural thing. I read that in ancient Egypt dancers would be naked, Izuku said. How I was okay with you sharing my room and bathroom? Star asked. The kisses? Bloom asked. Me sleeping on the same bed together and holding you tightly? Rainbow Bright asked. Me singing all those love songs to you? Iris asked. Bringing you meals I made myself? Usagi asked. I thought all of you were just being nice to me, Izuku said, causing everyone to stare at him. You never hanged out with girls but for your mother, have you? Sunset asked, giving him a flat stare. Yes, Izuku said. Okay, you're not a playboy type harem guy, you're the completely clueless dense idiot type, Anan said bluntly. Izuku just blushed as the girls all stared at him with a slow realization. Izuku wouldn't know that they like him unless they're completely blunt to him. How can someone as clueless as you get so many girls to fall for you? Dark Ace asked, slapping his forehead. I'm fixing that once we're back home, Master Cyclone said as she used her staff and trapped Izuku in its beam of energy and pulled him away from Zelda. Oh no you don't, Stormy said as she fires a bolt of lightning at Master Cyclone, who was unaffected by it thanks to a force field. Ruby arms stretched out and wraps them around Izuku and pulls him free from the energy that held him. Attack, Master Cyclone shouted, sending her soldiers into attack and started a free-for-all as everyone was after the same thing. Izuku, who somehow gotten 13 princesses and their friends to fall for him. You have no memory of any of this? Nizu asked Izuku. No, I have no memory of any of that or those girls, Izuku said. Me neither, Katsuki said. There's the next episode, Eri said, hitting play. The police had been getting strange calls all day. A girl with a mutation quirk riding a robot, 3 girls stepping out of a portal with a floating unicorn head. A bunch of kids traveling by a rainbow. An aircraft landing in the field of the high school the war machines are gathered at. The call centers were all ringing off the hooks as calls came in about a villain attack on a school. A police car made it to the school first and called in that the school is being attacked by an army on flying war machines. She called for all available heroes to get to the school, she's under fire from the war machines. Gunhead arrived first and used his Gatling gun arms to lay down some covering fire, which the flying machines have force fields, allowing the police to get close to the school, which a rainbow-like beam blasted out from the roof of the school. Getting close, they could see a full-scale battle is going on as different groups are fighting each other, with students and staff fleeing from the fighting. Other heroes arrived and were also greeted by the sight of the free-for-all. While they're really tearing up the school, Jiro said. The harem fighting each other is an all too common thing that happens, Toru said. But that didn't happen, the school was never destroyed, Izuku said. And there would be a report of that, Toshinori said. Death Arms, a huge man with super strength. Ingenium, has a quirk that allows him to move fast. Rock Lock, his quirk is Lockdown. It allows him to secure objects into a point of space, freezing them. Snatch, his quirk allows him to transform his upper body into sand. My brother, Tenya said, seeing his brother not crippled. Okay, who do we fight? Rock Lock asked, seeing how some of the fighters are dressed in costumes like them. Well, the ones in the flying war machines are attacking us, Gunhead said, firing at the flying machines. And they have force fields. A flying blonde girl dressed in red and blue flew into the air and began smashing the flying machines as her punches broke the force field and the machines, sending the people flying them falling. They were caught by a girl in green who used green hard light constructions to grab them and place them in a box. Supergirl seems to have super strength and the ability to fly. Green Lantern is able to create hard light construction, using that ring she's wearing. Support item? Izuku said, writing down the powers he sees in his notebook. Having a flyer is always helpful, Vlad said. It would make things easier, Momo said. I'm still working on that, Achiko said. Okay, we just have to hit them hard, Death Arms said, ready to fight when a blue-skinned girl with her arms wrapped around a green-haired boy came out of the school, riding on a robot on 3 legs with treads, came racing out. A flying robot followed with a small toy robot clinging onto it. The robot on the ground raced past the heroes, with the flying robot following. I'll go after them, Ingenium said, racing after the speeding robots. Suddenly bursting out of the damaged school, a girl in purple riding one of the flying war machines came flying out and leading the rest of the flying war machines after the speeding robot. Followed by a girl riding a horse with a rainbow mane, racing on a rainbow. A girl riding a winged unicorn came next, a whole bunch of people riding on green machines, that either flew using what looks like fans, or wheeled vehicles. Followed by the rest of the people who were fighting, like the ones in Egyptian-style clothes and vehicles. The heroes and cops had to move out of the stampede of bodies came racing out and after the two robots and the boy and girl riding the big one. And there's the standard chase where all the girls run after the guy, Denki said. Where they destroy the city, May said. That's figures, Snipe said. Elsewhere. Ruby looked behind her as a mob are racing after Toe. She tightened her grip on Izuku trying to save him from that madness behind them. She remembered the 2 months they shared together after he and the USS Constitution came flying to her port hometown. How she and Izuku became friends and how he and his robot crew helped save her from that mermaid who pretended to be her friend. And how he left by himself leaving the doctor who was just a brain in a jar and his core behind as his portal gun just couldn't bring all of them with him. I thought those friends of yours were nice, Ruby said. They are just not when they get work up like this, Izuku said. What's going on? Ingenium shouted as he caught up with the speeding robot and is clinging to the side to be able to talk to the two riding on it. It's a harem situation, and the girls are all after Izuku here. And the one with the flying war machines in purple is an evil princess, Ruby said to Ingenium. You got to be kidding me, Ingenium said looking back and being reminded of that old Ranma series where a big chase happened in that movie. I know Lark and the only reason why her soldiers' weapons aren't lethal is because she doesn't want to risk me being hit in the crossfire. She's more than willing to kill as many people as it will take to get me, Izuku said. So why did you get her to fall for you? Ruby asked. I thought all she needed was a friend. She's a lonely girl who lacks a friend, and her parents raised her to be ruthless and evil. I thought if I taught her how to be pragmatic and how she would do things, I could get her to start the path of future rulers being less evil, Izuku said. Izuku, don't you watch shows or read mangas where the evil princess falls for the first guy who treats her like a person and not as a princess? Ruby asked. That happens a lot in stories, Kanoko said. Where the guy gets the evil villainess to fall for him, Yui said. Who is completely clueless to the fact, Itsuka adds, causing all the girls to glance at Izuku who sweated. Not really, Izuku said. Why are you so dense? Ruby asked, wondering why she had to fall for a guy who is so dense to love. And suddenly thought of something. Besides them, are there anyone else that's going to show up to claim you as their husband? I don't think so, Izuku said. I'm going with there are more, just that they have no way of opening a portal to another universe, Ruby said. That sounds about right. If this is a harem thing, that would happen, Ingenium said. Here you go, Namiri said, handing Izuku a piece of paper with the grade of F under the subject of love. F in love? Izuku asked. I'm grading you on romance and you're failing, badly, Namiri said with all the girls nodding in agreement. A net was fired from one of the flying war machines, but Toe used his hand laser to blast it before it hit. Followed by more blasts as Toe blasted more nets out of the sky using 2 of his eye stalks to look backwards while the middle eye stalk kept its eye on the road. They are gaining, Toe said. Izuku, what do we do? You're the one who comes up with the plans, Muggy said, still on-eyed. I don't know, Izuku said, trying to think of something. Isn't there anyone who can talk them down, like their parents? Ingenium asked. That's it, Ruby, you can contact Dr. Mobius. No wait, it's already hard enough for him to open a portal to my dimension, yet alone contacting the dimensions where the others came from. Wait, I know, Discord, MXYZPTLK, where are you two? Izuku shouted out. A mismatched creature made out of different parts appeared, along with a small old man with a purple bowler hat. You called Loverboy? MXYZPTLK asked in a voice that sounds like an actor from years back. We were having a chat watching this harem situation you found yourself in. Couldn't have done better if I did it myself, Discord said. Who are those two? Eri asked, pointing at the screen that suddenly phased. Both Discord and MXYZPTLK turned their attention to the My Hero cast who have been watching them, shocking them all. We're fourth wall-breaking higher-level beings who have the power to see and hear all dimensions. Who can interact with lower-level beings like yourselves whenever we want, MXYZPTLK said. Basically, we're cartoon characters who are completely self-aware that we're in a show and can talk and interact with you, the audience. Where you think the DVD came from? Discord asked. What's going on? Ectoplasm asked as he and the others all wondering what's happening. You all are dealing with two reality warping beings from a higher level dimension. Like you being in charge of a cartoon series that are alive and you control what happens to them, like in old cartoons where the one doing the drawing is God to the characters in the show, MXYZPTLK said. And you two can interact with us? Nizu asked, who suddenly finds himself in a pink dress with a pink tutu. Yup, Discord said, smirking. Nice look. Namiri giggles only to find herself in a pink filly dress with lots of ribbons, a big bow tie around her waist and one on her head. You two are pretty. Eri giggles and finds herself in a pretty pink dress as well. The others all shut their traps as they didn't want to be wearing a pink dress like those three. Sure, Eri looks cute, but for the others. Not one word, Namiri growls. Same, Nizu said, trying to pull the tutu off. Why are you two doing this? Izuku asked. For fun, both chaos beings said. In fact, Discord said as the room suddenly transformed into a theater and other heroes and the students' parents are also there as well. Dad? Izuku asked, seeing his dad for the first time in years. Izuku, Inko? His Ash asked, looking around wondering how he got here. What happened? And why are you in a tutu? Night, I asked, looking around before spotting Nizu. Two magically genies did this, Eri said, pointing to the screen, and got all the newcomers' attention. That's right, and here's what happened, MXYZPTLK said as he downloads what happened in all of the newcomers' minds. A world where Izuku was ice-guide to different worlds, and now 13 princesses and other girls who are in love with him are all after him. Inko asked. That figures, Mitsuki said. What? Katsuki asked, looking at his mom. I just can't see you being a harem guy, Katsuki said. Sorry son, but you're just not the type, Masaru said. Katsuki look around the room and all the girls all shake their heads. This is interesting, but I was working on some paperwork, MT Lady said. Don't worry, time in this theater is frozen so that when it's all over, no time at all has passed outside, Discord said. I'm too invested to stop now, Melissa Shield said, wanting to see what's going to happen. Hit it, Discord shouted to MXYZPTLK, who started up the film. The girls are out of control, go and tell their moms, Izuku said. And ruin the show? MXYZPTLK asked. We haven't even gotten to the part where they destroy the city as they fight over you, Discord said. Which is why we need to stop them, Ingenium said. Who's he? Discord asked. A local hero, Izuku said. Oh yeah, MXYZPTLK said, pulling out a guidebook of the characters of My Hero, out of nowhere. So hard to keep up with who is who, with such a big crossover, let alone a background character. Hey, Ingenium said. Oh please, like you're going to appear more than a background character after this, Discord said, waving him off. My Hero? Izuku asked Discord. It's the name of your multiverse, which in some universes is a manga and an anime, Discord said. Does that mean your world is also a show in some realities? David Shield asked, who read and watched shows with that plot line. My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, Generation 4, Discord said, making the title, and a screenshot appeared. Wow, Eri said, seeing the cute ponies. EDE suddenly made loud beeps that caused both Chaos Lords to pay the robot their attention. Good point, Zipplik said, looking to Discord. Got us there. Lead them back to the school, Discord said, and poof away with the imp. Since when EDE got so convincing? Izuku asked. All of the robots got some upgrades since they've been in my world, Ruby said. Good, and tell the other heroes about the plan, Izuku said to Ingenium. Right, Ingenium said, letting go, and without his added weight Toe went much faster, leading the mob close behind. Following Izuku's directions, Toe went around and headed back to the school with everyone following behind. But Master Cyclones flying above had already realized what Izuku was doing, and while her soldiers kept up the chase, she called for backup. As the mob reached the school that they just came from, Master Cyclones was waiting for them. Portals open up in the air and on the ground as 30-foot-tall purple robots flew out of them. They landed around the school and the chase stopped as the people stare at the giant robots. More portals open and a fleet of warships came out them, and the city was treated to a scene right out of a science fiction film or show. She has giant robots? May asked, her eyes wide seeing them. No giant robots, Power Loader said as he has a hard enough time keeping her away from the giant zero-pointers. Sentinels made in a world where powerless humans fearing those with powers they call mutants created giant killer robots. Where they kill off all humans as humans are mutants, but the ones who made the robots couldn't see that till after they were being killed by their robots. Master Cyclones to the crowd. Lark, I know about the Sentinels and you brought them here? Izuku shouted. Just surrender yourself to me, Izuku. I got these in a world that has a powerful EMP waves coming from the center, causing all electric-powered technology to fail. So I helped myself to the now powerless war machines there, thanks to my technology powered by energy crystals instead. I fix them up so that they don't go on a rampage anymore and follow commands like a good robot should. But they still have the firepower to kill superpowered people, if I give the go-ahead. I know that much of the population of this world have powers, and if I unleash them, they will kill anyone with a power or a quirk as it's called here. And the robots are designed to reconfigure their bodies and weapons to handle any kind of power used on them. So as I said before, give up and no one will have to die. And I have a fleet of warships on standby, Master Cyclones said. Giant robots designed to handle any kind of power? All Might said, wondering how he would fare against those robots. You wouldn't fare that well. In the worlds where the Sentinels were built, you never survive long, none of you ever do, Discord said, causing everyone in the room feeling dread. I'm giving up, Izuku said, getting off tow and heading towards Master Cyclones. Good, and I'm making sure you're not going to be running away again, Master Cyclones said as the flying machine she's on lowers down to the ground. The giant robots all suddenly add as they were all crushed like a soda can. And I have the power to move planets and stars with my mind, Sunset said, staring at Master Cyclones. She has the power to move planets and stars with her mind? Izuku asked Discord. Yes, something she gotten from her mother. Her mother and her sister move the star and moon of their solar system, as their world is the center of that system. And that's not even going into their magic. Sunset is the most powerful of all the princesses by her abilities alone. Seeing how no matter how powerful a sentinel is, telekinesis that can move a star around, can't be adjusted for, not with that technology used to build them, MXYZPTLK explains. And you're not the only one who is a part of the ruling family of an empire, Cleopatra said as portals open up and Egyptian-style warships appeared in the sky. She's a princess of a spacefaring empire? Master Cyclones asked Izuku. She's the princess of the Nile Galaxy Empire, which rules much of the galaxy it's in, Izuku said. And Cleopatra is the most powerful overall as well. She doesn't have the power of Sunset, she is still the princess of a galaxy-spanning empire. And can easily have a fleet of warships to play dodge the deadly lasers fired from space down on a planet, Discord said, making everyone realize how outclassed their planet is compared to that. 1. That explains things, Master Cyclones said, seeing how her fleet is outnumbered. All Cyclonia forces stand down, a voice called out on all channels. Mom? Master Cyclones asked, hearing her voice. All Nile forces stand down as well, another voice called out on open channel. That's my mom, Cleopatra said. I contacted your moms, Izuku said, causing the two royal princesses to glare at him. It's the only way to stop this. That always ends a party, Gran Torino said, remembering how his mother ended a party he was throwing when she returned home. And they're only princesses, All Might pointed out. How? Sunset asked. Discord and MXYZPTLK, Izuku answered. Ha, you got your moms called on you, Star laughed and died as a hand grabbed her wand out of her hand and she saw who it is. They're not the only ones, Moon Butterfly said, dressed in her royal dress and has her tall beehive-like hairstyle. Hi Mom, Kelly said meekly as her much larger mom stepped out of the portal, who is the size of a building which her family uses her hair as a home. Which her smaller dad stepped out of the hair of his wife. That's giant as her mom? Koji asked. Maybe it's normal for her race, the females are big while the males are small, Izuku said, writing it down. The scene is repeated as the parents of the girls and friends of said girls all appeared. Getting their children under control, more heroes also appeared and were informed of what's going on. The queens of the lead girls pulling their daughters over to Izuku to sort things out. Sunset Shimmer stood with her mother Celestia, the ruler of Equestria. A towering figure standing at over 9 feet tall and has very voluptuous body, that the white dress she's wearing doesn't hide very well. That's her mom Ochako gasped out, seeing the mother of Sunset. Yes, that Queen Celestia who is the mother of Sunset, who is only 15, Discord said. She's 15, Momo said, having thought that Sunset was older, but she's only a year older than her. She and the other girls felt their self-esteem being crushed, seeing how outmatched they are compared to Sunset. That explains why she looks like that, Mrs. Yaoyorozu said, feeling very intimidated by the sight of Celestia like all the other older women. She's also over 1,000 years old, Discord said, rubbing salt and lemon to the wound. She's over 1,000? Hyoka asked. Yup, said she. And when you are all old like Recovery Girl, she will still be looking as she does now. Discord laughed, seeing the reaction of the women in the room. Rainbow Bright, with her mother Queen Rainbow of Rainbow Land, who is a more mature version of her daughter who has her hair long. Star Butterfly, and Queen Moon of Muni. Wonder Woman with her much larger mother Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons of Themyscira, who towers over her daughter and is the second tallest mother. Cleopatra, with her mother Pharaoh Yosira, dressed in her royal robes and held the royal staff. Iris, with her mother Queen Helia of Ephedia, who towers over her daughter but is only the third tallest. Bloom, with her mother Queen Marion of Domino, who unlike her daughter is wearing a dress that covers her mature body. Adora, with her mother Queen Marlena Glen of Eternia, wearing her normal green dress and tiara. Master Cyclones, with her mother Queen Torrent of Cyclonia, who is wearing a dark purple robe that completely covers her mature form. Azula, with her mother Queen Ursa of the Fire Nation, dressed in robes of the royal colors of the royal family. Usagi, with her mother Queen Serenity of the Moon Kingdom, who looks like her daughter but her hair is silver and wearing a silver dress. Ruby Gilman, with her mom Agatha Gilman of the Kraken Kingdom, who like her daughter is wearing more normal clothes than royal-looking clothing. Zelda, with her mother Zelda of the Kingdom of Hyrule, who is a more mature-looking version of the younger one. While they're all out, we'll expect for Ruby's mom. I guess they are cute, Minoru said, and got hit by an ear jack and a tongue. I can't believe you called her, Master Cyclones growls at Izuku. It's the only way to stop things from getting more out of hand, Izuku said. He's right, I'm disappointed in your actions. You should have just grabbed him from the start and not waste any time. Gloat after you have him all to yourself and chain up, Queen Torrent said, causing the other mothers to look at her. She's an evil princess, Bloom said. And has much to learn still, Torrent said. Izuku, what's going on here? Inko Midoriya asked, having been teleported to the school by that strange little man with the purple hat. Oh, I got this, Ponyhead said, flying over. You see, Izuku here got isekai'ed to different dimensions thanks to him finding a portal gun on his way to school one day. And while he was traveling he managed to get all of these princesses and some of their friends to fall for him. And now he has a harem of girls who have managed to come to this world for him. Man, I need to get some popcorn for all of this drama. Izuku, you romanced all of these girls? Inko asked. No, that's the best part, he's so dense when it comes to girls, he had no idea that they were all falling for him. He's the completely clueless guy in romance fiction that has no idea that the girl or girls are in love with him till they literally shove it into his face, Ponyhead laughs. You're not like that, right, Izuku? Hisashi asked. I don't think so, Izuku said as everyone all looked at him. The mothers were shocked at the news that Izuku had no idea that he was romancing their daughters. Hippolyta grabs the lasso of truth and wraps it around Izuku. The lasso of truth will force you to only speak the truth. Did you know you were romancing my daughter, or that by defeating her in battle and giving her back her weapon in the tournament is part of the Amazon engagement ceremony? Hippolyta asked. I had no idea and thought I was just being nice and we're just good friends, Izuku said, making Hippolyta's eyes widen. Well, that's true, Izuku couldn't have known that, Inko said. Cleopatra performing a dance in the nude for you? Yosira asked, causing Cleopatra to blush. I thought it was a culture thing, Izuku said, which Yosira gave him a look of disbelief. A girl dancing naked just for you is never just a culture thing, Hisashi said, shaking his head. You get an F, Midnight said, still grading Izuku in love. What? Inko asked. I'm grading your son in love and he's failing horribly, Midnight explains. Sadly, I agree, Inko sighed. Sunset letting you stay in her room and her bed? Even after I learned about you? Celestia asked. As with Star, Moon said. Same here, Queen Rainbow adds. Being a good friend, Izuku said, causing the three mothers to stare at him with a twitch in their eyes. Midnight said. All of those love songs? Helia asked. Thought we were just making love songs, Izuku said, causing Helia to slap her forehead. Fair point, dumb but still a fair point, Midnight said. Bloom and her friends always kissing you? Marion asked. A cultural greeting, Izuku said, causing Marion and the other Winx Club mothers all to shake their heads. Unless it's France, then no, Midnight said. Spending those nights outside staring at the sky, holding hands? Marlena asked. Spending time together before the big battle, Izuku said, causing Marlena to rub the bridge of her nose. Did Izuku take after his dad? Midnight asked. Kind of, Inko said, causing his ash to cover his face with his hand. Making you all of those sandwiches for your meals? Serenity asked. I thought she felt guilty for that disgusting meal she gave me when she tried to cook for me and switched to sandwiches as it's the only thing she couldn't ruin. As she just can't cook, Izuku said, causing Serenity to look at a blushing Usagi and sighed, nodding in agreement along with the other princesses and queens of her court. Okay, that's a pass as she can't cook, Midnight said. You didn't know that gifting a dress and jewelry to a girl who, if she proclaims to love it, is how men ask for the woman's hand in marriage? Ursa asked, remembering how Azula, after learning who gave her the gifts, fell into depression and clung to her, crying as she broke Izuku's heart and caused him to leave. No, I thought I was just being a good friend, Izuku said. Causing Ursa to hug Azula close to her and whisper to her in a soft voice that it wasn't her fault he left. Okay, another pass as that's something you have to be told to know, Midnight said. Cyclone's never ordering your death or anything for you appearing in her bathroom while she was using it? Torrent asked, causing Cyclones to blush and growl. I thought she understood it was just an accident, Izuku said. How she made you her personal servant and didn't minded you being with her even when she was underdressed or naked. Having a seat at our meals, you sleeping in her room. Or making you wash her? Torrent asked again. My duties as her servant, Izuku said, causing everyone to just stare at him. There has to be something lower than a triple F-. Z, Midnight said as she writes Z over and over again on a piece of paper. Everyone else is giving Izuku strange looks. Izuku, please don't be like the Izuku on screen, Inko said, completely embarrassed. Gee, compared to all that, what you and Rudy did together is more slow romance as friends grow into something more. But there is you two swimming in the pool of blissful matrimony, Agatha said. We thought it was just a heated pool, Izuku said. Yeah, Mom, remember I told you and Grandma after she thought we wanted to be engaged with each other, Ruby said. Zelda giving up her only wish to send you back home after the portal gun wouldn't work anymore? Queen Zelda asked. I thought she was being a good friend, and as thanks for me sharing all the technology and knowledge I had picked up along the way, Izuku said. The mothers all look at each other and turn to Inko. Your son has never really talked to girls his own age, has he? Celestia asked. Yes, Inko said, shaking her head as one she's proud of her son bonding with so many girls, and embarrassment at the fact he's completely clueless about them falling for him. Any girl here who wants to date Izuku, you need to be completely clear about it and blunt. I'm not going to be dealing with that, Midnight said. By the way, why are you dressed like that? Hawk asked, looking at the pink dress she's wearing. Don't ask, Midnight said. Reminds me of how Freddy was completely clueless about me being in love with him, Kelly's mom said. Really? How did you get to Dad? Kelly asked. Simple, I punch him asking him why I'm mad at him, after doing so many nice things for him. He finally answered correctly and we got married shortly afterwards. It's the reason why our wedding photo has your dad in the hospital in a full body case, Kelly's mom said. I was so dense back then. But thanks to Jenny, I learned from my mistake and we've been happy ever since, Freddy said. Well, I know that now, Izuku said as he doesn't like the looks the girls are giving him. Girls, you get a free pass if that's what it takes to get through to Izuku, Midnight said. Is that necessary? Izuku asked. If after doing all those nice things and telling how much they like you, that it takes breaking your face just to get it through your head that they like you, sure, Midnight said. Son, if something like that happens where a girl does lots of things for you, you better ask and save yourself lots of trouble, his Ash said, and the other fathers all nodded in agreement as there's not getting it and then being completely clueless. You better, Star said as she pounded her fist into her palm. How did this all started? Inko asked at a loss of what happened. We can handle this, Discord said as he appears with MXYZPTLK. Oh, it's you, Hippolyta said frowning at the imp. Been a while, O king of the Manazons, MXYZPTLK greeted her. What? Wonder Woman asked looking at her mother. I once turned her and all the other women on the island into men, Mzipplelik said. Oh really maybe a new gender flip is in order, where Izuku is chased by a horde of boys who all want to marry her, Discord said. Discord, Celestia said glaring at the spirit of chaos. Oh don't worry it wouldn't be a permanent thing, just a few days or maybe a nick. Discord was cut off as Torrent blasted him using her own staff of power like the one her daughter has, turning Discord into ash and blew away in the wind. Thank you, Celestia said to the evil queen. It was my pleasure, Torrent said. Now that hurt, the voice of Discord said as he reforms. Come on we need to move the story along, Mzipplelik said looking out at nothing to the people around them. Right, Discord said winking in the same direction. The ruined school is rebuilt as a huge movie theater and before anyone could move, the people on the school grounds are in the theater. Izuku and his group are there as well as the students, heroes, and some reporters with camera crews. Discord appeared in front of the big screen. Seeing how everyone is wondering how this all happened, me and Mzipplelik have made a video to show the highlights of Izuku Midoriya adventures through different dimensions. We only showing the highlights to cut down the run time to 3 hours. Also we're skipping the worlds that Izuku quickly left for one reason or another. And this is being broadcast on the networks and online so everyone can see what happened and have no questions of what is happening, Discord said and disappeared. Showtime, Mzipplelik shouted from the back of the theater and turn on the film. Alright, a 10-minute break before the next episode and the betting pool is open, Mzipplelik said. Betting pool? Izuku asked. Yes, a betting pool of how many girls that you romanced and have no clue that they like you, Discord said. Good, and I can get out of this dress, Mod Knight said. How do you women walk in these things? Niza said as he's also wearing high heels and trying not to fall. The police had been getting strange calls all day. A girl with a mutation quirk riding a robot, 3 girls stepping out of a portal with a floating unicorn head. A bunch of kids traveling by a rainbow. An aircraft landing in the field of the high school the war machines are gathered at. The call centers were all ringing off the hooks as calls came in about a villain attack on a school. A police car made it to the school first and called in that the school is being attacked by an army on flying war machines. She called for all available heroes to get to the school, she's under fire from the war machines. Gunhead arrived first and used his Gatling gun arms to lay down some covering fire, which the flying machines have force fields, allowing the police to get close to the school, which a rainbow-like beam blasted out from the roof of the school. Getting close they could see a full-scale battle is going on as different groups are fighting each other, with students and staff fleeing from the fighting. Other heroes arrived and were also greeted by the sight of the free-for-all. While they're really tearing up the school, Jiro said. The harem fighting each other is an all too common thing that happens, Toru said. But that didn't happen, the school was never destroyed, Izuku said. And there would be a report of that, Toshinori said. Death Arms, a huge man with super strength. Ingenium, has a quirk that allows him to move fast. Rock Lock, his quirk is lockdown. It allows him to secure objects into a point of space, freezing them. Snatch, his quirk allows him to transform his upper body into sand. My brother, Tenya said seeing his brother not crippled. Okay, who do we fight? Rock Lock asked seeing how some of the fighters are dressed in costumes like them. Well, the ones in the flying war machines are attacking us, Gunhead said firing at the flying machines. And they have force fields. A flying blonde girl dressed in red and blue flew into the air and began smashing the flying machines as her punches broke the force field and the machines sending the people flying them falling. They were caught by a girl in green who used green hard light constructions to grab them and place them in a box. Supergirl seems to have super strength and the ability to fly. Green Lantern is able to create hard light construction, using that ring she's wearing. Support item? Izuku said writing down the powers he sees in his notebook. Having a flyer is always helpful, Vlad said. It would make things easier, Momo said. I'm still working on that, Achiko said. Okay, we just have to hit them hard, Death Arms said ready to fight when a blue-skinned girl with her arms wrapped around a green-haired boy came out of the school, riding on a robot on 3 legs with treads came racing out. A flying robot followed with a small toy robot clinging onto it. The robot on the ground raced past the heroes, with the flying robot following. "I'll go after them," Ingenium said, racing after the speeding robots. Suddenly bursting out of the damaged school, a girl in purple riding one of the flying war machines came flying out and leading the rest of the flying war machines after the speeding robot. Followed by a girl riding a horse with a rainbow mane, racing on a rainbow. A girl riding a winged unicorn came next, a whole bunch of people riding on green machines, that either flew using what looks like fans, or wheeled vehicles. Followed by the rest of the people who were fighting, like the ones in Egyptian-style clothes and vehicles. The heroes and cops had to move out of the stampede of bodies came racing out and after the 2 robots and the boy and girl riding the big one. "And there's the standard chase where all the girls run after the guy," Denki said. "Where they destroy the city," May said. "That's figures," Snipe said. "Elsewhere." Ruby looked behind her as a mob are racing after Toe. She tightened her grip on Izuku, trying to save him from that madness behind them. She remembered the 2 months they shared together after he and the USS Constitution came flying to her port hometown. How she and Izuku became friends and how he and his robot crew helped save her from that mermaid who pretended to be her friend. And how he left by himself, leaving the doctor who was just a brain in a jar and his core behind as his portal gun just couldn't bring all of them with him. "I thought those friends of yours were nice," Ruby said. "They are just not when they get work up like this," Izuku said. "What's going on?" Ingenium shouted as he caught up with the speeding robot and is clinging to the side to be able to talk to the 2 riding on it. "It's a harem situation, and the girls are all after Izuku here. And the one with the flying war machines in purple is an evil princess," Ruby said to Ingenium. "You got to be kidding me," Ingenium said, looking back and being reminded of that old Ranma series where a big chase happened in that movie. "I know Lark, and the only reason why her soldiers' weapons aren't lethal is because she doesn't want to risk me being hit in the crossfire. She's more than willing to kill as many people as it will take to get me," Izuku said. "So why did you get her to fall for you?" Ruby asked. "I thought all she needed was a friend. She's a lonely girl who lacks a friend, and her parents raised her to be ruthless and evil. I thought if I taught her how to be pragmatic in how she would do things, I could get her to start the path of future rulers being less evil," Izuku said. "Izuku, don't you watch shows or read mangas where the evil princess falls for the first guy who treats her like a person and not as a princess?" Ruby asked. "That happens a lot in stories," Kanoko said. "Where the guy gets the evil villainess to fall for him," Yui said. Who is completely clueless to the fact, Itsuka adds, causing all the girls to glance at Izuku, who sweated. "Not really," Izuku said. "Why are you so dense?" Ruby asked, wondering why she had to fall for a guy who is so dense to love. And suddenly thought of something. "Besides them, are there anyone else that's going to show up to claim you as their husband?" "I don't think so," Izuku said. "I'm going with there are more, just that they have no way of opening a portal to another universe," Ruby said. "That sounds about right. If this is a harem thing, that would happen," Ingenium said. "Here you go," Namiri said, handing Izuku a piece of paper with the grade of F under the subject of love. "F in love?" Izuku asked. "I'm grading you on romance and you're failing, badly," Namiri said, with all the girls nodding in agreement. A net was fired from one of the flying war machines, but Toe used his hand laser to blast it before it hit. Followed by more blasts as Toe blasted more nets out of the sky, using 2 of his eye stalks to look backwards while the middle eye stalk kept its eye on the road. "They are gaining," Toe said. "Izuku, what do we do?" "You're the one who comes up with the plans," Muggy said, still on-eyed. "I don't know," Izuku said, trying to think of something. "Isn't there anyone who can talk them down, like their parents?" Ingenium asked. "That's it, Ruby, you can contact Dr. Mobius." "No, wait, it's already hard enough for him to open a portal to my dimension, yet alone contacting the dimensions where the others came from." "Wait, I know, Discord, MXYZPTLK, where are you two?" Izuku shouted out. A mismatched creature made out of different parts appeared, along with a small old man with a purple bowler hat. "You called Loverboy?" MXYZPTLK asked in a voice that sounds like an actor from years back. "We were having a chat watching this harem situation you found yourself in." "Couldn't have done better if I did it myself," Discord said. "Who are those two?" Eri asked, pointing at the screen that suddenly phased. Both Discord and MXYZPTLK turn their attention to the My Hero cast who have been watching them, shocking them all. We're fourth wall-breaking higher-level beings who have the power to see and hear all dimensions. Who can interact with lower-level beings like yourselves whenever we want, MXYZPTLK said. Basically we're cartoon characters who are completely self-aware that we're in a show and can talk and interact with you the audience. Where you think the DVD came from? Discord asked. What's going on? Ectoplasm asked as he and the others all wondering what's happening. You all are dealing with two reality warping beings from a higher level dimension. Like you being in charge of a cartoon series that are alive and you control what happens to them, like in old cartoons where the one doing the drawing is God to the characters in the show, MXYZPTLK said. And you two can interact with us? Nizu asked, who suddenly finds himself in a pink dress with a pink tutu. Yup, Discord said smirking. Nice look. Namiri giggles only to find herself in a pink filly dress with lots of ribbons, a big bow tie around her waist and one on her head. You two are pretty. Eri giggles and finds herself in a pretty pink dress as well. The others all shut their traps as they didn't want to be wearing a pink dress like those three. Sure, Eri looks cute, but for the others. Not one word, Namiri growls. Same, Nizu said, trying to pull the tutu off. Why are you two doing this? Izuku asked. For fun, both chaos beings said. In fact, Discord said as the room suddenly transformed into a theater and other heroes and the students' parents are also there as well. Dad? Izuku asked, seeing his dad for the first time in years. Izuku, Inko? His Ash asked, looking around wondering how he got here. What happened? And why are you in a tutu? Night, I asked, looking around before spotting Nizu. Two magically genies did this, Eri said, pointing to the screen, and got all the newcomers' attention. That's right, and here's what happened, MXYZPTLK said as he downloads what happened in all of the newcomers' minds. A world where Izuku was isekai'ed to different worlds and now 13 princesses and other girls who are in love with him are all after him. Inko asked. That figures, Mitsuki said. What? Katsuki asked, looking at his mom. I just can't see you being a harem guy, Katsuki said. Sorry son, but you're just not the type, Masaru said. Katsuki looked around the room and all the girls all shake their heads. This is interesting, but I was working on some paperwork, MT Lady said. Don't worry, time in this theater is frozen so that when it's all over, no time at all has passed outside, Discord said. I'm too invested to stop now, Melissa Shield said, wanting to see what's going to happen. Hit it, Discord shouted to MXYZPTLK, who started up the film. The girls are out of control, go and tell their moms, Izuku said. And ruin the show? MXYZPTLK asked. We haven't even gotten to the part where they destroy the city as they fight over you, Discord said. Which is why we need to stop them, Ingenium said. Who's he? Discord asked. A local hero, Izuku said. Oh yeah, MXYZPTLK said, pulling out a guidebook of the characters of My Hero, out of nowhere. So hard to keep up with who is who, with such a big crossover, let alone a background character. Hey, Ingenium said. Oh please, like you're going to appear more than a background character after this, Discord said, waving him off. My Hero? Izuku asked Discord. It's the name of your multiverse, which in some universes is a manga and an anime, Discord said. Does that mean your world is also a show in some realities? David Shield asked, who read and watched shows with that plot line. My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, Generation 4, Discord said, making the title, and a screenshot appeared. Wow, Eri said, seeing the cute ponies. EDE suddenly made loud beeps that caused both Chaos Lords to pay the robot their attention. Good point, Ziplik said, looking to Discord. Got us there. Lead them back to the school, Discord said, and poof away with the imp. Since when EDE got so convincing? Izuku asked. All of the robots got some upgrades since they've been in my world, Ruby said. Good, and tell the other heroes about the plan, Izuku said to Ingenium. Right, Ingenium said, letting go, and without his added weight Toe went much faster, leading the mob close behind. Following Izuku's directions, Toe went around and headed back to the school with everyone following behind. But Master Cyclones flying above had already realized what Izuku was doing, and while her soldiers kept up the chase, she called for backup. As the mob reached the school that they just came from, Master Cyclones was waiting for them. Portals open up in the air and on the ground as 30-foot-tall purple robots flew out of them. They landed around the school and the chase stopped as the people stare at the giant robots. More portals open and a fleet of warships came out them and the city was treated to a scene right out of a science fiction film or show. She has giant robots? May asked, her eyes wide seeing them. No giant robots, Power Loader said as he has a hard enough time keeping her away from the giant zero-pointers. Sentinels made in a world where powerless humans fearing those with powers they call mutants created giant killer robots. Where they kill off all humans as humans are mutants. But the ones who made the robots couldn't see that till after they were being killed by their robots. Master Cyclones to the crowd. Lark, I know about the Sentinels and you brought them here? Izuku shouted. Just surrender yourself to me, Izuku. I got these in a world that has a powerful EMP waves coming from the center, causing all electric-powered technology to fail. So I helped myself to the now powerless war machines there, thanks to my technology powered by energy crystals instead. I fix them up so that they don't go on a rampage anymore and follow commands like a good robot should. But they still have the firepower to kill superpowered people, if I give the go-ahead. I know that much of the population of this world have powers and if I unleash them, they will kill anyone with a power or a quirk as it's called here. And the robots are designed to reconfigure their bodies and weapons to handle any kind of power used on them. So as I said before, give up and no one will have to die. And I have a fleet of warships on standby, Master Cyclones said. Giant robots designed to handle any kind of power? All Might said, wondering how he would fare against those robots. You wouldn't fare that well. In the worlds where the Sentinels were built, you never survive long, none of you ever do, Discord said, causing everyone in the room feeling dread. I'm giving up, Izuku said, getting off tow and heading towards Master Cyclones. Good, and I'm making sure you're not going to be running away again, Master Cyclones said as the flying machine she's on lowers down to the ground. The giant robots all suddenly add as they were all crushed like a soda can. And I have the power to move planets and stars with my mind, Sunset said, staring at Master Cyclones. She has the power to move planets and stars with her mind? Izuku asked Discord. Yes, something she gotten from her mother. Her mother and her sister move the star and moon of their solar system, as their world is the center of that system. And that's not even going into their magic. Sunset is the most powerful of all the princesses by her abilities alone. Seeing how no matter how powerful a sentinel is, telekinesis that can move a star around, can't be adjusted for, not with that technology used to build them, MXYZPTLK explains. And you're not the only one who is a part of the ruling family of an empire, Cleopatra said as portals open up and Egyptian-style warships appeared in the sky. She's a princess of a spacefaring empire? Master Cyclones asked Izuku. She's the princess of the Nile Galaxy Empire, which rules much of the galaxy it's in, Izuku said. And Cleopatra is the most powerful overall as well. She doesn't have the power of Sunset, she is still the princess of a galaxy-spanning empire. And can easily have a fleet of warships to play dodge the deadly lasers fired from space down on a planet, Discord said, making everyone realize how outclassed their planet is compared to that. 1. That explains things, Master Cyclones said, seeing how her fleet is outnumbered. All Cyclonia forces stand down, a voice called out on all channels. Mom? Master Cyclones asked, hearing her voice. All Nile forces stand down as well, another voice called out on open channel. That's my mom, Cleopatra said. I contacted your moms, Izuku said, causing the two royal princesses to glare at him. It's the only way to stop this. That always ends a party, Gran Torino said, remembering how his mother ended a party he was throwing when she returned home. And they're only princesses, All Might pointed out. How? Sunset asked. Discord and MXYZPTLK, Izuku answered. Ha, you got your moms called on you, Star laughed and died as a hand grabbed her wand out of her hand and she saw who it is. They're not the only ones, Moon Butterfly said, dressed in her royal dress and has her tall beehive-like hairstyle. Hi Mom, Kelly said meekly as her much larger mom stepped out of the portal, who is the size of a building which her family uses her hair as a home. Which her smaller dad stepped out of the hair of his wife. That's giant as her mom? Koji asked. Maybe it's normal for her race, the females are big while the males are small, Izuku said, writing it down. The scene is repeated as the parents of the girls and friends of said girls all appeared. Getting their children under control, more heroes also appeared and were informed of what's going on. The queens of the lead girls pulling their daughters over to Izuku to sort things out. Sunset Shimmer stood with her mother Celestia, the ruler of Equestria. A towering figure standing at over 9 feet tall and has very voluptuous body, that the white dress she's wearing doesn't hide very well. That's her mom, Ochako gasped out, seeing the mother of Sunset. Yes, that Queen Celestia, who is the mother of Sunset, who is only 15, Discord said. She's 15, Momo said, having thought that Sunset was older, but she's only a year older than her. She and the other girls felt their self-esteem being crushed, seeing how outmatched they are compared to Sunset. That explains why she looks like that, Mrs. Yaoyorozu said, feeling very intimidated by the sight of Celestia like all the other older women. She's also over 1,000 years old, Discord said, rubbing salt and lemon to the wound. She's over 1,000? Kyoka asked. Yup, said she. And when you are all old like Recovery Girl, she will still be looking as she does now. Discord laughed, seeing the reaction of the women in the room. Rainbow Bright, with her mother Queen Rainbow of Rainbow Land, who is a more mature version of her daughter who has her hair long. Star Butterfly, and Queen Moon of Muni. Wonder Woman with her much larger mother Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons of Themyscira, who towers over her daughter and is the second tallest mother. Cleopatra, with her mother Pharaoh Yosira, dressed in her royal robes and held the royal staff. Iris, with her mother Queen Helia of Ephedia, who towers over her daughter but is only the third tallest. Bloom, with her mother Queen Marion of Domino, who unlike her daughter is wearing a dress that covers her mature body. Adora, with her mother Queen Marlena Glen of Eternia, wearing her normal green dress and tiara. Master Cyclones, with her mother Queen Torrent of Cyclonia, who is wearing a dark purple robe that completely covers her mature form. Azula, with her mother Queen Ursa of the Fire Nation, dressed in robes of the royal colors of the royal family. Usagi, with her mother Queen Serenity of the Moon Kingdom, who looks like her daughter but her hair is silver and wearing a silver dress. Ruby Gilman, with her mom Agatha Gilman of the Kraken Kingdom, who like her daughter is wearing more normal clothes than royal-looking clothing. Zelda, with her mother Zelda of the Kingdom of Hyrule, who is a more mature-looking version of the younger one. While they're all out, we'll expect for Ruby's mom. I guess they are cute, Minoru said, and got hit by an ear jack and a tongue. I can't believe you called her. Master Cyclones growls at Izuku. It's the only way to stop things from getting more out of hand, Izuku said. He's right, I'm disappointed in your actions. You should have just grabbed him from the start and not waste any time. Gloat after you have him all to yourself and chain up, Queen Torrent said, causing the other mothers to look at her. She's an evil princess, Bloom said. And has much to learn still, Torrent said. Izuku, what's going on here? Inko Midoriya asked, having been teleported to the school by that strange little man with the purple hat. Oh, I got this, Ponyhead said, flying over. You see, Izuku here got isekai'ed to different dimensions thanks to him finding a portal gun on his way to school one day. And while he was traveling he managed to get all of these princesses and some of their friends to fall for him. And now he has a harem of girls who have managed to come to this world for him. Man, I need to get some popcorn for all of this drama. Izuku, you romanced all of these girls? Inko asked. No, that's the best part, he's so dense when it comes to girls, he had no idea that they were all falling for him. He's the completely clueless guy in romance fiction that has no idea that the girl or girls are in love with him till they literally shove it into his face. Ponyhead laughs. You're not like that, right, Izuku? Hisashi asked. I don't think so, Izuku said as everyone all looked at him. The mothers were shocked at the news that Izuku had no idea that he was romancing their daughters. Hippolyta grabs the lasso of truth and wraps it around Izuku. The lasso of truth will force you to only speak the truth. Did you know you were romancing my daughter, or that by defeating her in battle and giving her back her weapon in the tournament is part of the Amazon engagement ceremony? Hippolyta asked. I had no idea and thought I was just being nice and we're just good friends, Izuku said, making Hippolyta eyes widen. Well, that's true, Izuku couldn't have known that, Inko said. Cleopatra preforming a dance in the nude for you? Yosira asked, causing Cleopatra to blush. I thought it was a culture thing, Izuku said, which Yosira gave him a look of disbelief. A girl dancing naked just for you is never just a culture thing, Hisashi said, shaking his head. You get an F, Midnight said, still grading Izuku in love. What? Inko asked. I'm grading your son in love and he's failing horribly, Midnight explains. Sadly, I agree, Inko sighed. Sunset letting you stay in her room and her bed? Even after I learned about you? Celestia asked. As with Star, Moon said. Same here, Queen Rainbow adds. Being a good friend, Izuku said, causing the three mothers to stare at him with a twitch in their eyes. Midnight said. All of those love songs? Helia asked. Thought we were just making love songs, Izuku said, causing Helia to slap her forehead. Fair point, dumb but still a fair point, Midnight said. Bloom and her friends always kissing you? Marian asked. A cultural greeting, Izuku said, causing Marian and the other Winx Club mothers all to shake their heads. Unless it's France, then no, Midnight said. Spending those nights outside staring at the sky, holding hands? Marlena asked. Spending time together before the big battle, Izuku said, causing Marlena to rub the bridge of her nose. Did Izuku take after his dad? Midnight asked. Kind of, Inko said, causing his ash to cover his face with his hand. Making you all of those sandwiches for your meals? Serenity asked. I thought she felt guilty for that disgusting meal she gave me when she tried to cook for me and switched to sandwiches as it's the only thing she couldn't ruin. As she just can't cook, Izuku said, causing Serenity to look at a blushing Usagi and sighed, nodding in agreement along with the other princesses and queens of her court. Okay, that's a pass as she can't cook, Midnight said. You didn't know that gifting a dress and jewelry to a girl who, if she proclaims to love it, is how men ask for the woman's hand in marriage? Ursa asked, remembering how Azula, after learning who gave her the gifts, fell into depression and clung to her, crying as she broke Izuku's heart and caused him to leave. No, I thought I was just being a good friend, Izuku said. Causing Ursa to hug Azula close to her and whisper to her in a soft voice that it wasn't her fault he left. Okay, another pass as that's something you have to be told to know, Midnight said. Cyclone's never ordering your death or anything for you appearing in her bathroom while she was using it? Torrent asked, causing Cyclones to blush and growl. I thought she understood it was just an accident, Izuku said. How she made you her personal servant and didn't minded you being with her even when she was underdressed or naked. Having a seat at our meals, you sleeping in her room. Or making you wash her? Torrent asked again. My duties as her servant, Izuku said, causing everyone to just stare at him. There has to be something lower than a triple F-. Z, Midnight said as she writes Z over and over again on a piece of paper. Everyone else is giving Izuku strange looks. Izuku, please don't be like the Izuku on screen, Inko said, completely embarrassed. Gee, compared to all that, what you and Rudy did together is more slow romance as friends grow into something more. But there is you two swimming in the pool of blissful matrimony, Agatha said. We thought it was just a heated pool, Izuku said. Yeah, Mom, remember I told you and Grandma after she thought we wanted to be engaged with each other, Ruby said. Zelda giving up her only wish to send you back home after the portal gun wouldn't work anymore? Queen Zelda asked. I thought she was being a good friend, and as thanks for me sharing all the technology and knowledge I had picked up along the way, Izuku said. The mothers all look at each other and turn to Inko. Your son has never really talked to girls his own age, has he? Celestia asked. Yes, Inko said, shaking her head as one she's proud of her son bonding with so many girls, and embarrassment at the fact he's completely clueless about them falling for him. Any girl here who wants to date Izuku, you need to be completely clear about it and blunt. I'm not going to be dealing with that, Midnight said. By the way, why are you dressed like that? Hawk asked, looking at the pink dress she's wearing. Don't ask, Midnight said. Reminds me of how Freddy was completely clueless about me being in love with him, Kelly's mom said. Really? How did you get to Dad? Kelly asked. Simple, I punch him asking him why I'm mad at him, after doing so many nice things for him. He finally answered correctly and we got married shortly afterwards. It's the reason why our wedding photo has your dad in the hospital in a full body case, Kelly's mom said. I was so dense back then. But thanks to Jenny, I learned from my mistake and we've been happy ever since, Freddy said. Well, I know that now, Izuku said as he doesn't like the looks the girls are giving him. Girls, you get a free pass if that's what it takes to get through to Izuku, Midnight said. Is that necessary? Izuku asked. If after doing all those nice things and telling how much they like you, that it takes breaking your face just to get it through your head that they like you, sure, Midnight said. Son, if something like that happens where a girl does lots of things for you, you better ask and save yourself lots of trouble, his Ash said, and the other fathers all nodded in agreement as there's not getting it and then being completely clueless. You better, Star said as she pounded her fist into her palm. How did this all started? Inko asked at a loss of what happened. We can handle this, Discord said as he appears with MXYZPTLK. Oh, it's you, Hippolyta said frowning at the imp. Been a while, O king of the Manazons, MXYZPTLK greeted her. What? Wonder Woman asked looking at her mother. I once turned her and all the other women on the island into men, Mziplitlk said. Oh really, maybe a new gender flip is in order, where Izuku is chased by a horde of boys who all want to marry her, Discord said. Discord, Celestia said glaring at the spirit of chaos. Oh don't worry, it wouldn't be a permanent thing. Just a few days or maybe a nick. Discord was cut off as Torrent blasted him using her own staff of power like the one her daughter has, turning Discord into ash and blew away in the wind. Thank you, Celestia said to the evil queen. It was my pleasure, Torrent said. Now that hurt, the voice of Discord said as he reforms. Come on, we need to move the story along, Mziplitlk said looking out at nothing to the people around them. Right, Discord said winking in the same direction. The ruined school is rebuilt as a huge movie theater and before anyone could move, the people on the school grounds are in the theater. Izuku and his group are there as well as the students, heroes, and some reporters with camera crews. Discord appeared in front of the big screen. Seeing how everyone is wondering how this all happened, me and Mziplitlk have made a video to show the highlights of Izuku Midoriya adventures through different dimensions. We only showing the highlights to cut down the run time to 3 hours. Also we're skipping the worlds that Izuku quickly left for one reason or another. And this is being broadcast on the networks and online so everyone can see what happened and have no questions of what is happening, Discord said and disappeared. Showtime, Mziplitlk shouted from the back of the theater and turn on the film. Alright, a 10-minute break before the next episode and the betting pool is open, Mziplitlk said. Betting pool? Izuku asked. Yes, a betting pool of how many girls that you romanced and have no clue that they like you, Discord said. Good, and I can get out of this dress, Mod Knight said. How do you women walk in these things? Nizu said as he's also wearing high heels and trying not to fall. Break's over, return to your seats, MXYZPTLK said from the film booth. The numbers of watchers are good, Discord said. Using Eri worked, MXYZPTLK said. Eri, who is still dressed in the alicorn onesie, is eating a candy apple sitting next to Inko, who finds her so cute in that outfit. Cheap move, Mitsuki said also looking at the adorable Eri. It works, Discord said. Now the next part, MXYZPTLK said turning on the film. Principal Nizu has been in many high-level talks before but nothing like this, as he and the other school faculty and staff are sitting in on the world government's talks with the 13 rulers of different dimensional empires, worlds, or kingdoms. All here because the daughters of the rulers had all fallen for a boy in this world, Izuku Midoriya. And using hard light screens to talk to each other. The 13 rulers have all talked together and agreed that a polygamy marriage would be helpful in creating an alliance between their different worlds. Pharaoh Yosira of the Nile Galaxy Empire has been dealing with all the challenges and politics, as her empire has been around since Egypt on Earth had taken over and ruled since. Thanks to a stable time loop from the founder of the empire, Cleopatra, from over 40,000 years ago. Her empire has protocols for dealing with less advanced civilizations, which shows as she ran rings around the Earth officials and leaders. Pharaoh Yosira is also the most powerful, as she does rule most of her galaxy and has built up her military power to make sure what happened with the pirate king Octavian didn't happen again. And thanks to them being able to travel to different worlds, they are making many advancements in all fields of science and technology. An empire that has lasted that long and rules most of the galaxy. Our world would be nothing special, David said. I would love to go to one of their schools, Mai said, her eyes brimming with naughty at what she could learn. Their technology would have been refined and upgraded, Melissa adds. The Nile Galaxy is very advanced in many fields that this Earth is basically still learning how to make fire, compared to what they have, MXYZPTLK said. The second is Queen Torrent of the Cyclonia Empire, and the most worrisome. They are very blunt in them being an evil empire and willing to do horrible things, Once given a reason to, as the queen explained, that's what separates them from the idiotic warlords who only live for today and doesn't care what happens afterwards. Her empire has provided a higher standard of life, education, and advancements to their conquered home world. Because the higher the standards for the common citizen, higher the standard for the upper class. And the young living under that kind of world will have little reason to rebel. Which she, being the sensible one to her more heavy-handed husband, learned from Izuku, and sees him being her daughter's husband, help to rein in her and get her to be more pragmatic in how she runs things. I'm glad we don't have anything like that here. A villain who is a ruler would be a nightmare to deal with, Sniper said. And they're smart. They think of long-term rule and not just squeezing everything dry, Nizu said. What they do also seems to work, Mirio said. Queen Marlena Glen of Eternia, whose world is advanced both in magic and technology. Thanks to Etheria coming back to real space, she was reunited with her long-lost daughter, the twin to her son. The two worlds are now allied together. The weak class of the masters, the elite warriors, are on All Might level and above. The masters are all either All Might's level or above? Izuku asked. Yes, the masters are that powerful or more. The evil warriors working for Skeletor are few in number but are just that powerful, where just a handful of them would be able to conquer a planet, Discord pointed out. 1. I'm glad that we don't have to deal with something like that, Minoru said. Queen Serenity of the Moon Kingdom is also powerful thanks to the magic crystal that lets the user do just about anything and has allowed her family line to rule and made the planets of her solar system that were once dead rocks, being able to support life. Her kingdom is highly advanced in magic-based technology, and after Izuku pointed out that all it would take would be someone who can depower magic, they would be helpless, have gone into fixing that weakness. Then there's Celestia, the ruler of Equestria, the oldest of the queens at over 1,000. She has the power to move her solar system's star and moon around that her younger sister shares the same power with her. She can fling people into space just by thinking of it. She just has to think and it's off planet? Pony asked. Yes, and she's third strongest because she's too peaceful to go around doing that, without a good reason, Discord said. Making the people watching glad that there's no one in their world who could do that. Queen Moon of Muni rules over a kingdom of magic and are able to travel to different dimensions, even before Izuku came to her world. As do Queen Helia of Ephedia, and Queen Marion of Domino. Also are able to travel to other dimensions and have a number of allies. Queen Zelda of the Kingdom of Hyrule, Queen Rainbow of Rainbow Land, Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons of Themyscira, and Ursa of the Fire Nation. Are less impressive but are all powerful in their own right. The last is Agatha Gilman of the Kraken Kingdom, which her mother still rules as its warrior queen. She admits that she isn't as powerful as the other queens, as all she can do is transform into her giant kraken as the magic trident is in her mother's hands. And has lived as a normal family on land for years. But because of the advanced technology from that retro post-Fallout world with robots and lasers, her world is quickly advancing. She would make a fine pro-hero in search and rescue. In her giant kraken form she could help pull a ship to shore before it sinks, or at least tow it, Gang Orca said. And be a big help in underwater rescue, Selkie adds. Who are all currently questioning if UA is even a good school for their daughters to attend to, even if Izuku wants to get into the school. Which, after investigating and speaking with past students and those who were expelled, a common trend was found, Eraserhead, Shota Aizawa being the one who expelled the most students. Everyone turns their attention to Eraserhead. You know, thinking about it. Why hasn't anyone made a formal complaint about him? Ragdoll asked. Resulting in Queen Hippolyta being brought to the school staff room by Queen Torrent opening a portal and using the lasso of truth on the hero. I expelled the students that I would have to put effort into teaching and only kept the ones that I didn't have to work to teach, Aizawa said, forced to tell the truth. The parents and pro-heroes who aren't a part of the school all glared at Eraserhead. You expel students so that you wouldn't have to put effort in teaching? Gran Torino asked. I had to put much effort in teaching All Might. Which paid off, but only if you put in the effort. And expelling students leaves a black mark on their records. Eraserhead just sank in his seat. And the school just allows you to do it? Hippolyta asked. Yes, for years, Aizawa said, causing all eyes to look to Nizu, who shrinks under the stairs. And what you think of Izuku being a quirkless hero? Hippolyta asked. A waste of time, Aizawa said. Even seeing all that he has done? Hippolyta asked. Yes, Aizawa said. Because he doesn't have a quirk? Torrent asked. Yes, Aizawa said. That Izuku who is quirkless, either help or saved worlds by himself, and you think he's a waste of time? David asked. Like you have anything that comes close to that, and you think he's a waste of time? Endeavor said his credit is given when it's due. That's not me, Eraserhead said. Then why am I not having a hard time seeing that happening? All Might asked. Torrent zaps him with her staff, causing him to scream as he felt something being taken from him. What did you do? Aizawa asked. I took your quirk away. Let's see how good you are without your quirk, Torrent said as she held up a crystal. Your quirk is held here, and if it's broken there be no way for you to regain your lost quirk. My daughter had prepared herself to be able to handle quirks, and the best way of dealing with it is simply to take it away. They can take quirks? All Might asked, thinking of One for All. Yup, and at least that doesn't maim, Discord said. Maim? Midnight asked. She could just poke out his eyes. Can't use your quirk if there's no eyes. In one world there's a villain named Butcher, someone who you All Might in that world almost died too if it wasn't for other heroes chasing him off. His thing is that he goes around chopping off the parts that are needed to use a quirk. Katsuki over there had his forearms cut off. Tenya is missing his legs, Mashireo his tail cut off, Hyoka her ears, Hanta his elbows broken, and Minoru was scalped. And when he can't chop off what lets someone use their quirk like Shoto, he went and broke his back, leaving him wheelchair bound for the rest of his life. Momo, Mina, and Toru were set on fire and their bodies covered in burned scars and them unable to use their quirks, Discord said, causing the kids to stare at him horrified like their parents. I never face a villain named Butcher, All Might said. Be glad you haven't. In that world Butcher almost killed you and Night Eye. In that world Izuku went to an American school as an exchange student after catching the eye of the visiting principal of that school when she was on a trip to Japan. She's also your ex in that world, who dumped and put you in the hospital after you got drunk and wore her favorite dress, ripping it apart, Discord said, making a picture of All Might totally wasted, wearing makeup and in a dress appear. You could never handle a drink, Night Eye said, laughing like many others while All Ishtar cover his face with his hands. But anyways, without Izuku things went bad for the class of 1A when the League of Villains attacked, as Butcher was with them. Only 7 students could and were willing to continue to be in the hero course, joining 1B, as Eraserhead had his eyes cut out, Discord said, making the people stop laughing. Because Izuku wasn't there? Achiko asked. You be surprised how often things don't go well or as well when Izuku isn't there, Discord said. Give it back, Aizawa said. Would you have done any of the things that Izuku did? Hippolyta asked. No, Aizawa said. This is a hero school, right? Torrent asked, looking at Nizu, who shrinks under her glaze, his animal instincts telling him he's in danger. In one world you were reduced to being just an animal and placed in a school's rabbit hut. You're still aware, but your mind is trapped in your own body. Like being paralyzed and unable to move while you're self-aware of the world around you, Discord said. Making Nizu shiver at the thought of that happening to him. Izuku has already proven himself to be more of a hero than what you allow to teach being what a hero should be, Hippolyta said. And any changes made is only because we revealed them for all to see. I would just fire you all and make sure you never have any position of authority over children again. And I'm the villain, Torrent said. When the villain calls you out, is never a good sign, MT Lady said. Yup, real bad, Tiger agreed. Doesn't Izuku want to come here? Nizu asked. He's a young man surrounded by dozens of lovely young women. How hard do you think it would be for them to change his mind? Especially with how bad this school is, being shown? Besides, my daughter needs him being a hero so that she can be more pragmatic and not learning to be lazy and corrupt, Torrent asked and held up the crystal with the stolen quirk inside. And if he wants to have his power back? Eraserhead just has to beat Hippolyta. Fight her? Aizawa asked, looking at the bigger woman. It'd be my pleasure to break you, little man, Hippolyta said. After all, you're an experienced hero, while Izuku had to wing it while facing off against the villains he had to face, or you're not up to it? Torrent asked. No, Aizawa said, who still has the lasso of truth around him. This school has very low standards. Must be marketing and making sure only the things that make the school look good become public knowledge is the reason why the school is so rated high. But it is only in Japan. I'm sure the other schools in the other countries are just as good as the marketing makes UA out to be. As they actually put effort and not just use their reputation to be better than they really are, Torrent said. Let's go, Hippolyta said, and Torrent opened a portal to allow them to head back to the UN of this world. Well, that Eraserhead is finish, and that's not even if he didn't lose his quirk, Powerlifter said. Seen plenty of heroes who ruined themselves by being truthful on camera, Recovery Girl said. And in front of world leaders, Nizu said, very glad that he's not the Nizu who's going to face that fallout. That's not me, Eraserhead said, being the center of attention. Later, the Prime Minister of Japan rubbed his forehead, as Japan has been embarrassed in front of the world. All thanks to how the UA runs things, and what the Hero Public Safety Commission has allowed to happen. Which he has already berated them for, and now the room is silent as he took a break and think about what to do next. Wherever Izuku Midoriya goes, the girls will follow. Which said country will have the best trade deals and have better relations with the empires and kingdoms. We need to keep him here and not go to another country. I want all the other hero schools to clean house and not have a repeat of a public embarrassment of the UA to happen again. And I don't care what it will do to any agency or hero or anything else. We need to regain the lost face, or I simply have you all replace or just make you the scapegoat as you're the ones who allowed it to happen in the first place, the Prime Minister said to the commission heads. There would be lots of advantages if those princesses stay in Japan. Lots of money and advanced technologies on the line there, Hawk said. Like making sure the investors and backers who provide the money and resources don't see you in a bad light, David said. How should we get him to stay? The female president of the commission asked. Less, I know the better, but remember, with that lasso of truth, they can find out anything underhanded and anything else they haven't revealed yet. And remember, the girls all going to have diplomatic immunity as the children of heads of state. They are to be treated differently, and that goes for Midoriya as well, the Prime Minister said. By the way, how is it that Midoriya spent about 2 to 3 years traveling and was wished back just after he left? Why didn't 2 to 3 years pass before the girls all came for him? An aide asked. The imp caused it to happen, the Prime Minister said. Of course, I did. If I didn't, years would have passed before the first girl would have showed up, MXYZPTLK said. You can do that? Izuku asked. Yup, and it's very complex, so don't ask how, MXYZPTLK said. The past. Izuku and Marcy and Sasha screamed. Time stood still as the 3 human girls lost in the world of Amphibia, watches the lone human boy who was also ended up with them. Was impaled by the energy sword of King Andreas, having pushed Marcy out of the way and into the portal with the and the planters, but also causing her to drop the music box. You just have to get in the way, King Andreas said as he pulls out his sword and grabs Izuku in his hand and tosses him out of the window. We need to leave now, Grimes said, grabbing Sasha, and fled by the bird that Marcy used. They escaped the flying castle and flew low looking for Izuku, but soon had to flee as more of the robots came after them. Not knowing that Izuku had used his teleport gun to escape to another world. And watching from his castle, King Andreas watched them fled and looks down at his blood-covered hand from when he grabbed Izuku and tossed him. Those girls are close to Izuku, King Andreas said, with the crown linking him to the core. He turns to the robots in the room. Search for his body. The robots obeyed and flew to search the ground for the body of Izuku. While King Andreas heading down to the laboratory of the castle, now that it's fully powered he can access the advanced machines again, for a backup plan. For the invasion of Earth, the robot army needs to be replenished with new robots and lots of repairs needed to be done. It has been over 1,000 years since they last been activated, and it's surprising that many of the systems still work. The Newt's advanced technology is all powered by those gems? Mai asked. Why haven't they tried using another power source? Melissa asked. Wouldn't it be like switching to a new power source like oil to electric? Momo asked. 3. Amphibia Earth. Finding themselves on the hood of a car, the 2 humans and the frog family of 3 ran off of the road and down the slope of the highway and into a nearby storm drain. Once they made it into the drain far enough, they caught their breath. And, Izuku, you think he's, Marcy asked, breaking down as the guilt of what she has done that lead all to this hits her. Maybe Sasha saved him like you did with Sprig, and said, trying to keep Marcy's and her own hopes up. But he was stab and toss out the, Marcy said before sobbing. Then we make sure he didn't give up his life for nothing, and said her body glowing blue again. I'm still surprised how that Izuku survived being stabbed by a huge flaming energy sword, Tetsu said. It's due to some improvements done to his body while he was in the Nile Galaxy with the advanced medical equipment fixing and strengthening his body. And there's also the improvements done to him while he was in the radiation-filled Fallout world, Discord said. Oh, so that's how, Izuku said. You would need a stronger body to survive radiation. Very few people have a quirk that would allow them to survive exposure to radiation, David said. And the villains who do have radiation powers are a nightmare to deal with. I had to run away from one, All Might said. Oh yeah, and she was taken out by a sniper, David said. She was just killed? Izuku asked. She was just that dangerous and no prison could hold her, without it becoming a radioactive dead zone, All Might said. It's true here too. If a villain can't be safely imprisoned, a kill order is given out, Nizu said. All Might was brought before the leader of the war fleet, a young woman with short black hair and has turquoise skin. She wore a form-fitting golden armor that showed off her hourglass figure. She sat on a command chair with hard light computer screens in front of her, showing her the different parts of Earth where her warships have placed themselves over from orbit. There are 2 women with her with their own computer hard light screens, handling other issues for their leader. The one on the right is a woman with short purple hair. She's in a uniform, a military-style gray uniform, with a black belt around her waist, and matching pair of black gloves and boots. The uniform covers her body but shows off her incredibly shapely figure, massive bobas, massive but with wide hips and razor-thin waist. The other is a glossy white android with blue eyes, blue lips, and metallic blue hair. She wears a white, cloth neck collar tied with blue lace and cloth cuffs of her wrists tied with blue lace, a white-tipped, black lace dangles from the neck collar down to her midsection, a body-tight, blue top which wraps over her bobas and around her back, with 2 strips descending from her large bobas merging at her belly button into one strip which continues down to her crotch. I don't know who you are but I will stop you, All Might said, straining against the energy binds. The younger woman is looking at a number of screens and typing on hard light keyboards and touch screens. Not even pretending to be a bit interested in the hero before her. I am Empress Aura, and for uncountable years, I have spread across the universe like a virus, conquering worlds to hone my war band. And on every planet, there has always been a hero, the woman introducing herself while not even looking at him as she continues to work with her screens with the other women with their own screens. Flash Gordon. All Might is straining against his energy chains as they slowly give way to his strength. The one. The champion. Each has inevitably come to this same moment, stalwart in the belief you are all that stands between the freedom of your people or the systematic subjugation under the might of the Mondo Empire, Empress Aura said, not caring how All Might is freeing himself. Breaking free, All Might leaps at Empress Aura, who continues to work at her command chair. Each of you is so sure you're not only going to fight me, but that you might even triumph as well. And ultimately, each of you always discovers I never do my own fighting, Empress Aura said, finally looking at All Might, who is flying through the air at her, utterly bored. Leaping from behind the command chair, a young blonde woman with glowing golden lines raced down her arm into her right hand, which transformed into a giant purpling black mechanical fist. Pistons pounded and powerful motors whirred as the biomechanical impossibility slammed into All Might, right side hitting his old wound. The blow sent him crashing onto the ground, coughing up blood. All Might rolled onto his feet as he hit the ground, and before he could recover, from behind he was struck by the energy blasts from a white-haired woman wearing golden-yellow power armor with a hand cannon covering her right arm. The powerful energy blast sent All Might onto his knees. An orange female Togruta appeared in front of All Might and blasted him with force lightning that caused him to turn to his normal skinny form. And he fell on his hands and knees, gasping for air. I hire well, Empress Aura smiled at the work her elites have done. She glanced at the screens showing the people on the planet below. Their faces showing their spirits having been broken seeing their hero fall before them. Just like all the other worlds when their champion fell. I have a habit of finding people who have talents that have proven very useful to me, since I took the throne from my father Ming the Merciless. Some lost, abandoned, or seen as useless, who have provided me with much aid in my conquest. Cassie who, I found drifting in a life pod after her ship was attacked by pirates. Infected with nanomachines that would have killed her if she hadn't been found by me. Now she can create just about anything mechanical, Empress Aura said waving her hand to the blonde woman. Bounty hamster. Judy Jetson who ran away from her old life and took the armor and mantle of the late Samus Aran, a legendary bounty hunter. Now working for me, Empress Aura said waving to the white-haired woman. The Jetsons. Former Jedi Padawan, Ahsoka Tano who was framed for a crime she didn't commit and her order all turned against her. Leaving the order after she proved herself innocent, now working for me, Empress Aura said waving to the orange alien female. 6 The one on my left and Demi on my right are robots I found drifting in space. Pleasure bots who are now my aides, Empress Aura said waving to the 2 robots on either side of her. And the one who lead me to this star system, Izuku Midoriya. My master tactical general, Empress Aura said. A green-haired man in a military uniform appeared in front of All Might. It's been a long time since you told me someone who is quirkless couldn't be a hero, Izuku said to the weakened All Might. You? All Might asked recognizing the man in front of him. Yes me, I tried to prove you wrong but even after I made the points to be in UA they denied me because of me being quirkless, Izuku said as a screen showed the school with the staff and students all being held prisoner by robots. Deku? Katsuki asked. He and the other students and staff are bond and energy bindings like All Might was and surrounded by robots that all have their blasters pointed at them. Yes it's me. Seeing how the teachers of the school all think that I couldn't be a hero. I decided to work for someone who values my talents that have nothing to do with a quirk. Commanding invasion forces that have conquered dozens of worlds, that could put up a fight. Making me realize that trying to prove my worth to people who will never change their views on someone who is quirkless is pointless. I wasted time and energy on trying to get into a school that would never let me join. Especially when none of you are going to be alive to matter anymore. Kill them, Izuku said. The robots opened fire on the students and staff of the school, not stopping till all the bodies stopped moving. New robots stepped forward and sprayed the bodies with flaming gel, burning the bodies to ash. I do wonder what it would have been like if I were allowed to be a hero, but that's just a dead dream now. I am thankful for you crushing my dream of being a hero, All Might. If you didn't, I wouldn't have joined my empress, Izuku said to All Might with the look of despair on his face as it's his fault that Izuku became a villain. And that's one of the most common outcomes when Izuku becomes a villain. He's a nightmare to deal with, MXYZPTLK said showing the audience one of the many worlds where Izuku becomes a villain. An Isekai one where he ends up in another world or in that case off planet. And helped an alien queen in her quest to conquer and expand her empire. The people with combat quirks are going to be used as shock troops, while others be forced to work in factory farms and factories to feed the war machine, Discord said. All that because All Might told him he couldn't be a hero? Momo asked shocked. Yup, and because he's not a hero things don't go well for that world. Izuku plays an important part in all of your lives. Without him young heroes of any class he's a part of just doesn't have what it takes to be as good as they are without him. Some worlds you kids do become pro-heroes but lack the motivation. Not to mention how many times Short Fuse ends up being a villain because of him being himself, MXYZPTLK said. What? Katsuki asked. MXYZPTLK played a clip of another Katsuki having the same adventure as Izuku did with the portal gun. But ending up getting on the bad side of everyone where Izuku made friends with them. And clips of Katsuki being killed by said princesses or friends that got along with Izuku. The clips all showed another Katsuki who got further than the dead Katsuki. One Katsuki did manage to make it back home, but unlike Izuku, years had pasted as there wasn't a friend who made the wish for him to return home as he was, and at the moment he did. He's also maimed, having lost a leg, an arm, an eye, and covered in scars. And is mentally broken from his journey. 1. Everyone including Katsuki's parents all looked at him and nodded in agreement that what had happened to him. It's a removing the crucial teammate thing plot. In the worlds that Izuku is in Class B, they're the ones who get the spotlight. And in the worlds that he doesn't end up in UA things go wrong real fast. Eraser head eyes missing. 13 hands missing. Katsuki Bakugo forearms missing. Shoto Todoroki back broken. Yuka Aoyama, head concussion. Mina Ashido, covered in burns. Tsuyu Azui, tongue cut and legs broken. Tenya Ida, legs missing. Achiko Uraraka, head concussion. Masahiro Jiro, tail cut off. Denki Kaminari, shoulders broken. Jiro Kurashima, missing left arm and left leg. Koji Koda, missing right hand and burn scars. Rikido Sato missing his feet. Mizo Shoji, missing his arms and wounds covered in burn scars. Hyoka Jiro, missing her ears. Hanta Siro, elbows broken. Fumikage Tokoyami, in a coma, electrical burns. Toru Hagakure, covered in burn scars. Minoru Mineta, scalped. Momo Yaoyorozu, covered in burn scars. Hitoshi Shinso vocal cords cut. Kyoka held her ears seeing what happened to her counterpart, like her classmates reading what happened to their counterparts. Their parents are also horrified at what happened to their children's counterparts. Wait, why Yuga and Achiko only have head concussions? Toru asked. Butcher introduced himself by slamming their heads together as they were in the back at the time, Discord said. And that all happened because I wasn't there? Izuku asked. Yes, with you, even quirkless. Make all the difference. Well, when you're in the hero classes. When you're not, things happen that leads to bad outcomes for everyone who you aren't interacting with on a daily basis, Discord said. Now back to the show, MXYZPTLK said, turning the film back on. A Nile embassy was established in Japan as well as other countries of the world after talks between the different worlds ended. Which is where Izuku and his mother are currently staying at to get away from the crowds of reporters and other parties of interest. Their home was already ransacked by someone looking for the stuff that Izuku had taken from other worlds, but was scared off once the police showed up. Which is why Izuku and his mother Inko are now being housed in the Nile embassy, which is a ship that landed on the plot of land for the embassy. In their room, which is much bigger than their old home, the two are making themselves home, with their belongings being transported to the embassy. Izuku used the computer chip with the copy of Secundo that Master Cyclones or Lark made. Izuku uploaded the memory into the default AI of his SAC, getting back his friend. Lark also gave him back the stuff he was forced to leave behind when he had escaped. The Daijo, a high-tech combat staff that retracts to about half its length for storage. It can channel energy, empowering its strikes after a moment's charge. And Izuku has improved on it since he first got it from Jade. That would be useful in combat, Masahiro said. I wonder how hard it would be to make, Mei said to herself, her mind racing. A picture of him with Jade, Pei, and the 6 kids who all love at the lighthouse. There is also the big white dog named Woof. Yoa, a girl with long blue hair, pale blue skin, facial markings under her eyes, and she wears a long white dress. Zaza, a short and has pale skin and short, dark red hair that is parted over her right eye. Zaza wears a green bandana, an orange striped long-sleeve shirt and a dark green dress. Omi, a female Capra Sapiens, and wears a red sweater, tight-fitting orange striped pants and dark boots. Fen, a male Capra Sapiens, wears a light brown tank top, brown striped pants and brown shoes. Pablo, a boy who is the oldest who wears circular glasses, a tank top and sporting a goatee. Kip, a boy who wears a long-sleeved, dark green shirt, blue pants with a black stripe down the side and brown loafer-type shoes. You made friends with those kids? Inko asked, looking at the picture as well as others that Secundo provided. Yes, I became friends with them during the 2 weeks I stayed there. Jade thought I should at least know how to defend myself before I left and have what I needed to survive the worst. My smartphone proved to be a big windfall for the lighthouse after Pei made some arrangements with some people he knows and sold the blueprints. When I left, Hillis was under attack by aliens called Dom Z. I hope they're okay, Izuku said, sitting on a sofa with his mom. They have spaceships but don't have something like a smartphone? David asked. How does that work? Melissa asked. It's like how the old sci-fi shows are so outdated by today's standards, Discord said. 2. The next item Secundo pulled out is a banjo, a gift from Wander. Wander is a true hero. He saves the day by distracting the villains who are so powerful that they use a scoreboard of how many planets they have conquered to show their ranking. You can't be a villain in that dimension without at least one planet under their control, Izuku said, plucking a tune from the banjo. The next item is a ring. The balance ring. It protects me from confusion. It's the only thing left I have from the world Momo and Honey are from. It's a fantasy world setting where magic is common and items with status effects like in games are common too, Izuku said. Real-life video game status boosting items? I would love to have something like that, Cozy said. There are support equipment that do boost quirks, Power Loader said. The next item is a green bowler hat. That came from the world of Tracy, the United States during the years where gangsters bootleg moonshine. Had to hide my green hair, Izuku said as people in that world thought it was strange that he had green hair. You been through a lot, Inko said picking up the hat and found a bullet gap in it. I made friends and left them as I search for a way home. And done things just to survive that I'm not proud of, Izuku said holding an arrow that he used to save Katniss at the cost of his innocence. The world of the Hunger Games where kids are forced to kill each other, Ragdoll said not liking what would have happened in that world. Kids sometimes you do need to kill to save someone, it's hard but it doesn't make you a monster, Gran Torino said. 3. Izuku, where was this taken? Inko asked showing him a picture of Izuku with 3 kids with a giant robot. Miko Nakadai, Jack Darby, Raphael Raf Esquivel and Bulkhead the giant robot. I meet them while I was on the Earth that's connected to Equestria. That Earth has a secret war between 2 factions of giant robots from space, going on. There is also a USA military special forces G.I. Joes who fight against a worldwide terrorist organization Cobra, Izuku said. The world where the ponies came from has an Earth that has giant transforming robots. May said her eyes sparkling. That world rocks, Fumikage said. A large jar made a thump sound as it was taken out of storage by Secundo, followed by 8 more jars. Ranging from 3 feet tall to just foot. I thought Lark had taken all the treasures I picked up, Izuku said. She thought the jars were just junk, Secundo said. Treasures? Inko asked walking over to the jars. There were some worlds where I found valuables like copper, silver, and gold coins. Worlds that are dead or places that are abandoned. So I helped myself to the treasures, seeing how there wasn't anyone who would miss them. I even found a treasure cave underwater and took what I could get. So that I have something to use to buy things and when I get back home, have a nest egg, Izuku said. Copper, silver, gold, coins, jewelry, gems, pearls? Inko asked as one jar is filled with pearls. Oh yeah, the world with the pearl-spitting clams, Izuku said. The movie those 2 chaos spirits showed skipped many worlds we've been to, Secundo said. A chest appeared that has rupees in it. And that's from the world where Zelda comes from. They use gemstones as money there as there's just so many of them, Izuku said. So much, Ochako said seeing the pots and the chest full of loot. Smart, picking up loot from worlds visited so that you have some money when you get back, MT Lady said. They use gemstones as money? Fat Gum asked. Gems in that world are plentiful, so they use it as money there. The world where the robots that traveled with Izuku on the flying ship use bottle caps as money, Discord said causing everyone to stare at him. So, I could use my bottle cap collection as money there? Death Arms asked. You have a bottle cap collection? Mirko asked. I like collecting them, Death Arms said. The door of their room opened letting in Pharaoh Yosira and Cleopatra. So how you and your mom like the room? Cleopatra asked. It's bigger than our apartment, Izuku said. Is it really necessarily for us to move in here? Inko asked. I'm afraid it is. The ransacking was done by a villain who was looking for the advanced technology that Izuku has, only thanks to him hiding it well that it wasn't discovered. There are plenty of people including governments who want the technology you have, Izuku. And you already know what people are willing to do to get it, Yosira said. I do, Izuku said remembering how in some worlds he had to flee as people wanted his technology. That's the reason why security is so tight on Island, David said. You'll be safer here with your mother, Yosira said. This group marriage, are you all okay with it? Inko asked. Met with Madame Raz and she mistakes me for Cleopatra and her for Opala, wondering why she changed her hair color as she has her father's green hair, Yosira said. Madame Raz has the ability to see the past, present and future all at once. She gets really confused, Izuku said having dealt with the old woman before. Is it like that for you? Midnight asked Sir Night-Eye. No, I can only see into the future, but this Madame Raz's power is far more powerful. Being able to see in the past, present and future all at once is unheard of, Sir Night-Eye said. And thanks to her seeing future children, Izuku is now stuck in having to marry all of them, Nito said. Which means she sees a future where you and me are married, Cleopatra said. Along with the other girls, Yaoyorozu said. That too, thanks to lover boy, Cleopatra said, giving Izuku a flat stare. I had no idea that was happening, Izuku said. This is just like so many love comedies and harems, the male lead being completely clueless, Inko said, shaking her head at how clueless Izuku is with girls. I danced naked for you. Me a princess, danced naked for you, Cleopatra said. Culture thing, Izuku said, and sweated under the glare from Cleopatra. Now that's just sad, Hisashi said. I hope you're not like that, Inko said, looking at Izuku, who was red-faced. As I said before. Girls, if Izuku is anything like that, feel free to hit him, Midnight said. Mom, was dad like this? Cleopatra asked. No, as he was courting me and had to deal with the others who were also after my hand in marriage, Yaoyorozu said. You had lots of suitors? Inko asked. As Empress I am expected to have children as heirs to the empire. My husband Alexandra had many rivals to win me over, Yaoyorozu said. You're so lucky you don't have to deal with that, Cleopatra said as she planted herself on Izuku's lap, sitting sideways on him. You're so lucky I like you already. Can you get off? Izuku asked, blushing. No, Cleopatra said. Okay, looks like being blunt and so obvious that it can't be mistaken for anything else is the only way it works for Izuku, Tsuyu said. I still can't believe those girls still want him, Fuyumi said, looking at Izuku, wondering how he could get all those girls to fall for him even with him being clueless to love. Wait till you finally find someone, Jiro said, with the other married agreeing. There is also another matter, Yaoyorozu said as she brings up a screen showing emails from a number of high-end hero schools around the world. Which hero school do you want to go? I did wanted to go to UA, but after that live broadcast, Izuku said, remembering what Eraserhead had said about him. You already proven yourself to be more of a hero than any of those pro heroes. Better than All Might, as he hasn't saved or helped in saving the world. All he has done is beat some villains who aren't even a worldwide threat, or ones who are so powerful they can take over an entire planet by themselves, like those villains you helped Wander and Sylvia take care of, Cleopatra said. Besides, it's just an overhyped school that has its reputation due to marketing. You really want to go to a school with teachers like that? Everyone stared at Eraserhead. I'm not like that, Eraserhead said. And yet, why is it so easy for me to see that happening? Present Mike asked. Thinking about it, UA reputation is thanks to marketing. There are lots of other schools that are just as good, David said. The school is being changed due to the public shaming, and most of the teachers and staff have their hero licenses and teaching certificates revoked. They're doing all that so that you, Izuku, won't go to another country. Which Cleopatra and the others would all follow you too, which would also be where the trade negotiations will take place and have first picks, Yaoyorozu said. I used to work in a trade firm and been getting calls and emails from my old boss and coworkers asking for some favors, Inko said. I can see that happening. Lots of money on the line, and upsetting that Izuku or any of his girls that caused them to leave Japan would have the government doing whatever it takes to make sure that doesn't happen, Hawk said. That would happen, Nizu said. Which reminds me, don't fall for any girl around here suddenly paying you attention. There'd be plenty of honey traps to get close to you, Cleopatra said. But Sunset can read minds by just touching them, and there is Diana's lasso of truth, Izuku said. Yes, but it doesn't mean some government agencies won't be planting girls and others to get close to you. Or boys to try to lure us away, Cleopatra said. You think that would happen? Inko asked. It happens, people planted knowingly or unknowingly to have the outcome desired to happen. UA is being changed from top to bottom to make sure that Izuku will want to go there. There's much to gain by you staying in Japan, and the ones in charge are doing what they can to make sure you stay, Yaoyorozu said. I wouldn't be surprised that companies are also making moves to get on your good side, Mrs. Yaoyorozu said. And I would be getting so many calls from my old job and coworkers like happening to the other me, Inko said. UA. Mirai Sasaki, the pro hero, Sir Night Eye, is using his quirk to see a person's future, along with several others heroes and those who work for the government who have similar quirks to see the best possible future where Midoriya and the princesses stay in Japan. The teachers and staff who would cause trouble are just done away with and replaced by the ones who have positive interactions with Midoriya and the princesses. Everything has to be perfect so that Midoriya and the princesses won't be leaving Japan for another country. Has that ever happened? All Might asked Night Eye. Me working with others who have quirks like mine, no, Night Eye said, and wonders if that would work. What of the other schools? The government official who is in charge, Suki asked. She's in the staff meeting room with the remaining school staff as well, have computers on video chat connected to all the other hero schools. Shiketsu High is a no-go as the school doesn't allow romantic relationships. Same goes for the all-boys and all-girls schools. Ketsubutsu Academy, Isamu High School, and some others have some success, Sir Night Eye said. Some isn't good enough, we need to get Midoriya to want to stay in Japan. Can't have him or any of his group have a bad experience. There's too much riding on this, as well as getting back the reputation lost because of Eraserhead and the staff that allowed him to do what he wanted, Suki said, and looks at the remaining old staff of the school. Remember, your jobs are on the line. You mess up, you join the others in the unemployment line. Besides the general education teachers, janitors, and maintenance workers, the only ones left of the old staff are Higuri Maijima, Power Loader; Ainen Kuros, 13. Sekijiro Ken, Vlad King; Ryo Inui, Hound Dog; Lunch Rush. They're only allowed to stay as they're the ones who voice against how Eraserhead teaches. Who is now jobless as a teacher and as a pro hero, who also has lost his quirk, which has caused many people to be interested in the technology that allows one to steal quirks. Being used in the prison system would help keeping the most dangerous villains under control. I wonder who's in charge of the school now in that world, Vlad King asked. At least you already look like a bum, Hound Dog said to Eraserhead, who shrinks from the stares he's getting. We need to somehow get Midoriya and his girls to stay in Japan. Which we only have a 20% chance of that happening. Which is still better than what it would have been without the purging of the school. Justice High in the USA is sending over Underfist, the retired hero-turned-teacher, who is quirkless, to talk to Midoriya into going to the America. They, unlike us, have a long history of quirkless heroes. So this is what is going to happen. This school, as well as other schools, are either have quirkless students or they be shut down. The quirkless students are allowed support items and other weapons. Seeing how Midoriya was able to fight those villains in the other worlds and how heroes using gadgets works in both the United States of this world and other worlds. The hero agencies are also being told to have quirkless heroes. Can't have him being the only quirkless hero, as that only sends the message that we only want him because of what his girlfriends can provide. And that just leads him leaving, Suki said. Under Fist, he's a well-respected hero when he was still active, David said. I worked with him before, All Might said. He's a, Gran Torino said. He got in a fight with Under Fist and was stuffed in a trash can for the trouble, Recovery Girl said, causing Gran Torino to grumble. What does happen if he leaves? Lunch Rush asked. A deep economy recession that lasts for years, and that's the best outcome me and the others have seen, Sir Night Eye said. Which is why the exam for entrance of the school will be waived off for Midoriya and his group. Seeing how he has already done more than any pro hero has done. How many heroes you know who has saved multiple worlds? Suki asked, causing the room and the video chats to the other schools to be silent. And that's why he gets in, as he has nothing to prove to any of you. Would that happen? Izuku asked Nizu, hand-waving the exam for someone who already done all of that. I could do that for something like that, Nizu said, wondering what happened to his counterpart after losing his job. Seeing how there would be a big recession that lasts for years. You better believe that the government would be bending backwards to make sure that doesn't happen, Hawk said. I lived through one when I was still in elementary school, and even at that age, I could see the hardships my parents went through, Recovery Girl said. Break's over, time for the next part, MXYZPTLK said as he starts the film. In the Nile Embassy, Inko felt very self-conscious of herself as she sat with Celestia, the mother of Sunset Shimmer. Her quirk telekinesis that only allows her to pull light things to her, while is the same type of power, is nothing compared to Celestia, who is able to move planets and stars with her telekinesis. And that she's also a giantess at over 9 feet tall and has a very voluptuous body that the white dress she's wearing doesn't hide at all. Bobas that are bigger than Inko's head and wide hips and an equal-sized butt and a powerful body. Her mountainous cleavage is exposed by a circular window in her dress, and the hems of her skirt went far up her thighs, revealing the sides of her powerful legs. Along with her long and lush multicolored hair that goes down to her knees, a white coat, A unicorn horn on her forehead, horse ears, tail, large white wings, made her beauty unearthly. All the older women in the audience couldn't help but feel jealousy rearing its head at the sight of the giant attractive mother. The married men are doing their best not to stare, while the other men are openly stared at the matured beauty in front of them. Both her beauty and sheer size made her very intimidating, and that's not including that she can literally just fling anyone into space just by thinking about it. Looking at Sunset with her busty body who has G-cups and how tall she is at 6 feet 11 inches that she looks older than her age of 15. And looking at her mother, it's clear that she has lots of growing to do before she matches her mother. Both of them are alicorns, one of 4 types of their race called ponies, as their race has subspecies all of whom can interbreed with each other. So much in fact that 2 earth ponies can have children that are either a unicorn or Pegasus because of having a grandparent who was either. The girls in the audience, many puffed their cheeks in jealousy at the sight of a girl around their age, who outclassed them in everything. She's not only powerful but her beauty would only grow as she gets older, where she would be like her mom. The less gifted girls couldn't help but stare at her huge chest. The boys all blush seeing the girl who outdid any of the girls they know in looks. Minoru is openly drooling at the sight of Sunset and like the other boys jealous at the fact that she only has eyes for Izuku. Don't they have any modesty? Ibra asked, blushing at the clothes that the 2 are wearing. Ponies view clothing as you people view jackets, needed when the weather calls for it but otherwise, is just a fashion statement. It's perfectly normal for them to go around naked or underwear like clothes, Discord said. What? Inko asked, blushing like many others. How did her son in that world handle that? Also the ponies have a free culture, whereas just something that they do, out in the open. Sunset and her herd often haven't invited Izuku to join in but he just locks himself in the bathroom, Discord said. You said no to in with Sunset and her herd? Minoru asked, earning him a smack from an ear jack. There's no way Izuku would be able to handle all those girls at once, Kyoka said, blushing. Equestrian stallions are born to be able to handle dozens of maras at a time. Izuku being human wouldn't be able to keep up. Granted, for many that's a challenge they're willing to take even if it ends badly like other human males that end up in Equestria, Discord said. What happened? Izuku asked. What happens when human males try to have fun with 7 foot tall and above maras? Discord said, making a picture appear on the screen. 3 skeletons of previous victims with crushed pelvises in very satisfied poses with one holding a cigarette. The guys all stared at the picture with mixed feelings. And it's not just the guys, as human females also end up in Equestria and are found to be very attractive by the maras too, Discord said. A series of pictures of the female students who ended up traveling are shown. With them blushing as Sunset and her herd have them surrounded as they lean in as they stared hungrily at the girl. Causing said girls to blush as they see themselves being the center of attention of all those very beautiful pony girls. Toru on the other hand was surprised when a girl none of them had ever seen before appeared on the screen, wondering if that's her. Is that me? Toru asked, staring at the blushing cute girl on the screen. Yes, a simple spell made you visible, Discord said, snapping his fingers, and Toru suddenly was visible to everyone and herself. Pegasus ponies with a light but powerful body and are the smallest of the ponies. A fully grown Pegasus rarely ever grows taller than under 7 feet. They can walk on clouds and move them around, giving them some control over the weather. They also use wind magic to help them fly and or create powerful gust of wind. Unicorns, who all naturally can use magic. Their horns on their forehead helps in controlling the magical energy. Standard height is under 8 feet. They're also the weakest physically compared to the other pony races, but still much stronger than any human. Earth ponies are the largest and strongest of the pony race. Standard height is under 9 feet. They're able to use earth magic, which helps in growing plants and allows them to locate rare earths and metals. Alicorns are the perfect mix of all 3 races of ponies blended into one. Far stronger, powerful, and faster, also the longest lived, with Celestia and her sister Luna being over 1,000, and still going strong. In some other worlds, ponies are ponies, and it's only thanks to a magic mirror that connects to a human mirror world that they change into humans, and vice versa with humans going to the pony world. Like what happens to some Izukus, Discord said as he makes the screen switch to a picture of a light green with a dark green mane male pony. "Ah, you're so cute," Inko said at the sight of a pony version of her son. The girls all cooed and awed at the sight too, causing Izuku to blush. Sunset is with her ladies-in-waiting and bodyguards the Shadow Bolts. Indigo Zap leading the team made up of Sugarcoat, Sour Sweet, Lemon Zest, Sunny Flare, and Juniper Montage. The latter having stayed behind to cover the others when they went to Earth to get Izuku. All of them tall and shapely like Sunset thanks to their training, that are shown off by their gray uniforms that they wear. Indigo Zap is extremely competitive and has an unbridled passion for winning, a light amber-gray mare with E-cups, dark blue and cerulean hair with Arctic blue streaks. Standing at 6 feet tall with a slender but powerful build. She is a Pegasus with large wings on her back, and like all Pegasus ponies she is immune to electricity, high tolerance for extreme heat and cold. She's also the fastest in flight speed. Sugarcoat, who displays an overly blunt, cynical attitude towards others, pointing out their faults without hesitation. Standing at 6 feet 5 inches, a bluish-gray mare with F-cups and opal-gray hair with Arctic bluish-gray streaks. Hers was usually done up in twin ponytails. She's a unicorn having a horn on her forehead. She's a skilled magic user having studied with Sunset in learning magic, skilled in white magic. Lemon Zest demonstrates the behavior of a wild, obnoxious rocker girl. Standing over 7 feet tall, a grayish amaranth mare with H-cups and light pistachio hair with grayish-green and lime-green streaks. She's an earth pony with a powerful body who is super strong even for an earth pony. She also isn't a simple brute reliant on her strength alone and is in fact a highly skilled fighter. Sour Sweet has somewhat of a bipolar personality where she alternates between being sarcastic and rude, sour, and obnoxiously nice, sweet. She's a pale, light gold mare with rose-colored freckles on her cheeks, upper part of her F-cup bobas, shoulders, hips, and butt. Her hair was a mix of rose shades with a streak of aquamarine. It was usually done up in a ponytail. She's a Pegasus who stand at 6 feet 3 inches tall. She's skilled in multiplying the weather. Sunny Flare is the most poised of her teammates, having elegant and self-confident mannerisms, but with an arrogant, rude, and aloof demeanor. A light turquoise mare with E-cups and grayish mulberry hair with light raspberry streaks. She's a unicorn who stands at 6 feet 7 inches tall. She's a skilled magic user, skilled in black magic. Juniper Montage is the brains and the most cunning of her team, who is also greedy. Her mane is a strong cerulean with moderate Arctic blue streaks in 2 ponytails. Her coat is a pale light grayish olive. She's an earth pony who stands at over 7 feet, who has H-cups. She's a skilled tactical fighter, who doesn't just rely on her super strength. The 7 girls have Izuku and Cleopatra surrounded on another sofa, as they're spending time with him as Inko and Celestia talk about the future. Mostly about the culture norms of ponies and how they see no problem in a group marriage, and Cleopatra is learning about her future fellow wives. The pony males are fewer in number than females, and because of having their own earth in their dimension and contact between their worlds, they know they can breed with humans. Their society is like wild horses in our world? Where Mara's group around a single stallion? Pony asked. Yes, and they see no problem in new females joining the herd. Just as long as they can all get along, Discord said. They're a ready-made harem? Why couldn't that be me? Minoru cried out. Actually, one version of you did ended up there. But the size differences is a big problem, Discord said. The screen showed a Minoru in the pony world, but because of how small he is to the much larger female ponies, he couldn't get any of them interested. Ah, Minoru sobbed. But he did get the interest of some flutter ponies. They're a subspecies of ponies that small fairy-like ponies, Discord said. The picture changed to that Minoru with a group of smaller ponies with fairy-like wings. And changed to a picture of an overwhelmed Minoru who looks like he hasn't slept in days and completely exhausted, taking care of a horde of babies. What? Minoru gasped. While the male is the stud of the herd, they also are the ones who look after the children while the females do other jobs, Discord said. That Minoru bite more than he could handle and now is swampin' taking care of 16 kids at once. No wonder he looks so terrible, David said, remembering what it was like when Melissa was young. With the other parents agreeing. Seeing how Izuku is still young and is still in his growing phase, some magical supplements and potions will help his growth. It will strengthen his body and increase his endurance and stamina, Celestia said. You're going to need it, Juniper teased Izuku. That's for sure, Cleopatra said to Izuku as she's sitting on his left while Sunset is on his right, pinning him between them. Who like Inko is very self-aware that the ponies are way more busted than she is, not to mention taller. So all of this is just normal? Sharing a husband? Inko asked. Yes it is, females of our race either form a herd around a male we all like or like mom go on wild flings with any male, Sunset said. Sunset, Celestia said, frowning at her daughter and causing all but Sunset to cower. You and Sunset don't get along? Inko asked, looking between the two. Sadly yes, Celestia said. You're at your rebel phase? Cleopatra asked Sunset. It's more than that, for most of my life I didn't even know mom was my mom. She raised me as a student till I had enough and ran away into the magic mirror that sent me to Earth, transforming me as a human. Her other student Twilight Sparkle came for me after I stole the crown of friendship, a powerful magic item. Was forced back where, thanks to the magic surge, gave me the growth spurt I needed to become an alicorn. Which was only then and there that mom told me the truth, that she's my mom. And has been trying to form a bond with me since, Sunset explained. You never told her you were her mother? Inko asked as Celestia. It's a mistake, I have been doing my best to make up for, Celestia answers. Too late for that, Sunset said. Lots of drama? Cleopatra asked Izuku. Just like how I remember, Izuku said. She never told Sunset she's her mother? Inko asked, shocked. Yes, and only told her when she had no other choice and is now desperate in forming a bond with Sunset. Trying to sleep with Sunset so that her scent will mark her as her daughter, but she refuses to let her, Discord said, causing everyone to stare at him. Ponies mark other members of their herd with their scent, like how dogs and cats will rub themselves on you to rub their scent on you. Oh, Inko said. Next day. Inko is now talking with Queen Rainbow, the mother of Rainbow Bright, with her husband King Rainbow. Along with the parents of Canary Yellow, Indigo Doll, Shy Violet, Tickled Pink, Stormy, and Moonglow, who had stayed behind to man the portal machine. All of them are seated around the dining table while the kids are together at the TV, all enjoying strawberry shortcakes. Rainbow Bright also gave Izuku the magic ring of hollow light that transforms Izuku into the Sentinel of Light. My power is controlling weather and I can ride on clouds, Stormy said as she explains her and her friends' powers to Cleopatra, even the ones who aren't there. Rainbow Bright has the power of rainbows and can purify. Red Butler has fire power and is the fastest runner. Lala Orange has earth powers and is strong. Canary Yellow has light powers and can fly. Patio Green has plant powers and can talk to animals. Indigo Doll has lightning powers and can teleport. Shy Violet has wind powers and is the smart one. Buddy Blue has water powers and can turn invisible. Tickle Pink has healing powers and can sense other emotions. Moonglow has darkness powers and can teleport from shadows. Buddy Blue has water power and can make himself invisible? Cozy Eye asked. Water is clear, Discord answers. And you all control colors for the earth of your dimension? Cleopatra asked. Yes, on our dimension Rainbow Land is where color comes from, Rainbow Bright said. And where did you get this strawberry cake? Cleopatra asked. From Big Apple City on our Earth, Canary Yellow said. How are Strawberry and the others? Izuku asked. She and the others are okay, Moonglow said. Strawberry? Cleopatra asked. A girl named Strawberry Shortcake, she and a bunch of others who run food trucks are all named after foods, Izuku said. Named after food? Cleopatra asked. I learned not to question it. Lots of worlds I've been to are strange from what I'm used to. A world where children act like adults and adults act like children, a world where everyone needs to wear a hat, a world where bands battle each other for fans. And I mean as in them bringing out weapons to fight other bands, Izuku said. Bands fighting each other for fans? Now that I would like to see, Present Mike said. I don't remember seeing that, Tickle Pink said. The movie skipped many worlds I visited. Like one of the worlds I stop at was a world that has sapient hamsters living in human butts, Izuku said, causing everyone to stare at him. I have so many questions, and one of them is why you said that, as I just lost my appetite, Indigo Doll said and blocked the hand from Tickle Pink who was reaching for her strawberry cake. That doesn't mean I'm not going to keep my cake for later. I can see why that wasn't shown, Shy Violet said, her mind racing in how a world like that works. But now, I can't help but wonder how a but hamster dimension works, Rainbow Bright said. Damn it, I can't get how a but hamster world works, out of my head either, Jizo said, as he's not the only one wondering how a but hamster world works. 1. Next day. Inko is talking with Moon and River Butterfly, with Kelly's and Higgs's parents. While Izuku and Cleopatra is with Star, Kelly, and Higgs in Izuku's room. Trading stories and telling Cleopatra of the things Izuku did while in Muni. Izuku went and dressed up as a girl to get into St. Olga's reform school for wayward princesses? Cleopatra asked. To save Ponyhead, and ended with Izuku causing a riot as he inspired the other princesses there to revolt, Star said, using her magic to create a slideshow showing what happened when she, Izuku, Kelly, and Higgs sneaked into the school. Then Izuku's dress got ripped off and revealed himself to be a boy. And the other princesses all first stared at him like starving wolves being presented with a big piece of meat and dog piled on him, Higgs said, with the next picture showing her and Star trying to free Izuku from the mob of princesses all wanting a piece of Izuku. I sneaked him out by pulling him into my hair, Kelly said, with the picture of her and the girls running out of the school. Too bad, Ponyhead spoke out loud about the plan and how I dressed like a girl to get in, Izuku said, as the next picture has the other princesses all running out as well after the girls. You're pretty in a dress, Eri said to Izuku, who blushed seeing himself dress as a girl. Making the boys feel uncomfortable at how pretty Izuku is in a dress, and the girls jealous at how pretty he is. So are you going to grow as big as your mom? Cleopatra asked Kelly. That's a coin flip, as I could take after my dad in that department, Kelly said. Star, is the wand is fix? Izuku asked, seeing how the wand is still missing half of the star gem when he left. Yeah, it's fixed after dealing with Toffee, Star said, causing Izuku's eyes to widen. But he was killed in the blast, Cleopatra said. Yes, but remember, he was smiling as the wand was blowing up. That's never a good sign, Kelly said. He had a backup plan and was controlling Ludo by the other half of the wand gem, Higgs said. What? Izuku asked. It's a long story, Star said. The girls told Izuku and Cleopatra what happened after Izuku left Muni. The Toffee villain really had a good long-term plan going for him, Gran Torino said. The masterminds are the type of villains who are very good at planning and are always to be on the lookout for, All Might said. The next day. While Inko is hosting the parents who know about their daughter's secret life as superheroes. The girls Wonder Woman, Batgirl, Green Lantern, Zatanna, Supergirl, Bumblebee, and Harley Quinn are with Cleopatra and Izuku in his room. Which Cleopatra is excited meeting them, as superhero fiction is still a thing in her universe. Wait, you went on a multiverse journey in their universe of alternate universes of their world? Cleopatra asked. Yes, and Batman in most of those worlds is Izuku said. Yeah, most of them have the mindset that anyone who kills is just killer who will kill again. That any cop who killed someone to save someone else's life can't ever be trusted, Batgirl said, insulted as her dad is a cop. This Batman is one of those types, thinking that anyone who is ever killed can never be trusted again, Gran Torino said. Killing should always be the last resort, but having that mindset doesn't do anyone good, Nizu said. I used my lasso on those Batmans and they completely believed that crap, Wonder Woman said. Good thing we were sent to that world where Joker became sane and that Batman revealed that he has a self-righteous sadism streak and his vigilantism is less about justice and more about control, and it's a way of salvaging what's left of his soul, Zatanna said. So Batman is just a control freak who is just doing the whole hero thing as a way to do it? Sir Night Eye asked, disgusted like the other heroes. Yup. His parents were killed in front of him and spent his family wealth, which is in the billions, to make himself into a one-man crime-fighting machine, with a black and white view on killing, that it's wrong no matter what, even if it was to save someone else, instead of handling it in a healthier way. He even saves his villains just so he can continue to fight them no matter how many they kill, Discord said, causing everyone to look disgusted. 2. He's also blind to the real problems of Gotham. The massive amount of wealthy families still living in Gotham despite the city being overrun with crime and poverty is because of a real estate scam. Rich developers like Pierce Chapman buy up marked down properties from the city in areas where Batman fights crime, then quickly flip them for profit rather than demolish them and construct something new, Green Lantern said. Really stick it to those Batmans, Supergirl said. But that Adam West, Batman was great. He has a no-killing rule because he believes that deep down people can be good if given a chance to change, Harley Quinn said. Man, I wish I could be his sidekick, he's great, Izuku said. Me too, Batgirl said, but did like that 60s version of her in that world. Wow, that Batman sounds awesome, Izuku said. He's the best Batman ever, Discord said. He sure is and has a great theme song, MXYZPTLK said as he plays the Batman, Adam West theme song. The song stunned the audience. That's it, I need to get my own theme music, Mirko said. The next day, while Inko is talking with the girls' parents, Iris, Talia, Oriana, Carissa, and Lina are with Izuku and Cleopatra in his room. So you're a lost princess who was raised on Earth and had to fight a villain to reclaim the throne? Cleopatra asked, having been told about the adventures Izuku had with the girls. Now that everything is taken care of, I've been bonding with my parents and learning how to be a princess, Iris said. We had to stop preforming to allow Iris to rest, Talia said. Iris has to learn how to be a ruler now and all that entails, Adriana adds. Been there, been raised to know how to act and all the other rules someone who is to rule needs to know, Cleopatra said. Well, it's much harder for me. I have to learn to be a princess when I had no idea I was one, Iris said. You should talk with Sunset. She didn't know she was a princess for most of her life as well, Izuku said. You think she can help? Carissa asked, knowing how much pressure Iris is under now that the kingdom is being rebuilt. Maybe, but she is very forceful and blunt as she knows she's powerful and smart, Izuku said. So she thinks she's better than other people but has the power and brains to back it up? Lina asked. Yup, and spending all that time with her, I know that for sure. She hates her mother Celestia for keeping that she's her mother from her for most of her life, and has driven her to be better than her mother in every way possible, Izuku said. I should talk with her and get some pointers, Iris said. Now there's something that you don't see that often. How being a princess also means lots of responsibilities and duties, especially for those who are going to rule someday, Recovery Girl said. The next day, Inko is with the parents of Bloom, Stella, Flora, Musa, Tekna, Aisha, and Roxy in the dining room. The girls are with Izuku and Cleopatra in his room, where the 7 fairies are once again empowering their knight with their magic, granting Izuku abilities like out of a video game. They're all standing around in a circle with Izuku in the middle, as they channel their magic into him. From Bloom, he gains an increase of his strength. Stella, he gains an increase of his speed. Flora, he gains an increase of his defense. Musa, he gains an increase of his agility. Tekna, he gains an increase of his intelligence. Aisha, he gains an increase of his spirit. Roxy, he gains an increase of his health. What does spirit do? Cleopatra asked. It protects against magic and energy attacks, Izuku said. Also the outfits, are they supposed to be so revealing and skimpy? Cleopatra asked. It's just how it is, Bloom said. At least your group are not like Sunset and her group, they're much more impressive, Cleopatra said. But then again there is Celestia who wears that dress. Celestia is very intimidating, Izuku said, remembering the first time meeting her face to face. Gee, thanks for reminding us, Stella said, not liking how Sunset and her group are bustier than they are, and her mother leaves their moms intimidated. How are things in the realms since I was around? Izuku asked. Quite after you drained the tricks of their magic. They were executed for their crimes, Tekna said. And their spirits were destroyed as well, so they can't ever come back, Aisha adds. Good, they won't be able to cause trouble anymore, Izuku said, as some people being killed is the only way it could end for them. He learned that the hard way, as some people it's just best to kill them, let them live. There is also this, Bloom said, showing Izuku the Shingon the Mantis flip coin that allows the user to jump higher. I thought it was lost, Izuku said, as most of the Wu were either destroyed or lost. It turned up in a pawn show on Earth. I brought it and Bloom has been using it since, Roxy said. Thank you, Izuku said. So all of you combine your magic and give it to Izuku to power him up? Cleopatra asked. Yes, but it does wear off and I need to be recharged by them, Izuku said, feeling the old power boost. So those princesses give Izuku a power boost? Hanta asked. Yes, as their knight he gains special abilities, and since they have all claimed him, the power boost is much greater, Discord said. Reminds me of Change and Bolt, a married couple of pro heroes in the States. Charge has the power to build up a large amount of electricity, while Bolt is able to move at super speed and transform into lightning once she's charged up with electric power, All Might said. Kids, if you are thinking of partnering up, you should try to find someone who has a power set that works well with yours, Mizu said. The next day, Inko talked with the mothers of the princesses who are also the guardians of their planets. The Sailor Guardians in their universe are women who hold the power of their planet and act as their protectors. With the power only going to females and can be passed down from mother to daughter, many of the guardians are also the queens of their worlds. And the Moon Guardians were originally the Earth Guardian but was changed after the capital was placed on the moon. 4. That's the reason why there's no Earth Guardian, is because a past queen moved the capital to the moon? Cleopatra asked. The moon was originally a fortress to protect Earth, but over time it became the capital, Usagi said. So where's the guardian of Pluto? Cleopatra asked. She's an adult, Ami said. Way too old to be Izuku, without looking desperate, Rei adds. And what about her? Cleopatra asked, looking at Hataru, who is 9. She can wait a few years to be of age, Michiru said. No fair, Hataru said. And before you asks, we renamed the plant to be Auranas, and we doesn't actually live on the gas planet. We live on one of the moons like the others who have gas planets, Haruka said. The gas planets are where we collect gases from, Makoto adds. Same with my empire, Cleopatra said. Also, what's with the swimsuits with miniskirts? I don't get why people from other universes find what we wear strange, Minako said. How does that protect them? Mina asked. Does it work like in video games? Tsuyu asked. Magical protection, no matter how skimpy the outfit is, like in a video game we're just putting on an end-level gear like a hat. We'll give you more protection than the gear at the beginning, and you can just have your character wear only that, and they take little to no damage from an attack that hits their chest, Discord explains. 3. The next day. After dealing with so many high-class parents, dealing with Ruby's parents Agatha, who works as a real estate agent, and Arthur Gilman, who are sharing stories of what Izuku and Ruby were up to while he was in their world. Ruby brought along Ede, who wants to once again be Izuku's companion again. The beeps are binary, Cleopatra said as she's slowly getting the hang of the beeps the iBot is making. We've been through a lot. EDE is an iBot prototype, albeit for an upgraded series of iBot that never went into production rather than iBots as a whole. EDE is made of the same materials used to make Hellfire armor, can carry more than 200 pounds, and his laser isn't anything to laugh at. His sensors also can detect even cloak enemies, and after some upgrades and repairs I did, got him back to working at full capacity, Izuku said. Dr. Mobius has been making lots of improvements with the robots and gotten a military contract as well in search and rescue. The iBots are being used first to test the market. They've been given to ships at Oceanside, serving both as GPS and thanks to their long-range scanners can be used to find anyone who is shipwrecked or adrift at sea. And Ironsides and his crew are now a part of the Navy, Ruby said. Nice to see they're all doing well, Izuku said, missing his crew. So you Krakens are the protectors of the seas against evil mermaids? Cleopatra asked. Yes, it sounds weird. Mermaids lure ships to their doom so that they can plunder the cargo. We Krakens battle them to stop that from happening. Since revealing ourselves, we've been more open with the humans, Ruby said. And your mother left that all behind to live on land? Cleopatra asked. Yes, she just wanted a quiet life after the war, Ruby said. Whatever happened to that giant robot? Cleopatra asked. The government took it, Ruby said. So she's the down-to-earth girl, compared to all the other princesses, Denki asked. Well, Iris did also grow up normal, even if she did become a pop star, Yuga said. I would like to be a pop star, Mina said. It's a cutthroat world in the music industry, and the best most people can hope for is being a one-hit wonder, Midnight said, having friends in the music industry. The next day, Inko is with Ursa talking about how the misunderstanding caused Azula to have a breakdown and fell into a depression, being the reason why she traveled into the spirit world looking for a way to travel to other worlds to find Izuku. Now Azula is both happy that she didn't break Izuku's heart and angry about it. Come on, Ty Lee said, urging Azula to open up to Izuku now that they have some alone time with him. You said how you wanted to be with him again, June said. You really must have missed me, Izuku said, causing Azula to blush as she was a swirl of emotions. Come on, just admit you love Izuku and get it over with, Cleopatra said, having learned what happened after Izuku left and how it devastated Azula. It's okay, we can just be like this till you're ready, Izuku said, knowing the trauma that Azula has been through with her father, driving her to be prefect. Azula suddenly latched herself to Izuku and buried her face into his chest, and Izuku wrapped his arms around her and held her. They stayed like that for a long time as Azula clung to Izuku like a lifeline. And the other girls let her, seeing how much of a wreck she is and needs Izuku the most. Wow, she has it bad, Midnight said. Seeing how she thought she broke his heart and why he left, she would be a mess, MT Lady said. Reminds me of a romance manga, know several where that happens, Ochako said. The next day, Inko felt intimidated by the openly evil Queen Torrent of the Cyclonia Empire, being something that the villains of this world can only dream of. She is also all for her daughter Master Cyclones, or Lark as that's her real name, but only her parents and Izuku call her that. She wants Lark to be more pragmatic, and he helps to balance Lark out as her husband. His ideas he gave Lark that she followed has what allowed the Cyclonia Empire to expand and grow in power. Cleopatra and Izuku are with Lark in Izuku's room, all on the sofa. Lark has been telling and showing Izuku what she has done since he left, using the equipment that she took and kept from him. She's been using the Eye of Dashi to provide free power to her planet that is now ruled by her parents, and the Orb of Tornami providing clean drinking water. The resources of the dead and empty worlds have made the Empire prosperous. Well, that is fine, as that's only one world and a few colonies on the worlds you're getting resources from. But the Nile Empire is most of the galaxy, which has been built up slowly for thousands of years, Cleopatra said, looking at the screen with Lark. Expand too fast and it will just fall apart. That I agree on. My world of Atmos is made up of habitable terraces that are large stilted areas that rise into the sky of various sizes, and below that, the wastelands, a vast uninhabitable place of lava, treacherous rock formations and dangerous creatures. There is the far side that is blocked off by mountains that can't be passed even with airships. The kingdoms survived by raiding and stealing from each other because of the limited resources. My family started off as heroes who brought down the warlords that plagued the lands, raiding and pillaging, not caring about the future. My family has since ruled with harsh laws and punishments, but they work, Lark said. They started off as heroes? Shoto asked. If you lived in a place like that where it sounds like resources are very limited. Anyone who gives you protection, food, water, shelter would be your hero, while being a villain to others, Vlad King said. I'm glad that we don't have to deal with anything like that here, Kinoko said. A villain who is also a leader of their own country. That would be a nightmare to deal with, Eraserhead said. The regime of your family is brutal, but brought peace and stability to your lands. Without your kingdom, the other kingdoms would have just fight among each other, Cleopatra said. According to the history books, we began expanding because of the other kingdoms kept on attacking our kingdom, Lark said. And now that your family rule your world, you now have the task of actually running it and keep it all together. Which is what separates the rulers from the myopic conquerors. As the myopic conqueror, while great on the battlefield and in a war economy, from the history of my galaxy have run their conquered lands into disrepair, as they just aren't good at ruling and care more about their own pleasures than keeping their kingdoms running. They usually run things to the grounds, unable to do the administration part of ruling. Try to flee when they see everything falling apart, with as much loot as they can carry, or cling to power and end up killed or imprisoned. Wanting all the power but none of the responsibilities, Cleopatra said. That has happened a lot in history, Nizu said. Some only last so long because of something like oil, keeping them afloat, Nizu said. Which is what separates my family from the others. We actually do take ruling seriously, we use the carrot and stick. Even the Storm Hawks have realized that my family's rule is better for everyone. We're harsh but fair to the people we rule, Lark said. Can you two get off of me? Izuku asked, as both Cleopatra and Lark have been using his lap as their seat instead of the sofa. Each of them are sitting on one of his legs and trapping him underneath them. No, both girls said as they pressed themselves down on his lap. You have the nerve to see everything I had you did as my personal servant as just your duties. Letting you eat with my family, how I allow you to get away with things that I don't allow any other to do. Like using my real name. Having you wash me in the bath? Lark asked. He's a clueless idiot, but he's our idiot who we're going to have to train not to be clueless, Cleopatra said. Train me? Izuku asked worried. Mom did suggest me having you chain up so that you won't run away again. But seeing how I'm going to be sharing you with others, I won't have to do much in keeping you in line. Besides, when you need to be reminded the hard way. I'm the token evil member of this soon-to-be family after all, Lark said, smiling wickedly. You ed me and the others off for what Kelly's mom did to Kelly's dad of putting him in the hospital sounds like a good idea. But since you know now, we're going to make sure you remember and that you're very lucky in getting us to fall for you when you're way out of your class level when it comes to having us girls in love with you, Cleopatra said. I know, I had just thought all of you were just my friends, Izuku said, looking sad, which caused both Cleopatra and Lark to think how cute he looks. You're so lucky that you're cute, Lark said. And you can make it up to us, Cleopatra said. A girl having you wash her body when it's not for medical reasons? Midnight said, looking at a blushing Izuku, and looks at the girls. As I said, feel free to hit him if something like that happens. Hey, Izuku said. I'm not having something like that where you, the completely clueless idiot, can't see that the girl in front of you is in love with you, Midnight said. The next day, while Inko is talking with the parents, in Izuku's room, Adora, Glimmer, and Katra are telling him what happened after Horde Prime was killed. With Etheria back to real space and the sky filled with stars again, they were soon contacted by Eternia, whose world is advanced both in magic and technology. Adora meeting her birth parents and her twin brother Adam. She was teleported to Etheria by Skeletor, a warlord from the dark hemisphere of Eternia. 5. Wait, this Skeletor guy only has less than a dozen evil warriors, and that's enough to be a global threat? Cleopatra asked. They're that powerful, Adora said. Adora's home world is on another level. Hordak needed an army to conquer, while Skeletor only has a few warriors who are just that powerful, Katra said. Reminds me of the universe of Wander. The villains there look lame and weird, but the villains use a scoreboard to show their ranks by who has conquered the most worlds. Something the so-and-so is an insecure and pathetic excuse for a villain. He wears a beanie, a tea kettle mask, a mitten, a rubber glove, briefs over long underwear, a scuba flipper, a green pump, and a blue cape. But he's strong enough to have conquered 2 planets by himself and keep other villains from taking them, Izuku said, causing the others in the room to feel dread at the thought of any of those villains showing up. Also, Izuku, I forgot to tell you this last time. Thank you for getting my mom back, Glimmer said. That reminds me, Katra said as she dope slaps the back of Izuku's head. That's for shoving me and Adora into the escape pod. We could help you, Adora said, remembering watching as the pod fell back down to the planet as the flagship that was burning disappeared into a portal. You saw what happened. I only survived because of Hordak pinning Horde Prime and getting the portal gun. I only survived my wounds because Zelda found me. And I knew it was a one-way trip, and the best I could hope for was to delay Prime long enough to kill him when the ship blew up, Izuku said. You idiot, Katra said as she hugs him, followed by the others. I'm glad that we don't have people who are that powerful around, Toguru said. Dylan's so powerful where they can just take over an entire planet by themselves, All Might said, and dreading that kind of world. Next day, Inko was amazed at what Queen Zelda told her of her adventures with Link the hero. How Link awakened 100 years after the rise of the Calamity Ganon, a malicious entity that destroyed the kingdom of Hyrule, with only Zelda managing to hold it back from inside Hyrule Castle. Then how, while exploring the depths underneath Hyrule Castle, she and Link found the ruins of Hyrule's ancient founders, the Zonai, and the reawakening demon King Ganondorf. Afterwards she went to work rebuilding her kingdom, and Link stayed on as her knight. She married a noble from another land for political reason and had Zelda, with Link, her lifelong friend, remaining as her knight. The firstborn daughter is always named Zelda? Cleopatra asked. Yes, it's an ancient tradition, Zelda said as she's in Izuku's room with Izuku and Cleopatra. And Link and your mother were never romantically engaged? Cleopatra asked. No, Uncle Link and Mother are just good friends. They did dated, but nothing ever came out of it, Zelda said. Zelda, are you sure about this? Izuku asked. Mother is a powerful in magic, but isn't much in combat. This hero school will be a good place for me to learn to defend myself and learn to use my magic in other ways, Zelda said. Speaking of which, seeing how the school you wanted to go is bad, and while they are making changes to how it's run and fired some of the old staff and bringing in new ones. They're only doing that because of the public shaming that was done to them. Why not go to another school? Besides, it's not like there are any quirkless heroes in Japan, they're all about flashy heroes with powers, Cleopatra said. I met heroes even greater than All Might and they didn't have powers. And being home and seeing it with new eyes, I see how Japan wouldn't be welcoming of a quirkless hero, Izuku said. So why not go to a school in a country that has quirkless heroes already? Just as High in the United States is sending that quirkless hero, Underfist over here to give you a sales pitch, Cleopatra said. The Japanese government is only making changes to keep you here, which would cause all of us to stay here as well. I have been approached by people who want to make deals, Zelda said. That's normal for me, people wanting to get close to me because I'm the heir to the Nile Empire. There be guys making moves on us as well, to get us to fall for them instead. And girls throwing themselves at Izuku, the gold diggers, the ones who want fame and the ones who have ties to governments or other groups, Cleopatra said. And we're not letting you just go along with this ruse, Zelda said. Had this done in some worlds that figure out I have advanced technology or a portal gun, Izuku said. There would be plenty of people who be after the technology from the other worlds, David said. And the only thing holding them back is the fact it would mean all-out war with 13 kingdoms if something wrong happens and Izuku or the girls are harmed or killed, Discord said. Atmos. Master Cyclones wonders what her mother is planning as she follows her. They enter a chamber and the sight before Master Cyclones caused her to face seeing all the naked flesh before her. The chamber is one of the rooms used to host guests and is hosting young women around her age, all of them naked. These are kunoichis from that ninja school world that Izuku visited. They are the Homura Crimson Squad. For reasons of their own, the 5 former Hebiho elites chose to let their school burn rather than defend it to the death. 6 months later, they continue to pay for that decision. Together on the run, they live as renegades, eking out a menial living by day, keeping one eye open every night. With their school rebuilt and out for blood, it's only a matter of time before they face their final reckoning. Till I found them and gave them a chance to start over, Torrent explained to her daughter. Homura, a tan-skinned, long dark-haired kunoichi who fights by wielding 6 katanas at the same time. Homura's elemental affinity is fire. Yomi, a blonde-haired kunoichi who uses a massive claymore-like sword and a cannon. Yomi's elemental affinity is wind. Hikage, a short green-haired kunoichi who uses a knife. Hikage's affinity is poison. Mirai, a long black-haired short girl wearing an eye patch, who uses an umbrella that is a concealed firearm and she hides other heavy weapons in her clothes. Haruka, a short-haired dark blonde kunoichi who uses chemical weapons and puppetry, concealing the inner workings of her strategies under her white coat. The others are fellow kunoichis from the same school who were all brainwashed till they were freed and joined the others on the run, Torrent said to the other 5 girls. Miyabi, a short white-haired kunoichi who uses a cursed 7-pronged sword. Murasaki, a long purple-haired kunoichi who uses giant shurikens attached to her hair. Murasaka's affinity is darkness. Imu, a short blonde-haired glasses-wearing kunoichi who uses a Shaolin staff that she can increase the size of. Imu's elemental affinity is lightning. Ryobi, a brown long-haired kunoichi who uses a musket, is the younger twin sister of Roina. Ryona, a short blonde-haired kunoichi who uses 2 quad handguns. Ryona's affinity is ice. Hot ninja girls Minoru cried out wanting to see the naked ninja girls, but the censor bars are covering up their private parts. The other boys are no better staring at the hot bodies of the young girls before them, while the girls are blushing and green with envy at their toned bodies. The adults are glad for the censor bars. All 10 of them were on the run and being chased by their former school. Now they will be your personal bodyguards and spies. They also were after Izuku when he was in their world, having befriended them before it was discovered the advanced technology he had that caused all the schools to send out their ninjas to capture him. And as you can see, all of them but for Mirai, who is still young, have busty bodies and are all very lovely, Torrent explains to Master Cyclones. Having ninja girls being my bodyguards who are also in love with Izuku, Master Cyclones said, looking at blushing ninja girls at the mention of Izuku. I used the truth ray you made and they had all planned on making Izuku reveal his secrets not by torture but by pleasure. They would have with him and get him to talk. And they're all eager to agree to my terms once they learned about you going to be married to Izuku in the future, Torrent said. I see, and they're all naked to show off their bodies to me, Master Cyclones said, walking around the girls who blush as she looks them all over. They have been trained in the art of subduction and that kunoichi sneed in the field. Which, seeing how you're going to have fellow wives, you should learn as well. There is more than fighting to show the ranking among your fellow wives. And you should expand your taste to women, seeing how you have all the opportunity to do so in the future, Torrent said. It's the same for ponies, Maras dominate each other to show the ranking of the herd. Where the weakest is dominated by all the others, which sometimes it's actually the strongest, but she likes being on the bottom, Discord said, causing all but the youngest members of the audience who don't get it, to blush or get ideas in their heads. Yes, but how willing are these girls to serve me? Master Cyclones asked, looking over the girls. We will do whatever it takes, Hamura spoke up. She and the other girls wouldn't let Izuku get away from them again. And I'm willing to have you dominant and abuse me, any way you want, Ryona said, living her dream of having a master. Really now? Master Cyclones asked. She's a masochist, dear. She wants to be abused by a master. So be a dear and show your new servant who is her master, Torrent said. Really now? Master Cyclones asked, standing in front of Ryona, her mind racing with ideas. Yes, why not you and your mother take turns on me? Ryona said, causing Master Cyclones to look sick at that thought. Now you ruined the mood, Master Cyclones said. That's it, I need a break, Momo said as she and all the other girls turned green at the thought of having with their moms. Break's over, time for the next part, MXYZPTLK said as he starts the film. A meeting was taking place with the top heroes of Japan, having all been gathered. The government official Suki is making sure that everything is perfect so that Midoriya and the princesses stay in Japan. Having everyone working for the government or hero with a quirk that gives them future sight in some form to all work together to see the best possible future where that happens. Seeing how Midoriya has saved entire worlds when he was in that spacefaring world with that orange alien wander, from villains who, while they look silly, are a far greater threat than even All for One. Seeing how the villains there rank themselves by the number of planets that they have conquered and saved the Nile galaxy from that warlord. Among the other heroic things he has done, he's getting a free pass to any hero school in Japan, as he has nothing to prove to anyone that he's a hero. It's the other way around, with us proving to him that he should stay here and be a hero here, Suki said to the assembled pro-heroes. He's way overqualified for being a student or even taking the exam. There aren't any pro-hero around who has either saved or helped save the world before, Gran Torino said. That Midoriya certainly is, Mizu said. Suki is standing in front of a screen showing the picture of Midoriya. All of your agencies have already been told of the new rules. There are going to be quirkless heroes. Midoriya has done more than any of you, and that includes you, All Might. The people who can see into the future have all seen bad times ahead for Japan if Midoriya leaves for another school in another country. The best outcome if that happens is a deep recession that lasts for years, losing status and face on the world stage, Suki said. That would get the government working overtime in making sure that doesn't happen, Hawk said. The screen changed, showing an old man and a picture of Underfist in his prime. The Americans have sent the retired hero Underfist, a quirkless hero who used a robotic gauntlet to talk to Midoriya into going to Justice High where he teaches. Japan doesn't have any quirkless heroes, and just making Midoriya into the expectation to the rule is just making it clear we only value him because of the princesses who are romantically involved. That just results in Midoriya leaving and Japan losing face and trade deals. Hence why we're making the mandatory chances. Don't like it, you can always be replaced. Queen Torrent of the Cyclonia Empire has shown that she has the technology to drain people of their quirks. Eraserhead has been studied and his quirk is just gone, not that he could remain as a pro-hero after the scene he caused. Make a scene like that where you stand in the way or sabotage a quirkless hero because of your views, you will have your license and quirk taken. We're already in talks with her about draining the quirks of villains that are in prison. A few heroes who don't agree with how things are going to be from now on will help send a message, Suki said coldly. Underfist certainly has taken care of himself, Recovery Girl said, eyeing Gran Torino, who is fuming. He's just lucky that he didn't shrink, Gran Torino said. Is he younger or older than Gran Torino? Midnight asked. Underfist is older by 5 or 7 years, Recovery Girl smirked at Gran Torino. He's older and still looks good for someone his age? Mina asked, shocked. And the one here knows it, Gran Torino said. A man in costume walks onto the stage. Luckily we do have a quirkless hero who can be an example for the others who don't have quirks and want to be heroes. Iwaoaguro, Knuckleduster quirkless vigilante. He's now a pro hero fully licensed and is now a teacher at UA to teach there. He was a clock before he lose his quirk but carried on being a hero. Once there are quirkless young heroes available, your agencies need to have an active quirkless hero. If not, the agency will be shut down. All quirkless heroes will have any and all support equipment available to them, Suki said. The screen changed to a picture of the Nile embassy and Knuckleduster left the stage. He's here and I had some run-ins with him, Eraserhead said. Needing at least one quirkless hero reminds me of the diversity hires, David said. The Nile Empire is over 40,000 years old and rules most of the Nile galaxy. Is the most technologically advanced and stable, with a large military force that keeps the peace. We cannot afford to anger Pharaoh Yosira or her daughter Cleopatra. She has taken charge of diplomatic affairs, having dealt with less advanced worlds like ours. The embassy is a ship model made for this kind of situation, where an embassy can quickly be made, and is also where Midoriya and his mother are now living after their apartment was ransacked, Suki said. A single royal family ruling that long must mean they know what they're doing, Mina said. And that they've been handling an empire that has lots of alien races living in it, Fat Gum adds. The next picture shows the Cyclonia Empire Embassy. A large building that was quickly built thanks to prefabricated construction that just needed to be put together by giant robots. And is also guarded by said giant robots called Sentinels. The Cyclonia Empire is the most dangerous, as they are openly evil. They have taken over their world of Atmos, a world of thousands of mountain-top kingdoms, by dominating the economy. Thanks to them being able to travel to different dimensions, they've been able to gather resources and technology from dead worlds, allowing the Cyclonia Empire to completely dominate the economy where the other kingdoms would fall apart without the resources from the empire. They have raised the standards of living for the people under their rule. The empire has stamped out all pirate and bandit activities as well as all organized crime. They use mind-reading machines to find them and don't have courts to handle them, they just send them off to forced labor camps. The sentinels guarding the embassy are designed to hunt down and kill people with powers and are designed to handle a wide array of powers. If they become hostile, they can easily dominate our world. Master Cyclones must never be given a reason to be hostile, Suki said. Dealing with a villain who has their own country would be a nightmare to deal with, Ryukyu said. Would be a no-go zone for all heroes and the villains would know it. They escape into that country and no one can touch them, Best Jeanist said. Yes, but you're forgetting that one of the things that villains hate besides heroes are other villains messing up things on their turf. In one world there's a Dr. Doom who rules his own country and is seen as the most powerful villain in his world. While other villains could hide in his country, he doesn't like it when the spotlight is on his country being a safe zone for other villains to hide in. You either work for him or you enter and face his robots, Discord explains. 1. The next picture shows the Equestrian Embassy, which is a large castle made out of crystals, with several other crystal buildings nearby. The Equestrian Embassy was literally grown using magic crystals and made the other embassies for the others. Queen Celestia and her sister Luna both are able to move planets and stars with their powers. Princess Sunset has her mother's power as well, just less refined and less powerful thanks to her young age. There is no way anyone here be able to take on someone who can move a star just by thinking about it. She and the first two are the most powerful and all need to be handled carefully. The first two have armies, the third can fling armies into space. The others are all a mixed bag in what they're able to do and offer. But none of them are to be taken lightly as they are in a polyamory relationship and angering one can bring the others to their aid. Seeing how many of them can use magic and have other abilities or robots in the case of the Kraken girl, they are all to be treated well, Suki said. Dealing with the children of world leaders is always a problem, All Might said, having to be around many at events. Depends on the child, Endeavor said, having to deal with that as well. Especially one who only has to think and you're being flung into space. I never heard of anyone who has a quirk like that. How do you deal with that kind of power? MT Lady asked and caused the room to be quiet as no one has an answer for that. Hope that they're too nice to do that like Y Celestia, Luna, and Sunset who can just don't, Discord said. 2. the screen shuts off. We really need to roll out the red carpet for them and make their stay here a good one. The future of Japan depends on it. In case or an emergency, a call will be sent out and you are to drop whatever you're doing and get to where you are needed. We need to impress them and show them that Japan is where they should stay, Suki said. On a wall of the room is a literally bug, a spy bug in the shape of a fly watching the meeting and transmitting it back to base. A bug robot, May said, her eyes sparkling with ideas in her head. Problem with that is that it'd be expensive to make, and they being bug-like makes them very easy to step on, Melissa points out. Cyclonia Empire Embassy. Inside a computer room, Master Cyclones smiled as they rate her second to Cleopatra on the danger scale. With her openly being evil has caused many to be weary of her. Mother wasn't pleased with how she had missed her chance at just taking Izuku when she could, but with this new arrangement with her having fellow wives, has given them a new opportunity. Being the token evil teammate, as it's called, being the one who will step up and do the evil that is needed. Impressive work, Doctor, Master Cyclones said to Dr. Olivia Octavius. The good doctor was floating between dimensions when she popped out of one of the portals to other worlds. She now works for the Cyclonia Empire with more resources than she ever had working for Fist. And Master Cyclones is smart and can understand everything she says without her having to dumb things down. Thank you, Master Cyclones, Octavius said. Tron, what about you? Master Cyclones asked the other person in the room with her. The robots are all ready, Tron said. She's a brown-haired girl who used to be a pirate with her brothers, but after a portal opened where she and her family spotted it and one of Tron's Serbots got inside before it closed, learned about other dimensions. With the robots that she created, Tron and her family were offered jobs in the Empire. Mega Man Legends. Good, you two can return to your other duties, Master Cyclones said with the doctor leaving, but Tron stayed. Yes, what is it? I would like to enroll with you in the hero school. It'd be a chance for me to test out my mech against superpowers, Tron said. Sure, why not? It's always good to have some more help, Master Cyclones said. A world where Mega Man is real, May I shouted out. But it's not a canon game to the main series, Izuku said. Who cares, May said. Nile Embassy. Cleopatra watched the TV screen with a twitch in her eye as she watches the trailer of a video game. A video game? Hyoka asked. It's a good one, Discord said. Lead Salad, the latest, hottest, all-girl band in a world where bands fight each other for fans. The scene shows the band members. Zoe, lead vocals. A short-haired blonde. Gina, lead guitar. A short dark-haired dark-skinned girl. Carrie, drums. A redhead in ponytails. Becky, bass guitar. A long brown-haired girl. Deborah, the manager. A short-haired blonde woman with an eye patch over her right eye. They found the prefect roadie. The scene shows Izuku fixing up their equipment for their next show. And helping out in fighting the other bands. But he left them after the tour ended. The scene shows Izuku leaving by a portal. They not going to let something like traveling to other dimensions stop them. The scene shows them in their battle-ready RV driving into a portal. To find their roadie and make him theirs. Scene shows the four young girls all pressing themselves around Izuku. But they have a problem. The scene shows Izuku being taken away from the band. 13 problems. Screenshots of the 13 princesses all claiming Izuku as theirs. They must travel to 13 different worlds. Screenshots of the 13 different world. Fighting against the princesses' minions. Screenshots of the band members fighting soldiers, robots, and animals in a beat-them-up style. Mini-bosses. Screen showing the band members fighting the other girls who are also in love with Izuku. The scene ends with the band fighting on the USS Constitution, fighting against Captain Ironside. With Ruby showing up at the end and leaping into the sea. Before fighting the princesses themselves. Ruby burst out of the sea in the background in her giant kraken form and slamming her hands onto the deck of the ship trying to smash the band members. Followed by scene shots of the other princesses. All to get their roadie boyfriend back. The scene ends with the band members posing for the camera in front of the title screen. Battle of the Band's Dimensional Tour. I got to play it, Katsuki said as he loves beat-them-up games. Many of the other guys are also into playing the game. A game where a female band goes to the different worlds and beat up the princesses to get Izuku? Achiko asked, wondering if she would do that to get Izuku. Which the other girls also thought as well. Izuku just blushed at the idea of girls fighting over him. Who made that game? Tanya asked. Oh, let's get it, a young blonde said. It looks fun, a dark-haired girl said. Enough you two, Cleopatra said to her two handmaids and friends. While on an emergency stop on a world covered in mostly cities, she and Izuku found two living people both on a tall skyscraper. Jiro, a young girl with short black hair, and Yuri, a young blonde-haired girl. And she made them her maids as they had nowhere else to go. Girls' last tour. Who made this game? Cleopatra asked. It's by that imp and that mix-up thing, Jiro said as the trailer showed both Discord and MXYZPTLK on screen as the creators. Figures, Cleopatra said. I'll be more worried about those girls showing up and beating you up, Yuri said. Cleopatra quickly left the room. Everyone looked at Discord. Yes, me and MXYZPTLK made that game. Very popular and are now available at the snack stand as well as the new DLC, Discord said. DLC? Izuku asked. On the screen. On stage the band Lead Salad is playing to a crowd, Zoe, lead vocals, Gina, lead guitar, Carrie, drums, and Becky, bass guitar. In the back Deborah, the manager who acted as the transport and shop between levels, is busy on the phone. Izuku, their roadie, is setting things up for after the band is done with their song. The roof is lifted up as a flying vehicle using a cable lifts it up, followed by another cable wrapping itself around Izuku and pulled him up into the flying machine. At the controls is Melissa and May, who takes off with Izuku. Lead Salad tried to save Izuku but are bum rushed by the girls of Class A and B, followed by the building falling down on top of them, as May fires rockets from the craft. Battered and beaten, they could only watch as the craft goes into a portal that closed behind them. A cutscene of the girls in a hospital and them getting out is shown. The girls are in a gym with Deborah to get them back into fighting shape and begins to sing, watching the girls training back to fighting shape. Deborah began to fight with the girls, which looks more like a dance. The scene focuses on Zoe, who blocks the punches and kicks coming at her. I see you are driven by your detestations. Your every step is stoked with animus. You need a different type of motivation. Or there's no way that any of you can handle this. The scene changed to Musutafu City's beach, and Zoe is now fighting Tsuyu, who leaps around trying to hit her with her legs. Zoe ducks as horns from Pony are fired at her, followed Atsuka enlarging her hands and trying to smash her between them. I know you're thirsting for vengeance, girls. You'll out for blood. But you'll only stand a chance if you'll are out for love. The scene changed to Gina, avoiding the vines of Ibra in a forested area. Mina used her acid to cover her fists as she tries to hit Gina, who ducks her attacks as well as Ibra's vines. Kinoko launches her spores at Gina, who spins herself like a dancer to avoid being covered by the spores. Out for love, love. Think of who you care about. Protect him and be out. For love, love. You're gonna fight without gloves. Long as you'll are out for love. The scene changes to a city street where Carrie is avoiding the flying body parts of Setsuna. Ducking and blocking the body parts, Carrie also has to deal with the flying debris being tossed at her by Reiko and Achiko. Fuel yourself with the fear of losing. That Izuku, who's your reason to live. Harms your hearts and you can't help choose in. To fight with all you can give. The scene changed to a road where Becky is avoiding the weapons and objects being created by Momo, who is pulling out toy-size things out of her body. Yui is turning the toy-size objects into life-size or bigger, with Kyoka sending out blast of sound waves at Becky. I know you are thirsting for vengeance, girls. You're out for blood. But you'll only stand a chance if you'll are out for love. The scene splits into 4, showing each member of the Lead Salad facing off against their 3 opponents. A close-up of their faces is shown where they show off a power attack that wipes the floor with their opponents. Out for love, love. Think of who you care about. Protect him and be out. For love, love. The girls all stand in front of the gates of UA ready to fight to get back their roadie. Standing on the rooftop watching the band girls are Toru, May, and Melissa. The school gates open revealing the boys ready to fight, and flying above them is Nijire. You're gonna fight without gloves. And when that push comes to shove. Yeah, you just might rise above. Long as you'll are out for love. The members of Lead Salad smiled at each other as the charge at the student body of the hero school. The scene ends with the band members posing for the camera in front of the title screen. Battle of the Bands Dimensional Encore. I got to play that. May eyes sparkling as she's staring in a video game. And I'm one of the last bosses, Toru shouted out. The other kids are all excited too, seeing themselves in a game. But why did they kidnap me? Izuku asked, causing the excitement to die down. It's an old-fashioned beat-them-up game. Why should there be a deeper lore? Then the girls want you and don't want to share and will fight off anyone else who isn't a part of their group, MXYZPTLK said. 3. Got a point there, Present Mike said. Izuku's room. I did work as a roadie for the band for one night and they're all in their 20s, Izuku said to the girls who have packed themselves into the room. Good, because fighting other girls for, Ruby said and trailed off as she thinks about it. Fighting off other girls who want you all to themselves would be something we would do, Sunset said as she doesn't have a problem sharing Izuku. Students, there be no fighting like that in the school, Nizu said to the kids. Never seen that happen before, Recovery Girl said. But really, why would they make a game like that? Usagi asked. It's just something they do, Sunset said. It's tamer than what usually happens, Diana said. Well, at least of that band does show up and they are adults who are after Izuku. We can hurt them as much as we want, Bloom said. Because the only one who gets to Yuli violate you is us, Harley said, causing all the girls to glare at her. Harley, they all shouted at her. What as if none of you want to chain him to the bed and make sure he knows that we love him, in the most blunt way with no way he can't get it that we want him, Harley said. No, that's something out of an adult fiction, Haruka said. Well, you wanted to do that to him, Harley pointed out, causing Haruka to blush. Izuku knows we love him and if not we can do what my mom did to my dad. Punching him till he gets it, Kelly said, causing all the girls to look at Izuku, who sweated. Girls, that is only allowed when that what it takes to get the idea that you like the guy, Midnight said. Is that really needed? Izuku asked. Yes, the girls around him said. If that happens when the girl does so much for you and you still completely clueless, then yes, Inko said. Well, it would help that the girl just be blunt about it and not play games and never just tell the guy, David said. Was Mom like that? Melissa asked. Yup, and she finally just told me, instead of playing hard to get and just expecting me to be able to read her mind, David said. 4. Break's over, time for the next part, MXYZPTLK said as he starts the film. Gran Torino, it's been years, the old man in an old-fashioned suit said to the old retired hero. It has, under fist, Gran Torino greeted his fellow hero of his generation. Both heroes are in the front lobby of the Nile embassy, waiting to be called to speak to Midoriya, giving him their sales pitch to come to their school. For days now, heroes who have retired and been teaching have been sent to Japan, all of them having been well-known heroes in their primes. All trying to get the young man to come to their school, to their country. Made harder as the 13 princesses are with him to question the person sent to give the sales pitch. With both Sunset using her empathetically and Diana using her lasso of truth, the girls got the truth out of the person sent. Reading minds and being able to force anyone to tell the truth would be very useful, Hawk said. Would make things a lot easier, and they don't have to fill out the paperwork for that, Night Eye said, as quirks that do force people to tell the truth or people who can tell when someone is lying do need the paperwork to use them. Surprised that they sent you instead of your old student, Underfist said. This kind of thing isn't suited to him, Gran Torino said. All Might wouldn't be able to handle giving a sales pitch, Underfist said. That's for sure, Gran Torino said, as the real reason why he was sent so that his old student's secret wouldn't be revealed and that the talks can last longer than his time limit would allow him. Heard that Knuckleduster, a quirkless vigilante, has been made a pro-hero. Japan doesn't have a history of quirkless pro-heroes, unlike my country. We always had quirkless heroes who are gadget users, or my old Gauntlet. Must be tough making sure that Midoriya isn't just the exception to how things are done around here. Would you even know how to train someone without a quirk? Underfist asked. I just have to put effort into it, Gran Torino said, knowing what Underfist is up to. When he was an active hero, he would talk and talk to get under the villain's skin to throw them off. He's the same in that world too, Gran Torino said with a huff. A good way of throwing off a villain so that they won't be all focus on the fight, All Might said. If I remember right, you went and scarred All Might with your training. The girls with Midoriya won't be happy about that, Underfist said. I can handle them, Gran Torino said. Please, you know how to talk to girls? Next you be telling Midoriya how to handle the girls in love with him, Underfist said. I have, you know, I could write a book on love, Gran Torino said. All quiet on the Western Front, Underfist said. Hey, Gran Torino growled. Stop that, Gran Torino said to a laughing Recovery Girl. Underfist is right about that. You never lasted more than one date before you were dumped, recovery girl crackled. There's a reason why you're alone, even with you retired, that you have been talking to someone your age. But of course you're a small troll now. Underfist smirks at his much smaller fellow old hero while he's still tall. He's just got lucky, Gran Torino said, not liking how some of the old heroes he knows are still tall. And for someone his age, he looks good, Midnight said. And he knows it, David said, having met Underfist of this world. You want to take this outside? Gran Torino growled. Like last time where I stuff you in a trash can? Well, at least you won't need to be freed unlike last time, Underfist said. You two are the same, an elderly English woman said, entering the lobby. She is dressed in the clothes of a famous English nanny. Ms. Poppins, the two old men said. Oh, Ms. Poppins, a legacy heroine, where the title of the hero name is handed down from one generation to another, Izuku said. The Ms. Poppins are always of the top-ranking heroes of the United Kingdom and of the EU. And not all of them had quirks, some were just that good or had other skills that made up for that, David said. It's Samantha now, I passed the title to my successor, Samantha said, who was the last holding of the title of Ms. Poppins. Modeled after the famous nanny of the book series and films, the first Ms. Poppins had the quirk to make herself and objects weightless. By using an umbrella she was able to glide through the air and drop heavy objects from great heights or swing around big objects, and by shifting her quirk from normal to weightless could hit a villain with a truck. Who passed the title down to a younger heroine once age started to get to her and been a tradition since. The heroes who hold the name of a legacy hero name have lots to live up to, Nizu said. Does Japan have one? Eri asked. Not since Samurai, the last holder of the name, died before passing it down, Eraserhead said. Come to try as well? Underfist asked. Just like you too. And Underfist is right, Gran Torino, you have never trained a quirkless student. Underfist and I have, and have you forgotten that Julie, who I took the Poppins title from, was quirkless? But then again, you would try to forget being humiliated like she did with you, Samantha said. That's right, you tried to zoom past her and she reached out and grabbed you, pulling off your pants and underwear, Underfist said. Causing Gran Torino to growl at that past humiliation. Gran Torino growled, remembering that happening to him too. He's still banned from going to England, thanks to him stopping in front of a bunch of elementary school children, and photos were taken, Recovery Girl said. I didn't go to jail or lose my license but still banned from that country, Gran Torino said. In a bar, Tomura Shigaraki played the new game that appeared in stores, Battle of the Bands Dimensional Tour. Yes, it's a game, and yes, the characters might not be accurate to the real ones. But it does give us an idea of what we're dealing with, Tomura said, playing a video of the gameplay of the game. What is he doing in the film? Katsuki asked. Watch, Discord answers. Level 1. Ruby Gilman, the Kraken Princess. In her land form she still has a boneless rubbery body that can stretch. In her water form, she's a giantess and as powerful as she looks, gaining a third leg and able to fire a beam of energy from her mouth. The minions and bosses of her level are the robot crew of the USS Constitution that has 4 rockets strapped to it, allowing it to fly. Eyebots, floated eyes used as security, scouts and spies, armed with lasers. Mr. Handy and Miss Nanny models, the domestic and utility robots armed with pincers, buzzsaws, flamethrowers, and tools for whatever work they're designed for. Mr. Gutsy models, the military-grade robots armed with lasers. Protectron models, programmed for security, clerical duties, public relations, firefighting, paramedic, policing, military, or construction duties. Armed with lasers and the tools for whatever duties they were programmed to do. Assaultrons, humanoid robots, built for close combat and have powerful head lasers. They also can turn invisible. Securitrons come in 2 types, Mark I configuration. They're armed with a 9mm machine gun and Gatling lasers and sport a cartoon policeman's face on their screens. Mark II configuration use the much deadlier grenade and missile launcher armaments, now sporting a cartoonish U.S. Army soldier on their screens. Roboscorpions, robot scorpions. Armed with pincers and laser tails. Cyberdogs, cyborg dogs. Armed with teeth and claws and sonic howls. Robobrains, cyborgs that are brains in a jar on a robot body. Armed with lasers and mind beams. Synths, humanoid robots. Armed with weapons that humans can use. Sentry bots, the robot tanks and heavy hitters. Armed with construction claws, mini guns, missile launchers, mortars, and Gatling lasers. Bosses. Roxy the Cyberdog. Much stronger and faster than the other cyberdogs. Toa custom-made robot with EDE and iBot and Muggy a toy-size Securitron. Both smaller robots ride on the bigger robot firing energy attacks. Both smaller robots will repair tow and can only be damaged while they're repairing. Dr. Mobius, robot genius who send out robots to attack in his robot factory. Need to outlast the waves till his machines overheat. Bosun, Mr. Navigator, and Lookout, 3 Mr. Handies that fight together using the cannons of the Constitution, which the players have to hit back to damage the ship. First Mate, a police protectron, armed with a taser and lasers. Captain Ironsides, a sentry bot armed with a construction claw, a Gatling laser, and 2 shoulder-mounted mortars. That's the first level? That's more like an entire game than just a level? Present Mike said. We brought back Nintendo Hard to the Beat Them Up game, Discord said. All the levels are like the entire game of an arcade beat them up. Which is why you can save between levels, MXYZPTLK said. And phase the game when you need to go to the bathroom, Discord said. 1. Level 2. Rainbow Bright has the power of rainbows and can purify. She fires rainbow beams from her hands. She can travel by firing rainbow beams that shoot her into the air and ride on a rainbow disc. Minions. Sprites are a group of moth-like aliens who mine for color crystals on Rainbow Land. They come in different colors and have different abilities to their color. Red has fire power and are the fastest runners. Orange have earth powers and are strong. Yellow have light powers and can fly. Green have plant powers and ride animals. Indigo have lightning powers and can teleport. Violet have wind powers and operate vehicles. Blue have water powers and can turn invisible. Pink have healing powers. Black have darkness powers and can teleport from shadows. Gray have weather powers and can ride on clouds. Bosses. Red Butler has fire power and is the fastest runner. Lala Orange has earth powers and is strong. Canary Yellow has light powers and can fly. Patio Green has plant powers and can talk to animals. Indigo Doll has lightning powers and can teleport. Shy Violet has wind powers and is the smart one. Buddy Blue has water powers and can turn invisible. Tickle Pink has healing powers and can sense other emotions. Moonglow has darkness powers and can teleport from shadows. Stormy has weather powers and can ride on clouds. Well, those color kids pack more power than I thought they would, Kinoko said. And they're just the second level, Nirenjiki points out. Shouldn't they be the first level? Ruby has robots made for war? Rikido pointed out. True, but it's not like she actually leads them and she hasn't needed to fight anyone since that thing with that mermaid. So she's the weakest, Discord said. Level 3. Princess Iris, a magical princess who uses the scepter of Ephedia. Cast powerful spells that all do tons of damage but less refined in skill in using them. Has a second form after beating her the first time. Her Shanila form is much stronger, has no mercy in her attacks, teleports, and the scepter turns into a sword. Minions. Soldiers, come in different types depending on what kind of weapon they use. Foot soldiers, the most common soldiers who are armed with swords and shields, or spears. Knights, are more armored and carry better weapons. Mages, use magic to attack. Archers, use bows or crossbows. Bosses. Talia, the fighter of the group who uses a magic staff. Oriana, creates barriers and force fields around herself while casting other spells. Carissa, uses magic to increase her strength, a hand-to-hand fighter. Lina, the most graceful in using magic spells. Izira, the older sister of Talia, uses a medallion, which amplifies her powers and has its own special attack. The first 3 levels are the easy ones, with the ones in it being the least combat experienced or powers aren't used for combat much, Discord said. That's easy? Shurhai asked. Ruby being the weakest even if she can turn into a giant kraken? Cozy Eye asked. Yes, she is, and that's telling how powerful or experienced the other princesses are compared to her, Discord said. Level 4. Azula, a powerful fire bender who has blue flames to show how much hotter her fire is. Can also bend lightning. Is nimble and graceful, making her very hard to hit. Minions. Fire soldier, come in different types depending on what kind of weapon they use. Foot soldiers, the most common soldiers who are armed with swords, hammers, spears, or other weapons. Archers, use bows or crossbows. Firebenders, soldiers who can bend fire. Yuyan archers, highly skilled archers. Royal procession, elite firebenders. Bosses. June and Nyla, her pet Shirshu, dual boss. June uses a whip and rides on Nyla, who has a long tongue that paralyzes when it hits. Tai Li, hand-to-hand fighter who uses pressure points to paralyze and disable. Is very hard to hit and evades attacks. Mai, uses throwing knives, needles, and hidden blades. Zuko, is a firebender and a skilled sword fighter. Okay, makes sense, the Fire Princess is stronger as she's a trained warrior and has an army, even if their technology is stream level, May said. I wonder if our technology would be like that if Quirk showed up earlier? Melissa said. In many worlds, yes, the technology level is low as people used powers instead, Discord said. Level 5. Princess Zelda, a powerful magic who uses barriers and shields. Uses a magic bow that fires energy arrows. Minions. Soldiers, come in different types depending on what kind of weapon they use. And what race they belong to. Hylian's foot soldiers, the most common soldiers who are armed with swords and shields, or spears. Knights, are more armored and carry better weapons. Mages, use magic to attack. Archers, use bows or crossbows. Rito soldiers are the same but are able to fly. Gerudo soldiers are the same as Hylians but are all females. Goron soldiers are stronger and have more defense. Zora soldiers are able to use water attacks. Guardian stalkers, giant spider tank robots with 6 legs and a central turret that fires a powerful laser. Guardian scouts, miniature variants that can wield handheld weaponry. Guardian skywatchers, flying units that attack with lasers. Bosses. Joshua, rides in a minecart and tosses bombs in a chase battle in the underground level. With the players on hoverboards. Tulin, fights with a bow and tries to knock the player off the floating platform they're riding on. Maifa, princess of the Zora named after her aunt, controls water and will send waves of water at the player in the water level. Nora, fights with a spear and rides a sand walrus in the desert level. Slurgo and Offrak, dual boss with one of them rolling into A and being tossed at the player in the lava level. They have magic-powered robots? May asked, her eyes sparkling. And floating islands and a vast underground world? Melissa asked. That place used to be very advanced, but thanks to corruption by 2 big bads, the land has been destroyed but is rebuilding, Discord said. And Link took down both big bads? Minoru asked. Shows how good he is, Discord said. Level 6. Star Butterfly, uses a wide array of spells and is a powerful hand-to-hand fighter as well. Can summon spells to fight for her. Minions. Soldiers, come in different types depending on what kind of weapon they use. Foot soldiers, the most common soldiers who are armed with swords and shields, or spears. Knights, are more armored and carry better weapons. Archers, use bows or crossbows. Bosses. Ponyhead, can fire beams from her horn and flies around trying to ram into the player with her horn. Higgs, uses a sword and a shield and knows how to use both. Kelly, covers herself with her hair that acts like armor and swings a claymore around. So she's a warrior princess who uses living spells? Toru asked. It's how magic works in that place, Discord said. I'm still trying to figure out how the whole unicorn head race works, Jiro said, as the smarter students are having a blue screen of death trying to figure out how that works. Seen stranger, Discord said. Level 7. Wonder Woman, her bracelets can block anything and her lasso can be used as a whip. Strong, fast, and skilled, can block attacks and counter them. Minions. Cops, show up in the all but the last levels. Armed with clubs, guns, and riot shields. Amazons, show up in the last levels, armed with swords, shields, spears, and other melee weapons. Bosses. Harley Quinn, uses a giant mallet and swings it around wildly, and has a spring-loaded boxing glove that springs out of it. Tosses bombs around as well. Bumblebee, fires beams of energy from her gauntlets and can shrink herself and fly around fast. Batgirl, is a skilled fighter who uses gadgets in battle. Green Lantern, can create hard light green constructions that is only limited by her imagination. Fights in a chase battle as the player heads for the Amazon island on a boat. Landing on the boat after half of her health bar is gone. Zatanna, uses magic by saying spells backwards. Supergirl, can fly, is super strong, high defense and speed, can fire heat beams from her eyes and has super breath. Wow, all the Amazons are huge, Tsuyu said. And Wonder Woman is so small compared to them, Momo adds. She's around our age, Mizo said. Yup, the Amazons of that universe live up to their name. Fun to mess with but it gets old, MXYZPTLK said. That world reminds me of our world in the early years of Quirks, Mizu said. Level 8. Princess Usagi, a powerful magic user who uses her tiara in battle. Can heal herself, making the fight a long one. Minions. Soldiers, come in different types depending on what kind of weapon they use. Foot soldiers, the most common soldiers who are armed with swords and shields, spears, and energy guns. Knights, are more armored and carry better weapons. Magic soldiers, fight using magic. 1. Bosses. Ami, uses ice magic and technology. Rei, uses fire magic and spirit powers. Makoto, uses lightning and is the physical the strongest. Minako, uses light magic and attacks long range. Haruka, uses earth magic and is a sword fighter. Michiru, uses water magic and uses a magic mirror that can reflect attacks. Hataru, uses dark magic and uses a halberd. Note, all the Guardians can only use a limited number of attack spells, making them like Digimons or Pokemons. Come to think about it, the show from what I remember, only has the magical girls doing anything, Mandalay said. Right, and the soldiers only show up during the flashback but don't help out at all during the fight, Pixie Bob said. Well, the show is more about the romance of the princess and her boyfriend, Ragdoll pointed out. So many plot gaps, Tiger adds. Level 9. Princess Bloom, uses dragon fire magic, is immune to fire which she can absorb to power her up and heal herself and can fly. Can manifest her fire magic in the form of fire dragons, fireballs, fire beams, firestorms, and explosions of varying intensities. Minions. Soldiers, come in different types depending on what kind of weapon they use. Foot soldiers, the most common soldiers who are armed with swords and shields, spears, and energy guns. Knights, are more armored and carry better weapons. Magic soldiers, fight using magic. Bosses. Stella, uses light magic and stronger in the light than in the dark. Her powers come from the sun, mostly, and her attacks consist of casting beams of light. She can also concentrate her energy to make herself glow brightly in dark places. Stella can create streaks of solar energy and is able to create explosions of sunlight that can leave the opponent temporarily blind. She can shape sunlight into barriers and shields, which is extremely useful. She can conjure light in any area, no matter how dark. Flora, uses plant magic letting her control plants. Normally she prefers the use of vine whips to wrap around her opponents and immobilize them. Even so, she has been shown using beams and attacks made of petals or whole flowers. Musa, uses music and sound magic, also uses musical instruments. She usually uses attacks that are disco-themed and can create disco ball force fields, distracting musical blasts, and virtual speakers which enclose around an enemy and immobilize them through incredibly loud bass music. Musa can also create walls and barriers of the musical scale and explosive musical notes. Tekna, her magic are entirely based on technology, digital energy, and control electricity. She can create barriers and shields around her, and able to create weapons from using machine parts from her surroundings. Aisha, uses water magic. She can create tidal waves and floods, but also rain, clouds, a miniature hurricane, and hailstorms. She can make morphic sticky and elastic, that she can make anything out of it, from weapons, to clones of herself. Roxy, has nature magic that allows her to control animals. She can summon birds, mammals, insects, fishes to come to her aid. Each level is a different world with the portal to the next one guarded by one of the guardian fairies, Yosetsu said. It'd be cool to be able to travel to different worlds like that, Sen said. Level 10. Adora, Shara, she has 2 stages. Her normal form a skilled soldier who uses her sword and a blaster. In her second stage she transforms into Shara, stronger and faster, able to use super-powered sword attacks. Minions. Soldiers, come in different types depending on what kind of weapon they use. Foot soldiers, the most common soldiers who are armed with swords and shields, spears, and other melee weapons. Gunners, use energy guns and other long-range weapons. Robot soldiers attack with lasers or mechanical claws. Magic soldiers fight using magic. Bosses. Glimmer, she teleports and cast attack spells. She is also a strong fighter who uses her large size to her advantage. She particularly favors an eminently practical teleport into a dropkick or tackle. Uses a magical staff to increase her power. Bao, a skilled archer who uses different kinds of arrows and gadgets. Perfuma, can control plants and can create a titanic plant golem. Uses all kinds of different plants found on her world, acid plants that can melt metal and different kinds of toxic plants. Mermista, controls water and able to switch from legs to a mermaid tail. Is armed with a trident. Seahawk, a skilled swordsman and whose ship the dual boss battle with Mermista his girlfriend takes place on. When one of them is taken down the other gains a huge power boost. Frosta, has ice and snow powers, uses her power to create ice armor around her body that has to be broken before she can be harmed. Can create ice walls and cover the ground with snow and ice to make it hard to move. Natasa, can conjure powerful nets out of energy, that can trap projectile attacks and redirect them at the player. She can use them to create barriers and shields. Spinnerella, can controls wind and air, she can create cyclones of wind and is able to fly. She can also create vacuum blades of winds that can cut through just about anything. She and Natasa are a dual boss, with them being a couple when one of them is taken out, the other gets a huge power-up. Scorpia, has claws for hands and a long scorpion tail with a stinger that can paralyze when it hits. Is strong and fast for her size. Can also attack by firing red energy beams from her claws. Entrapta, a genius in technology and robotic, her hair is prehensile that she can use as extra limbs. She fights with her battle bot Emily, that's bigger and more powerful than normal bots. She can repair her bot when it's taken out. Katra, is fast and agile, can easily evade attacks and has clawed hands and feet. Uses a battle staff in combat. Dual bosses, now that's rare to see, Itsuka said. I wonder why they're not used more, Toguru asked. Level 11. Sunset Shimmer, is strong and fast, attacks with magic and telekinesis. Can do anything her bodyguards are able to do but stronger. Minions. Pegasus soldiers can fly and are fast, can attack by kicking clouds and sending down bolts of lightning. Unicorn soldiers attack using magic. Earth pony soldiers are the powerhouses. Bosses. Trixie Lulamoon, a unicorn who teleports and attacks using fireworks. Indigo Zap, a Pegasus with large wings on her back, and like all Pegasus ponies she is immune to electricity, high tolerance for extreme heat and cold. She's also the fastest in flight speed. Sugarcoat, a unicorn having a horn on her forehead. She's a skilled magic user having studied with Sunset in learning magic, skilled in white magic. Lemon Zest, an earth pony with a powerful body who is super strong even for an earth pony. She also isn't a simple brute reliant on her strength alone and is in fact a highly skilled fighter. Sour Sweet, a Pegasus who is skilled in multiplying the weather. Sunny Flare, a unicorn who is a skilled magic user, skilled in black magic. Juniper Montage, an earth pony who is a skilled tactical fighter, who doesn't just rely on her super strength. Sunset is the third strongest? Yui asked. Sunset has the power but when it comes to military strength, has her lacking, Discord said. Level 12. Master Cyclones, uses a staff powered by energy crystals that have different effects depending on what color crystal is being used. Has two forms, the cloak form that gives her more protection but is slower, while the cape form gives her speed. She is also the only boss that is a dual boss battle. Piper, a girl with the ability to infuse others with crystal powers. She fights with Master Cyclones, giving her a power boost and heals her. If she's taken out, Master Cyclones goes into a rage and gains a huge power boost. Minions. Soldiers armed with crystal staffs, crystal-powered melee weapons and energy guns. Or ride in air vehicles. Most of the robots from the first level reappears in this stage. Eyebots, floated eyes used as security, scouts and spies, armed with lasers. Mr. Handy and Miss Nanny models, the domestic and utility robots armed with pincers, buzzsaws, flamethrowers, and tools for whatever work they're designed for. Mr. Gutsy models, the military-grade robots armed with lasers. Protectron models, programmed for security, clerical duties, public relations, firefighting, paramedic, policing, military, or construction duties. Armed with lasers and the tools for whatever duties they were programmed to do. Assaultrons, humanoid robots, built for close combat and have powerful head lasers. They also can turn invisible. Securitrons come in two types, Mark I configuration. They're armed with a 9mm machine gun and Gatling lasers and sport a cartoon policeman's face on their screens. Mark II configuration use the much deadlier grenade and missile launcher armaments, now sporting a cartoonish U.S. Army soldier on their screens. Robo-Scorpions, robot scorpions. Armed with pincers and laser tails. Robobrains, cyborgs that are brains in a jar on a robot body. Armed with lasers and mind beams. Synths, humanoid robots. Armed with weapons that humans can use. Sentry bots, the robot tanks and heavy hitters. Armed with construction claws, mini-guns, missile launchers, mortars, and Gatling lasers. Sentinels, giant robots that fire plasma from their hands. Bosses. Snipe, big and strong who uses large and powerful weapons. Fights in a chase battle on a large warship, with the players on hoverboards. Ravis, an archer who use crystal tip arrows. Fights in a chase battle with the players on hoverboards. Dark Ace, a swordsman who uses a crystal-powered sword. Fights in an air battle on Switchblade while the players are on hoverboards. Trombone, uses a mech to fight. The mech is a large robot body with a where the head is supposed to be and is protected by a crystal dome. Have many smaller robots called Serbots that also attacks the player with a wide array of weapons. Hamura, a kunoichi who fights by wielding 6 katanas at the same time. Hamura's elemental affinity is fire. Yomi, a kunoichi who uses a massive claymore-like sword and a cannon. Yomi's elemental affinity is wind. Hikage, a kunoichi who uses a knife. Hikage's affinity is poison. Mirai, a kunoichi who uses an umbrella that is a concealed firearm and she hides other heavy weapons in her clothes. Haruka, a kunoichi who uses chemical weapons and puppetry. Miyabi, a kunoichi who uses a cursed 7-pronged sword. Murasaki, a kunoichi who uses giant shurikens attached to her hair. Murasaka's affinity is darkness. Imu, a kunoichi who uses a Shaolin staff that she can increase the size of. Imu's elemental affinity is lightning. Ryobi, a kunoichi who uses a musket. Is the younger twin sister of Roina. Ryona, a kunoichi who uses 2 quad handguns. Ryona's affinity is ice. The sisters are dual bosses who fight together. A dual final boss, I can't remember any game that has that, Kozai said. It's one of those dual bosses where you need to take out the strongest first or the fight be just that harder, Pony said. Done that before in an old game, Darkest Dungeon. The pig boss was impossible to kill after his little friend was killed, Jiro said. Level 13. Cleopatra has multiple stages in her boss fight. The first is her in a massive mech modeled after herself, armed with lasers and rockets, attack with extending arms and stomping the ground. The second stage is the lower half being destroyed and the torso popping out tank treads to move around. Third stage is rockets popping out and the merch flying. The fourth stage is the merch blowing up revealing Cleopatra on a flying throne with an array of weapons, lasers, rockets, and electric waves, in a chase battle. Once grounded she uses a power energy staff, laser guns, energy fields, and protect by force fields. Minions. Egyptian-style soldiers armed with energy swords, staffs, laser guns, and ride in vehicles. With alien soldiers in the ranks. Egyptian-style robots. Bosses. Aquila Theoris fights in an attack watercraft in the river level while the players are on hoverboards. The craft is armed with lasers and rockets, firing mines that the player has to pick up and toss back before they explode. Brian Bell controls a VTOL gunship that's armed with lasers and bombs. The point of view changes to Brain in the id of the gunship. The player needs to throw the robots launched from the gunship into the screen and damaging the gunship. Shido and Yuri, they ride in a Kettenkrad hovercraft, as they race the player to the palace who are on hoverboards. Yuri riding in the back will toss bombs and fire lasers and rockets at the player. Behind the players are a horde of soldiers and robots in vehicles firing at them as well. If the player can't beat the two before the time runs out, the two will cross the main gate which will close behind them. They will have to fight the horde of soldiers and robots in endless waves as they need to damage the gate to get into the palace. followed by a dual boss battle against Jiro, who is armed with a laser gun with bayonet, and Yuri with a rocket launcher. A boss rush awaits the players inside the palace, where the past girl bosses who are after Midoriya show up to fight the players. That is random in the lineup in each playthrough, with the exception of Ruby bursting out from underneath the floor in her Kraken form, where her defeat has her giant body is used as a platform to reach the final boss. The boss rush, now that's hardcore gaming right there, Setsuna said. Like in Mega Man games but with groups of bosses attacking at once, manga said. Cleopatra is the strongest because of Empire being most of the galaxy it's in and how long it's been around? Kojiro asked. Yes, with it being around for so long and having so many races in it. The vast technology and resources that can be called upon just outdoes everything else. The only reason why that Octavian and his forces were able to become a threat is because they were around just as long. And being empowered by Anubis, the omniscient god of the dead of Egyptian pantheon, making him completely immortal and will just come back later, Discord said. So it's like the empire of mankind in Warhammer 40k but where the fall never happened and the alien races were never killed off, Nito said. Yes, very advanced, where giving advanced technology to a bunch of street punks would allow them to kill off the strongest heroes, MXYZPTLK said, showing a clip of Justice League Unlimited, where some members went to a bad future thanks to a time-traveling villain, who empowered a street gang of young punks who dress as clowns, with advanced technology that gave them powers. Letting a bunch of punks with little or no real combat training to be able to kill off the heroes, with many of them veterans. 2. That's why the technology on the island is heavily guarded, David said. It's just a game but it does give us an idea what we're dealing with. As long as they're here in Japan, those princesses will just get in our way, All For One said to Tamura. If we follow the plan with the UA and those princesses are there, their parents will demand action, Tamura said. The evil empire would be the one to take action, sending the army of those sentinels to attack. Fighting those giant robots who are designed to kill those with powers, will just end with us dead, All For One said. In many worlds where the sentinels are made or like them, All For One does last for a bit but is killed in the end, like many of the heroes, Discord said, making the My Hero cast glad that they don't have to deal with that. What do we do? Tamura asked. Make sure that those princesses won't want to stay here, All For One said. Make the school unsuitable for the princesses? Tamura asked. Yes, that would do it. But something that can't be linked back to us, All For One said. Blow up the school? Hiryu suggested. That would work, but the investigation would lead back to them. A bomb that powerful would leave behind clues, All Might said, wondering what All For One is planning in that world. Breaks over, time for the next part, MXYZPTLK said as he starts the film. Lark, are you there? Izuku asked as he's led into Master Cyclones' private room in the Cyclonia Empire Embassy, which is protected by female guards and robots. Izuku, so nice for you to come over, Lark's voice called out. Lark, we need to talk about the kunoichis from the ninja school world, Izuku said, looking around for Lark. In the bathroom, come in, Lark said. Bathroom? Izuku asked. Don't be shy, you seen me naked before and wash me, Lark teased. I'm in the hot tub and you can join me. I seen you naked too. I know, Izuku said, blushing, remembering his time as Lark's personal servant and before that when he was just a prisoner. You bathed with her and wash her, it's way past the point of being shy about it, Mina mutters, with the other girls either jealous or wondering what it'd be like to be washed by Izuku. No fair, Minoru said, wanting to hand wash the body of a girl. Well, if you want to wash a female body, I know a place where you can do it with no problems. And the other boys can do the same, Recovery Girl said. Really? Minoru asked, with some of the other boys also interested, while the girls glare at them. Help is always needed at the retirement home, and helping the old folks wash themselves is one of the things you be doing there, Recovery Girl said. The boys and Minoru all gasp in horror, while the girls laugh at them. And you girls can help too, Recovery Girl said, causing the girls to feel like the boys. Lark disguised herself as another prisoner and spent time with him in the cell he was placed in. Where the week they spent in there, Izuku told her about himself after Lark said she overheard that he somehow showed up in Master Cyclones' personal chambers, which he told her about how he's been traveling to different worlds thanks to a portal gun. Only to accidentally ended up in a bathroom with Master Cyclones using it at the time. But seeing how he entered by a portal, The girl was more interested in the portal gun than him invading her private time, but still had him strip and toss into the cell. She in turn told him about her and how the new world he found himself in worked. He told her about the worlds he's been to and his home world. That all ended when Queen Torrent entered the cell and told Lark that the game she's playing is over. And Lark revealed herself to be the Princess of Cyclonia, Master Cyclones. Izuku did ask why isn't her mother have the title of Master? Which Queen Torrent explained that Lark was given the title by her later grandmother who held the title of Master Anarchus, who also gave the title of Master Buzzer to her son. But as she married into the royal family she didn't have a title of Master, just Queen. Queen Torrent also explains that while it was an accident he still ended up in her daughter's bathroom while she was using it. She would just have him executed but she will leave his fate to Lark. Which Lark made him her personal servant and he will explain how his machines work and maybe she will be able to figure out how to make her own portal gun. Izuku accepted as he didn't had any other choice and Lark was his best hope to return home, seeing how there's only enough green portal fluid left for at least one more jump. Good thing she grew to like you, Jiro said. From what I have seen, she's not the type who is shy about killing people, Izuku said. She's ruthless and cunning, met plenty of people in power like that, All Might said. Flashback. Izuku spent weeks serving Lark and teaching her how the technologies and the magic items he had with him work. The Eye of Dashi, having unlimited power, and the Orb of Toonami, were the ones that got her interest. Lark had already explained to him that her empire is expanding and taking over other terraces is because of the lack of resources, as being mountaintop kingdoms the terraces have few resources available to them, not to mention limited space. The wastelands do have resources but because of the dangers, there are very few outposts found at ground level. With unlimited power and fresh drinking water, her empire won't have to worry about lacking vital resources. Which is why Lark took all of the treasures and resources that Izuku had stored in his SAC that he kept for emergencies. The surface of the world of Atmos is largely made up of extremely dangerous and uninhabitable grounds known as the wastelands. Civilization is largely set on terrace, mountainous landmasses that reach above the cloud layer over the wastelands. The different terraces range in size from large enough for a big city to small enough for a farm or two. Resources are always low and if Cyclonia wasn't around the other terrace would be fighting among themselves for said resources. The plants that he also brought alone are also giving her people a better diet. The lantern trees, marble melon plants, Chinese potato plants, bulbo trees, ancient fruits, and other unknown food crops are being grown on the farms. Izuku also spent that time being a friend to Lark as he thought that was all she really needed, and to help her see there are better ways than just conquering. I wonder what the glowing fruit tastes like, Mirio said. If you ate the glowing fruit, would you start glowing? Nijire asks Tamaki. I never ate something glowing before, Tamaki said. In Lark's laboratory where she experiments with the technology and stuff that Izuku had in his SAC. The AI Secundo has helped in Lark learning about the technologies but he's only doing it because he's worried about Izuku being held by her. Now that Izuku is freed, Secundo is being more helpful. Her new laboratory is powered by electricity instead of power crystals as it was just easier for her to make a new laboratory that is powered by electricity than converting the new machines to run on crystal power. The laboratory was created by using a builder to make 4 large rooms, a scanner room, and a moon pool. A bioreactor and solar panels powers the laboratory. Her old laboratory is still in use when she does experiments on crystals. A bioreactor, there's something that would be very useful, David said, getting ideas. Would take care of a lot of trash, Izuku said, remembering the trash he picked up cleaning the beach. It took her a while to figure out how to use electricity and crystal power together. But thanks to the scanner with all the data saved into it and what Dr. Mobius had already done studying the technologies that Izuku had scanned already, Lark used what was already researched and expanded from there, making it work with the technology of her world, melding them together. She also had scanners given out to her soldiers and told to scan things to find the materials needed to create weapons and equipment. Soon fabricators and modification stations began showing up in bases, just needing raw materials and power to work. Snowfox hoverpads, now modified to create switchblades and skimmers. Neptune escape rocket, allowing Lark to send up probes and satellites up into space. Sierra Madre vending machines, being able to make just about anything with materials and power. Saturnite, a ceramic-like polymer alloy, allowing the creations of the sharpest of blades. Robot workbenches, allowing her to build a robotic army that can work as soldiers or serve other duties. Robot miners and robot soldiers were soon setting up depots in the wastelands to gather the resources there. Thanks to the fact the robots aren't made out of flesh, the animals of the wastelands had little reason to attack the bases and depots. And protected by an array of turrets, firing bullets, lasers, and missiles, driving off the dangerous beasts. Also replacing the prisoners who are in the forced labor camp, where the robots don't need to eat or sleep. Resulting in former prisoners being ransomed for their freedom, to just being exchanged for Cyclonia prisoners. The fusion generator, a fusion-powered electric generator that uses a fusion core to produce electricity, are being made in bases and settlements, to help power the new factories. Armor forges, producing armor. Weapon, energy weapon, and heavy weapon forges producing weapons that Atmos has never seen before. Ammunition and explosive forges producing the ammunition for the new weapons. Building up the military equipment, with all military actions being halted as the soldiers are being retrained to use the new equipment. But while there was a phase in military actions, using the idea that Izuku gave them, Lark's parents are also trying an economy victory, instead of a military victory. After Lark discovered video games in the data that Izuku had scanned, with one of the games being a nation-building game where victory could come in different ways instead of just conquering. With Izuku pointing out that a nation that provides so much goods to other nations could simply stop and force the other nations to submit. Builders, producing consumer goods. Autoloom, producing clothes. And the food processors, mass-producing food goods, all being shipped out using merchants that did business with Cyclonia. Soon processed the mass-produced products began showing up in other terrace, all at cheaper prices. Blamco brand mac and cheese. Cajun rice beans. Cram. Danny Boy apples. Fancy lad snack cakes. Funnel cakes. Instamash. Pork and beans. Potato crisps. Salisbury steak. Sugar bombs. Yum yum devil eggs. Different flavors of Nuka-Cola. Different flavors of Vim. Sunset sarsaparilla. Instant noodles. Also new medicines like antibiotics and Stimpaks also began showing up in the markets and undercutting other businesses. I'm glad that we don't have to deal with a villain who is the leader of their own country, my lady said. Would make dealing with villains from that country a nightmare of red tape, Endeavor said. Whining by economy victory, like in the Civilization games, Melissa said. That world does have limited land and resources that are easy to get to, Izuku pointed out. Is Nuka-Cola like Coke? Fat Gums asked, interested in the listed food. It replaced Coke in that world it came from and have many different flavors. Like this, Discord said, making a clear bottle with glowing blue liquid inside appear in his hands. The blue glow is achieved through the use of the radioactive isotope strontium-90. It will leave you slightly radioactive for a few days and make your pee glow blue. Who wants to drink it? Cool Tetsu said, raising up, but was pulled down by his mother. Which is copied by other students who wanted to try the drink. 1. Don't worry about radiation poisoning, here's Radaway that cures radiation, Discord said, making a pack of Radaway also appear in his other hand. I take those, David said as the bottle and the pack was puffed over to him. Something that can cure radiation sickness would help a lot. You just want to see if your pee will glow blue, All Might said. That too, David said. Condor. With the Cyclonias having gone quiet and are just hunkering down in the terrace that they control, there hasn't been that many missions that the Storm Hawks have been doing. Giving them lots of downtime, as all Cyclonia actives have died down. The spies in Cyclonia territories have been reporting that the Cyclonias suddenly have several breakthroughs in technologies and seem to be just busy incorporating the new machines into their society. I can't believe this, Piper said as she's reading the latest news about how Cyclonia is cornering the market with a flood of goods. Cyclonia is flooding the market with all of those goods they're suddenly making. Piper put down the paper and saw her fellow Storm Hawks at the dinner table, feasting on said food goods from Cyclonia. Arrow is eating cram that he has cut into slices and fried, drinking Nuka-Cola. Finn is eating Salisbury steak and drinking Vim. Junko is stuffing himself with boxes of sugar bombs. Stork is eating a bowl of Blamco brand mac and cheese. And Radar is eating potato crisps. Now that's just bad timing, Ryukyu said. Eating and drinking the stuff coming from an enemy nation, Kamui Wood said, shaking his head. They are cheap, Arrow said. And we are lacking funds, Stork said. Besides, these bombs are great, Junko said. So are the drinks, Finn adds. Isn't anyone wondering how the Cyclonias suddenly have so much new stuff all of a sudden? They have robots now and new autoguns, Piper asked. Yeah, but it's not like we can just go in there and find out how they're doing it, Arrow said. I have something, Finn said, showing 6 tickets. Got tickets for Ultimate Extreme Mighty Mega Warrior Championships that are being hosted in Cyclonia. We can watch the show and you can sneak around to look for clues. That sounds like a plot in a show, Ragdoll said. Which will end badly for them, Edgeshot adds. Later, the Stormhawks find out that the tickets were fakes while presenting them to the guard. To get in to watch the show, Finn disguises Junko as one of the colorful competitors, but things quickly get out of hand when Finn abuses a hypnosis crystal on Junko to make him fight, sending Junko into a berserker rage. Meanwhile, Piper sneaks around looking for clues while the royal family are watching the games. Arrow, there's robots everywhere, do not call me, Piper said over the radio as she has been sneaking around trying not to be spotted by the guards and robots. She is dressed up as a staff member, but she doesn't want to chance the robots spotting her. Piper stoked as she spots a green-haired teen boy around her age, pushing a cart with fancy-looking food on it out of the kitchen. Drumsticks that have been fried, bowls of soap, loaves of bread, a jar of jam and bottles of wine and sodas. Piper narrowed her eyes as she saw that the jam is the expensive ancient fruit jam and the wine as well, all very expensive and hard to get. Meaning the ones being served that cart are either high up or the royal family. Piper followed the teen who wheeled the cart to the royal skybox, and while all eyes were on him she sneaked into the nearby office with the door left open. Finding it to be Queen Torrent's office, she went to work looking over the papers and finding documents of status projects that Master Cyclones is doing in her new laboratory, and the new power source of something called electricity is going to be powering the terrace soon, once she has the new power grid installed that can use both crystal and electricity. She found blueprints of machines that she had no idea how they would work, like an autodock, microwave, helicopters, floating fortresses, televisions, and computers. And the reports also mentioned someone named Izuku, helping Master Cyclones out in her experiments. The door opened and Piper quickly hides as Master Cyclones and the green-haired teen entered the office. And here's where the hijinks will happen, Mirko said. You're just lucky that there's a shower in here, Master Cyclones said. Sorry, Lark, the boy said. Izuku, you had to only serve me a glass of soda and instead you sprayed me with it, Master Cyclones said. Sorry, Lark, Izuku said. Close the door. Don't want anyone coming in, use the new lock I installed, Master Cyclones said. Why does the lock have to be unlocked from the inside? Izuku asked, closing the door and it locking behind him. So that if anyone sneaks in can be locked inside. Now undress me, Master Cyclones said, entering the bathroom. Yes, Lark, Izuku said, joining her in the bathroom. Piper, having gone into hiding in the laundry basket, took in all the information she overheard. Izuku is the boy with Master Cyclones, who is allowed to call her Lark, a name that she used when she pretended to be someone else. Which could mean that Lark is her name, and Izuku is close enough to her where he can use her real name. And that he's also close enough where he can join Master Cyclones in the bathroom and join her in the shower, after he undresses her. Oh no, Piper thought as she couldn't help but watch Izuku undress Lark, and he undresses himself, revealing their naked bodies to her. Piper's face turned red as she watches that the sight of seeing her first naked boy, how slender and wiry Master Cyclones is, and felt dread as Izuku picked up the clothes and headed for the laundry basket that she's hiding in. At least there are sensor bars, Ezerhead said, as both Izuku and Lark are covered by sensor bars. How is she going to get out of this one? Best Jeanist asked, seeing how bad of the situation Piper has gotten herself into. Not going to be shown, but when Queen Torrent came in to see what's keeping Lark, she found Lark naked on the floor with Piper's head between her legs and Izuku kneeling behind Piper holding her arms. Izuku thought Piper was an assassin and tried to wrestle Piper down, with Lark helping and them ending up like that when the Queen came in. Needless to say, it was embarrassing, Discord said, causing some to laugh while others, namely Izuku, to turn red face as he pictures what that would have looked like. Present. Izuku walks into the bathroom expecting Lark to be alone in the hot tub but froze as he sees that she's not alone in the hot tub. In the tub with Lark are the female ninjas who appeared in that video game: Hamura, Yomi, Hikage, Mirai, Haruka, Miyabi, Murasaki, Imu, Ryobi, and Ryona. And all of them being naked, giving Izuku an eyeful of the busty bodies of most of the girls, with the slender bodies of Lark and Mirai being the less endowed. "Why does that only happen to dumbass to love?" Minoru shouted out, seeing Izuku on screen ready to bolt from seeing the hot tub full of hot girls that are covered by censor bars. "Hey," Izuku said. "You have a bunch of hot girls who are more than willing to get naked in front of you, and you think it's a bad thing?" Minoru pointed out, and a tongue and an ear jack struck him. "Well, he does have a point," Rikido said. "In almost all the harem genre, male leads I have seen are the ones who fear seeing naked women and having a bunch of girls in love with them. Being uncomfortable is one thing, but they all just seem to think that girls are bad." "It needs to die," Midnight said, and looks around at the girls. "Girls, how would you feel if a guy treated seeing you naked as being bad and not because of one of you walking in at a bad time?" "Insulted," Mei said, with many of the other girls agreeing. "Izuku, please don't act like that," Hisashi said to Izuku. "But I'm not that eager to be a grandmother," Inko adds. "Mother was the one who hired them to help me train for when we're married," Lark said. "Trained?" Izuku asked. "By having with us and learning how to pleasure another girl, so that when she has fellow wives, she can show them the pecking order of who's the top wife," Haruka said, causing Izuku to blush. "I'm going to make sure that the others know the ranking," Lark said. "The fun way," Midnight said, as the younger girls blush at the thought. "Hi, Izuku," Piper said, coming out from the room that held the toilet, naked but for what looks like braces on her limbs and a chest harness with a green crystal that Izuku recognized as one that can restores anything like a sick person. "Piper?" Izuku said, shocked at seeing how pale and haggard she looks. "Piper acquired the ability to infuse others with crystal powers like me. But unlike me, she's not attuned to it, and as you can see has taken a toll on her body. She's now serving me as a personal servant like you used to, in exchange for treatment and exchange for the freedom of the other Stormhawks," Lark said. "I seen people who overused their quirks where they damaged their bodies," Recovery Girl said. "More than a couple of great pros burned themselves out before they could really shine," Mizu said. "Piper needs those braces to move around, and when she's outside she's wearing power armor that is really just a life support system that's keeping her alive while outside," Discord said. "How did that happen?" Izuku asked. "After you left, Cyclonia dominated the economy of Atmos, forcing the other terrorists to submit to their rule. The Sky Knights tried to resist and we failed. I tried to empower the others by binding and it almost killed me. When I woke up, Master offered me a chance to free the others, if I would submit and serve her. She also told me that she's been working on her own portal machine to find you, and I took the deal and saw the others off, telling them that it's over and we lost. I was barely clinging to life at that point, even with the advanced medical aid you brought with you," Piper said. "I told the Stormhawks that if they rebel again, I would just simply cut off the medical aid to Piper. They've been quite since, and Piper helped me in the portal machine," Lark said. "How is Piper?" Izuku asked. "Better, she doesn't need an air tank or a wheelchair. When she's out she wears that modified trauma harness armor she wore in that video game, which is really her life support," Lark said. "Master has been taking care of me. But I don't matter, you matter more. With you by Master's side, you can help Atmos stay good. Master's parents rule with an iron fist, but since they have taken over, our world has gotten better. We don't lack the resources we need anymore. I talk with the other and our friends and they agree that things are better," Piper said. She knows that fighting wouldn't work now, but if Izuku were to marry Master, he can lessen the harsh rule. "You need medical aid," Izuku said, seeing how weak and sick Piper is compared when he last saw her. "I already asked for help from the others, which is why Piper is here. The advanced medical science of Cleopatra's world should be able to help her," Lark said. "Is there anything else?" Izuku said, remembering Chloe. "There is to be perfectly attuned, but it does require someone to bond with." "Like me and you," Lark said. "What?" Izuku asked. "Remember how I looked before and after you began serving me? Father told me that you just being around me has caused my attunement to advance faster than his own attunement, which took him years. Somehow your very presence around me allowed my body to adjust faster. Piper on the other hand just tried to brute force it and the energy all but destroyed her body, seeing how she tried to face me with no training and trying at full power then doing it little by little, like me. Both father and my grandmother had slowly strengthened my body as I was growing up, exposing me to the crystal energies little by little. Piper on the other hand just drove head first into it and as bad as she looks now, she was much worse, Lark explains. Seeing that happen, Recovery Girl said looking at Izuku as he didn't had years to get used to his quirk and ended up breaking his body a lot. So if I stayed around Piper long enough she will get better? Izuku asked. That's my best guess, Lark said. And since you're here, you can stay over for tonight. Stay over? Izuku asked not liking the looks the girls are giving him. Izuku, will you stay? Piper asked pressing her naked body against his and looking hopeful at him. A surefire way of getting a guy to agree to anything, Midnight said laughing. Izuku was blushing seeing a naked girl pressing herself onto him on the screen while the girls are blushing and green with jealousy. Later, Izuku found himself pinned between Lark and Piper who are pressing themselves on his sides as they slept in Locker's bed. The other girls are sleeping in the other beds in the bedroom with two of them, Yomi and Emu. Both of them are sleeping on the sides of Lark and Piper on the large bed. He is glad that all of them are in their night clothes and not naked, which Lark told him that she isn't that eager to have children yet as they still have some years to come of age. He also told his mother that he'd be spending the night with Lark and explained things to her. Looks like it's already working. I haven't seen Piper sleeping so peacefully, Lark said looking at the sleeping face of Piper. In the game you and Piper are a dual boss and if Piper is taken out before you, who go berserk? You must really care for her, Izuku said. I guess a bit, Lark said being honest. What happened to the other Stormhawks? Izuku asked. I put their skills to good use. They're now working in the transportation department, Lark said. At least the girls are waiting to be of age, Inko said. Don't be in a hurry to grow up kids, Hound Dog said. Condor. Arrow sighed as he missed the days of being a Stormhawk, instead of working for the Cyclonias as freight haulers. Finn and Junko are loading the last of the pallets in the cargo bay. Stork and Radar are at the bridge, getting the ship ready to set sail, to deliver the food supplies to the depot. They all wanted to fight but with Piper being in the hands of Master Cyclones they couldn't. Piper was nearly dead and the life support system that Master Cyclones has her in is the only thing that's keeping her alive. Then there's the fact that under the rule of Cyclonia, things have gotten better for many. Schools, hospitals, and transportation hubs have been built improving the lives of people. Bringing in resources from different colonies from different worlds where there are vast lands, water and nothing like the wastelands, from the videos and pictures they have seen. The other Sky Knights also seen how much better things are under Cyclonia rule and just stop fighting. The benefits of Cyclonia rule is just too good to return to the old ways. They live under an iron fist but it works and many people now have a better standard of life. Piper keeps in contact with them and told them that Master Cyclones has found Izuku. According to Piper he's the reason why the Cyclonias went for a less violent conquest. And that she would be going to Izuku's world where she can see him again. She would also going to be treated to the medical technology of other worlds. Doing what she can to make Master Cyclones less of a tyrant compared to her parents, who also are all for that as it would make a more stable long-term rule for their family. I hope you get well Piper, Arrow said to himself as he heads off to the bridge. So they have to either live under the iron-fisted rule, where the standards of life is better, compared to freedom with much fewer resources, Izuku said thinking about it. Which others watching are also thinking about. Different world, different rules, MXYZPTLK said. Like a world where slavery is still a thing and seen as a way for criminals to avoid prison. The morals of that world are completely different from this one, Discord said. Break's over, time for the next part, MXYZPTLK said as he starts the film. In his room in the Nile Embassy, Izuku is hanging out with Ruby and her little brother Sam. Both older teens are watching as Sam is playing the beat-them-up video game battle of the band's dimensional tour. Sam has made it to the last stage where he's fighting in through the academy level right before the chase battle with Cheeto and Yuri begins. This is so weird having a video game where, I'm a boss, Ruby said. You do make a powerful boss in your level. The game doesn't have an easy mode and just has normal, hard, very hard, and I want to suffer levels, Izuku said. I want to suffer? Manga asked. Now I just want to try it, Pony said. The game is popular back in our world, Sam said. My friends like how they're background characters in the game, Ruby said. The first level is more like a final level in a game than the first level in most games, Sam said. Well, Ironside and the others are strong, while in the world before yours. We help Ange and the others in their battle against Embryo's forces, Izuku said. Where that giant robot came from? Ruby asked. The Ragnamail, EMCBX-001 Hysterica. The weapons of the Constitution were either damaged, destroyed, or just spent. Ramming into a portal was the only thing I could think of, Izuku said. That world had people who can use magic racist against those who can't. Ruby asked. And the dragon guys can't transform into humans like the females? Sam asked. Yes, we ended up sailing to the prison colony where the Normas are sent to fight the dragons, because they can disable magic. Like in Marvel where no matter what the humans hate mutants. The last I saw the world of Mana was in chaos after they lost magic. Everything ran on magic but for the equipment that the Normas used, Izuku said. Everything ran on magic? That would result in widespread chaos, rioting, and other end-of-the-world stuff you see in films and series where that happens, David said, who has a collection of films where society breaks down when something that ends the way of life happens. I've been a part of relief efforts after a major disaster happens, and dealing with desperate people is never an easy thing. Not to mention dealing with the people who take advantage of the chaos, All Might said. Reminds me of the last big earthquake that happened about 40 years ago. Lots of criminals took advantage of the chaos as well as people looking for what's left of the belongings, Recovery Girl said. Mobius is working on a giant robot of his own, Ruby said. Liberty Prime, the Brotherhood of Steel, found it underneath the Pentagon of that Earth. It was made to tank anything that the pre-war military could throw at it, lasers, plasma, battleship gunfire, nukes. It took an orbital bombardment from a missile satellite by the Enclave just to take it out. It was rebuilt but the Institute hacked it and had it destroy the Brotherhood's airship the Pridwin, which fell on top of it. I managed to scan it before the Institute's synths could dig it out, Izuku said. Mom built some underwater homes for the other Krakens. And there are sea bases being built on the ocean floor, for deep-sea divers and people who want to salvage the ocean floor, using those driving suits and prawns. The prawns are also being used in mining and construction, Ruby said. I built many underwater bases in many worlds, mostly in worlds where it was just safer to hide underwater, Izuku said. I would like an underwater base, Selkie said. Being connected to the surface by a beachfront building, that would make it stand out from other agencies, Gang Orca said. Left them operational? Ruby asked. Some or them, others I broke down for resources, Izuku said. Some of the ones he left operational have been found and the technology studied. The ones that weren't discovered while he was still there, Discord said, and showed the worlds where the base that Izuku made were found. Agent Elvis, found, and the technology being studied by government agents. Iron Giant, discovered, and the town where Hugo lives has changed thanks to the technology. AI, artificial intelligence, the mechas use the technology Izuku left behind to repair the damage Earth that humans cause. Kiki's delivery service, people found the base and Kiki learns about her friend Izuku's secret life. No matter how I look at it, it's you guys' fault I'm not popular, discovered, and Tomoko Kuroki, who has become well known thanks to her Ms. Nanny model robot, Nina, who is able to interact with the technology of the base. After Tomoko made it known she knows the builder of the base. The scanners are now like iPhones. After the doctor added that feature, Sam spoke up. Really? Izuku asked. Yeah, the scanner phone scan features are used to scan barcodes and identify injuries and sickness. Adding things to the database and such, Ruby said. Mom and Dad use theirs to see if the food is spoiled or not, Sam adds. Or check the car. The scanner can tell you just about everything about something, Ruby also adds. It's like the scanners in Star Trek, May said, her eyes sparkling. Would be a useful tool, Ryukyu said, seeing how it would help in finding out what kind of injuries someone has. Sam made it to the final level of the palace where he's fighting a boss rush of the girl bosses who are after Izuku as their husband. All random so that the player can't ever get used to the combination of the bosses. And since the bosses can affect each other by their powers or abilities, it's either a good or a bad thing. The bosses can either help or harm each other? Izuku asked. Watch Sam play. Which is why the final level is so hard. Cleopatra's level already has the most enemies and is much longer than everyone else's. The boss rush is either normal or hard depending on the bosses who show up, which are up to 4 at a time. Like if Entrapta with her battle bot has anyone who has lightning powers, they can supercharge the battle bot's laser, or anyone who has tech-based powers as well. Supergirl when she's paired with someone who light powers is supercharged by them and heals her too. And at the end where Ruby burst out of the floor, depending on who's left, if they have water powers, they flood the floor and Ruby gets a power bonus because of being underwater, Sam explains. Wouldn't that just flood the whole palace? Izuku asked. It's just a game, Ruby said. With the right combination of quirks and skills, a good pairing would be very useful, Izuku said, writing it down in his notes. Finding someone who has the right quirk to work with yours is something hard to do out in the field, Best Jeanist said. Like someone with electrical quirk being a bad matchup with mine, Wash said. When there is a matchup like that, all you need to do is get the one with electric powers to make contact with the water one and they usually take each other out, Discord said. He showed a clip of Spider-Man killing Electro and Hydro-Man by causing them to touch each other. I seen that happen, too many times for both villains and heroes, Gran Torino said. If someone has lightning powers is fighting with Ruby, she can get zapped for damage, or frozen for ice, Sam adds. And while Azula can bend fire and lightning, she isn't immune to them. Ken can get damaged by a fellow fire and lightning user. All the bosses can either harm or help each other, Ruby said. On the screen Lemon Zest has ripped off one of the support pillars and is swinging it around and hitting the other bosses fighting with her. Sam is using Lemon Zest to take out the other bosses before taking her out. That's something Lemon Zest would do, Izuku said, as Lemon Zest has a one-track mind, and while that does make her hard to fool or outsmart, as she simply uses brute force. There's a reason why she's the weakest of Sunset's bodyguards and is usually paired up with someone else. Not that she's dumb, as she does come up with simple yet effective ideas, and sometimes the simplest ideas are the best. That happens a lot when people who never work with each other have to work with each other, All Might said. Works both ways, Hawk said. 1. Like this combo, makes it all but impossible to win alone, Sam said, fighting against 4 bosses at once. Makoto is tossing lightning around the room, with Sour Sweet, a Pegasus who is immune to lightning, creating storm clouds that discharge lightning bolts down all around the room and rain to make the floor wet, and each time lightning hits the floor, Sam's character Becky takes damage, while the 2 bosses are immune to their own attacks. Tickle Pink, who is healing the others, is making just beating Makoto and Sour Sweet hard. Green Lantern, who using her force field to protect herself, and Tickle Pink is hovering in the air with the healer keeping themselves out of harm's way. That is a bad combo, Izuku said, seeing how the only way to fight that is to defeat Tickle Pink first. But the force field of Green Lantern has to be broken first and the other 2 aren't letting up on their attacks. Which ended with Sam's being defeated. I'm just allowing other players to join in, Sam said, having to restart the level. Working together and combining the right power sets would really work out, Izuku said as he thought of some ideas. And would avoid accidents, Ruby said, not liking the animation of her being shocked by lightning or being frozen in the game. We should work to avoid that from happening, Izuku said, with the other students nodding. DC Superhero Girls World. In their H basement the girls are playing the video game. Bumblebee, Batgirl, Zatanna, and Harley Quinn are playing, while the others are watching. They're in the final level and the boss rush level. I didn't know your armor could be supercharged with lightning, Green Lantern said. My armor isn't, but I can make some upgrades, Bumblebee said. This game does give plenty of ideas of how we can expand our teamwork, Wonder Woman said. Yeah, the girls with light powers can supercharge me, Supergirl said. So are we getting any royalties from this game? Harley Quinn asks. The game is being sold by a subsidiary company of the Wayne's Company. So we get money from him, which we're listed as voice actors, Batgirl said. Good, about time we get paid, Supergirl said. Some team building work is a good idea. Find out which students' quirks work well with each other and those who shouldn't, Midnight said. Star versus the forces of evil world. We totally should try that, Star said as her video game self casted a spell on video game Kelly and Higgs, causing the 2 to gain roller skates on their feet and linked arms, and spun around so fast with one arm extended holding their swords out. making themselves into a buzzsaw as they spun around the room in the video game. But that would just have me throw up, Higgs said. Yeah, look, Kelly said as their video game counterparts stop spinning and look sick from all that spinning. And leaves you two open for a beat down, Ponyhead said watching her sisters who are playing the game beat down on the two bosses. Ochiko, you should work on getting used to floating in the air. It'd be good to have someone who can fly on the team, Izuku said. And you can help, Ochiko said as she could spend time with Izuku, which caused the other girls to frown. Break's over, time for the next part, MXYZPTLK said as he starts the film. The blue-colored ancient fruit and other fruits that Izuku gotten from the seaside pelican town, which is more of a village as there were less than 50 people living there. Didn't even have a school, there is a supermarket, Joja Mart and a movie theater, which draws people to the village, mostly people who stops at the town for a rest stop or to buy something. There is also a train station, but from the looks of things few people stop at the village. Reminds me of so many places, All Might said, remembering traveling around in the United States where dying towns are on their last legs and the ones in Japan once all the young people left. Ancient fruit is odd as you can't eat it as it is, it could only be eaten when prepared first. Star fruit, an extremely juicy fruit that grows in hot, humid weather. Slightly sweet with a sour undertone. Powder melon, named for the powdery coating that forms on the surface, this melon is crisp and sweet, with a delicate flavor. Once given to the Color Kids, they traveled to their Earth to Big Apple City where their friend Strawberry and the others at the Berry Works went to work in making dishes out of them, which Izuku was only familiar with just jams and wines. Which Rainbow Bright, Canary Yellow, Indigo Doll, Shy Violet, Tickled Pink, and Stormy are sharing with him, dishes of pies, cakes, ice creams, fruit juices, and soups all made from those fruits. He drunk wine? Momo asked. Seeing how many places don't have clean water, Izuku had to make do with what he could safely drink, Discord said. Those look good, Eri said looking at the dishes on screen. That Izuku also learned how to cook with whatever is at hand, Discord said. Really? Izuku asked as he does cook but nothing fancy. That world also have dinosaurs? Canary Yellow asked from his seat at the diner table in Izuku's and his mom's room in the embassy. A farmer found a pair of dinosaur eggs in a mine and hatched them. They're a dog-size four-legged dinosaurs that are green and have orange spikes. The farmer has been breeding them and selling them. I did had 2 eggs, but after they hatched, I left them with Claudine Wolf in that world with monsters living alongside with humans, Izuku said. So you can store things like eggs in the SAC? Indigo Doll asked. Yes, but anything else just ends up dead, Izuku said having tested it on bugs and they always ended up dead. Same thing happens when I tried, with anything that isn't an egg or plants, or mushrooms, Shy Violet said. Having done lots of research on the technology Izuku had brought with him when he first showed up in their world. So you can't store living things besides plants and eggs? Mai asked, interested in the technology bag of holding. It's how it device is designed, Discord said. It's either that or learn magic to make your own pocket dimension. How hard is it to learn? David asks. It depends on the magic and some magic can only work in one universe, Discord said. You did picked up many things on your journey, Tickle Pink said. I lost many things or they were destroyed in my journey home, Izuku said. Lark said that she gave you back some of the stuff she took from you when she held you prisoner, Rainbow Bright said. She's kept lots of things like the silver manta ray as her personal transport, Eye of Dashi to provide free power to her planet, and the Orb of Tornami providing clean drinking water, Izuku said. The evil princess kept most of the treasures to fund her building projects and upgrading the technology of her kingdom. And the other magical items Izuku had with him. Till he made his escape and managed to get some of the stuff back when he found her lab empty, Discord said. So that's how he escaped, Izuku said. She left the room to use the bathroom and when she came back she found the portal gun missing and Izuku nowhere to be found, Discord said. I was wondering about something. Why didn't you use the Rio Reverso to restore the SAC back to before Hordak damaged it? Stormy asked. I do have it but it's broken, Izuku said, showing them the Rio Reverso, with the gem missing and what's left cracked. Kept it hoping to fix it one day but the magic from the world I got it from is just too different. The gem was the power source for the magic item and without it and how damaged it is, can't be fixed but from where Izuku got it from, Discord said. What about you? Izuku asked. I could, but he never asked, Discord said. What magic items do you have left that works? Indigo Doll asked. Wings of Tanabe, gives me rainbow wings that lets me fly and trails a rainbow behind me. Wushu Helmet, protects my head from any projectile. Ninja Sash, lets me make a double of me. Gills of Hamachi, gives me gills and fish-like features. Mantis Flip Coin, lets me jump high. Balance Ring, it protects me from confusion. Goron's Bracelet, that increases the user's strength. Fire Rod, that cast fire spells. Ice Rod, that cast ice spells. Found the last 3 in some old ruins when I was out collecting things for the ritual for Zelda, Izuku said. What about those power stones from the Kid Cosmic world? Stormy asked. All lost their powers once Herodias pass on. That world was something else. I was just planning on staying in the sleepy truck-stop diner town in the middle of the desert for a couple of days when Kid found those stones and I was pulled into a spacefaring adventure, Izuku said, having spent 2 months more or less in that world. And he left as they began to rebuild the diner. I wish I had a fun space adventure, Jiro said, as he would love to play as Chewbacca. Well, in one world you did, Discord said, making a poster appear on the screen. On the poster of a band named Halix, with the band members being Jiro holding a guitar, standing in the back. Izuku is in the front holding a mic up in the air with one hand. And the rest of the band are all females, a Andorian, a humanoid species with blue skin and antennae. A Bajoran, that are a humanoid species with characteristic nose creases. Betazoid are a humanoid species who are telepathic. A Kaitian, who is a humanoid cat. A Klingon who has a ridged forehead. A Orion, who is human-looking but is green. A Romulan and a Vulcan both have pointed ears and arched eyebrows. All of them are also dressed up in costumes. 1. The Andorian is dressed in a butterfly-themed costume with wings. The Bajoran is dressed as a cyborg chef. The Betazoid is dressed in a purple bodysuit and has a glass dome helmet that has a glowing purple energy inside. The Kaitian is dressed as a clown. The Klingon is dressed in an armored suit that makes her look like a hawk and has metal wings. The Orion is dressed in a high-tech suit that's pirate-themed. The Romulan is dressed in black and has a hooded black cloak. The Vulcan is dressed in a suit of armor with a glass dome over her head and is ice-themed. You two ended up traveling to a future galaxy where humans don't have quirks and are a part of a union of planets, a federation or something like that. They don't use money in that world anymore as they have machine that can make just about anything. Don't really like going to that universe, Discord said. He keeps getting confused for one of the god-like aliens there, MXYZPTLK said. Anyways, you two end up meeting the girls who were trying to become an all-female band. You two helped, and while Chewie and the Catgirl are an item. Izuku is completely clueless to the fact that the other girls are all in love with him. And they're all in costumes as they're a villain-themed band who travel around the galaxy. Before that, the band went from performing and living off the streets for pennies to gradually getting booked and playing at clubs and stadiums. Thanks to Izuku, who in that world is a music lover, Discord explains. A villain-themed band? Izuku asks. If that Izuku hadn't gone into another universe, he would have been a villain, Discord said. Oh, Izuku said. Any other interesting world you visited that wasn't in the movie? And nothing like that but Hamster World, Canary Yellow asked. I found myself in a world that had tons of advanced technology around, and corporations wage war using drones and people watch it like a sport. I only stayed there for 3 days before leaving, Izuku said. World before Horizon Zero Dawn. Really? Indigo Doll asked. Since no one dies, it's allowed, Izuku said. Now that's something I would love to do, Power Loader said. Yes, but the cost of making the robots would be costly, Nizu said, as the robots they use at the school are have a high cost just to run, let alone repair. Yeah, but it's a robot army battle, Denki pointed out. Izuku, there's something you need to see, Secundo said, appearing and turning on the TV. On the screen is UA with all the buildings flooded with sewage from the toilets. Everything that has a water pipe has raw sewage bursting out of it. Even the training areas of the school are flooded with sewage, making the entire school a toxic mess. Izuku, I love you, but there's no way I'm going to a school that is flooded with raw sewage. We're going to another school, Rainbow Bright said. Well, the school would have to be condemned, and with it flooded with raw sewage, it would just be easier to just tear it all down and rebuild, which would take months or years, Izuku said. The entire school filled to the ceiling with raw sewage, tearing it down and burning it and building a new school. Is the only way, Recovery Girl said. The smell would be there, even if it was cleaned, Midnight said. Reminds me of the time All Might fell into the cesspool of a waste treatment plant. He smelled for months and he had to stay in a hospital for treatment from all the stuff that would have made him sick, David said. That was one of the times that could have killed me. Lots of people who have healing quirks were called in, All Might said. Too. But how did that happen? Nizu asked, and giving himself a reminder to make sure that something like that couldn't happen at his school. Elsewhere. Tomura Shigaraki watches the footage of the ruined school is being played on all the news channels. A simple solution to how to get the princesses to leave Japan, without having it linked back to them. The decontamination of the entire school would take months, not to mention having to repair everything in the school from the electrical wiring and replacing everything in it. Not to mention the smell, would last for a very long time. I'm surprised that never happened before, Fat Gum said. I know, MT Lady agreed. We will have to make a new plan, but this should drive the princesses away from Japan, Tomura said. Coming up with a new plan is much easier than it would be to handle the princesses. Midoriya is another issue as he has faced off against villains far greater than me. The villains from that universe with the orange alien wander, while silly use a scoreboard of planets that they have taken over to show their ranking, All for One said. It's hard to compete to villains who are powerful enough to take over entire planets by themselves, Tomura agreed. And there's the fact that the most powerful of the princesses is one of a galaxy-spanning empire. She could just call down a strike force with advanced weapons on us, not to mention the Cyclonia Empire, who can take our quirks from us, All for One said, being realistic in their chances. It's a real eye-opener in seeing how far they would have to go to be seen as a real threat compared to many of the villains of those other worlds. We just have to step up our game then, Tomura said. Yes, we will, All for One said, very interested in the advanced medical technology and magical healing from the magic worlds. The medical technology from the Nile Empire can heal him? All Might asked. Yes, and more than easily be able to fix your problem. But of course, seeing how you told Izuku that he couldn't be a hero in that world, they're not really that in a hurry to heal your counterpart, Discord said. That's it. Thanks for listening.